Hello, my babies, and welcome once again to the Irish Poker Open 2023 live coverage of Day 2 from the Royal Dublin Society in Dublin, in Ireland. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Nicholas Walsh.
I am. Thank you so much for having me.
And you might notice a conspicuously absent voice. We did it.
We did it again.
We did it. Now, I've got to explain how, in fact, we managed to pull it off. It's a bit of a story, so let's take care of the house cleaning first. All of the relevant tournament info that has nothing to do with James Hartigan. You can see our feature table playing host to a real poker player today, Griffin Benger. Not the defending Irish Poker Open champion, but a defending Irish Poker Open champion will be at our feature table. But yes, James Hartigan is in the field. And here's what happened. Here's the thing. Here are the many moving pieces. Basically, to get James Hartigan out there. By the way, that means the free roll's live because he direct bought in on Day 2. 15K free roll is happening today, 7 p.m. Start tuning in around 6:45 for the password. That's local time, a.k.a. British summer time. Now, the way that we made this happen is that James was authorized for 2 bullets. And we all thought that James, being the community-minded man that he was, would wait to fire his second bullet on Day 2, therefore guaranteeing that we would have a free roll 2 days in a row. But James was feeling it yesterday. He bought in his second bullet. He went broke with aces. Aces versus tens.
Yeah, not really fair.
All in pre-flop. What can you do? And so that was it. That was all the company had in store for him. Remember, PokerStars did put him in the event under the condition that any money he made would be donated to charity.
Correct.
After the fact. And so that was going to be it for James. And what I did was, overnight, I went to every member of the commentary team and every member of Team Pro and asked if they would be willing to pitch in for James's buy-in. And every member of the commentary team and every member of Team Pro said yes. Absolutely. Under the stipulation that this is not investment. This is not buying a piece.
Right.
This is still just going to be for the community, for the lulz, and for charity. And then what happened was, right as I was about to make all this happen, PokerStars stepped in and they said, we're going to do the third bullet for James anyway.
Yeah, we're going to do the right thing.
So everybody came together individually as a company for the audience, for the fans, for the lulz, to get James back into this event. So he's out there in the field right now. We will get updates from him from time to time. I'm sure some of the media outlets will be covering him, somewhat noteworthy. But right now, it's all about Griffin Benger.
Just play one session and then change the feature.
On the feature table.
Griff Benge in the hoodie. He has adopted the classic Benge table image.
It's weird how much of a goober and a goofball and just general screw-up Griffin can be in real life. And then at the table, when he's got the hoodie up, he's like the boss Jedi.
I feel like there's something to be said for like putting on your uniform, you know what I mean, Joe?
Yeah.
And when that hoodie goes up, the bullshit goes out the window. The official Benge locked in.
Shuffle up and deal here on Day 2. You can see around 1,052 players still remaining. It looks like 2455.
That is actually sick.
Is going to be the total number of entries. Now, that can only go up. I don't know if that's locked in necessarily. My guess is if it's not, yep, it just went up.
It just went up.
It just literally just went up. So, looks like we're going to keep an eye on that and see. But over 1,000 players either back for Day 2 or buying in directly on Day 2. About 25 big blinds.
Okay.
If you buy in. That's right, the 8-ROM. James is playing for charity.
25.
Now, the company was very into my idea of having James play this event, was very into the idea of having it affect you, the community, positively the deeper he goes. But the stipulation was he can't be playing for profit.
Sure, that's understandable. I
really, actually was pretty mad about that. I was like, really, I was like trying to fight that, and James is like, it's cool. I'm happy to do it this way.
He is, and you know, guys, James is out there for you. He's really repping the squad. He's repping the community. You guys know he puts in so much hard work behind the scenes, but it means you guys get more free rolls too, and that is obviously something that we want for you guys. So it's a big win-win-win.
The cool thing about that, by the way, is that yesterday when I said there was a lot of moving pieces, if I had known that Stars was going to step in and just do it anyway, I could have saved myself a lot of trouble. But I went to Nick, and I said, will you kick it 100 euros? And he said, no problem. I went to Maria. I went to Griffin. I went to Tonka. I went to Spraggy. I went to Finton. I went down the line until I had 11 people willing to kick in the 100. And then it all turned out that Stars was like, no. We don't want to mess around with all that. We're just gonna we'll find
right.
We'll dig around in the couch cushions for another 1,100 euros to put James in one last. This is really it, though. He literally.
I mean, there's a lesson here, Joe. If you are somebody that's interested in getting free rolled into a poker tournament like this, all you got to do is be a professional commentator for 15 years,
exactly.
And you know, like it's really that straightforward, you guys.
With no chance to keep any of the money, by the way.
I was a professional commentator for 15 years, and all I got was this lousy buy-in.
Yeah, right. Well, he did get a player bag. He got a hoodie and I don't know, a lanyard. I don't know what else is in there. Obviously, he didn't give me any of it.
And
you know what's funny is I was freezing the other day, and I was like, hey, can I borrow your hoodie? And he said no. Can you believe that, Ish?
After all these years.
After me just bending over backwards to get him in this thing, he was like, mm-mm.
I mean, he probably did get a few free spice bags last night, though. So
that's true. We
We
all did get a little snack.
That was
back
nice.
Here. Griffin Benger opening on the button, King 4 off, and I'm really excited to watch Griffin play. Ooh, we're gonna get a 3-bet. No, just a call. Sorry, you'd think I'd learn these denominations at some
I'm
point.
the same. It looked like a 3-bet to me as well, Joe. Don't worry.
That was a lot of chips.
It was a lot of chips.
Are we sure? Also, a 3-bet makes more sense to me than
a flat.
Than a flat with Jack 5 suited. But hey, if you're going to flop 7, 4, 6 in a club,
sure.
Technically the best hand belongs to Benger here. I'm actually quite excited to watch Griffin play because as I've taken more of an interest in playing poker over the last couple of years and playing for slightly higher stakes than I'm used to.
Yeah.
You know, those stakes, I will occasionally play a 1K. I'll occasionally play like a $500 buy-in.
Sure.
Griffin is someone that I talk to about poker a lot. And he I wouldn't call my exact coach. I think Maria kind of has more of that role. But to see the fellow that I go to with a lot of my poker questions, actually watch him in action, is cool for me.
No, I agree. And also, you know, when I'm doing comms with Griff is a much more accomplished MTT player than I am. So I'll bounce an idea in his direction. I'll go, yeah, I can see why you might think that, Nick. But actually, counterpoint, I've got a little bit more to add. And he's very, very good at explaining stuff and adding a little bit more extra context whenever we do comms together. So I really appreciate that. That's a good turn, Joe.
Yeah, Griffin has been run down pretty hard here. Dabasinskas led that flop with the straight draw and the backdoor clubs and turned about as good as you can possibly hope to turn. And I do think that, look, when I'm in Griffin's position here, I think a lot of the times my opponent is going to be leading out with exactly the kind of hand that he led out with, either a draw or a pair and a draw. And this 3 does improve a lot of those hands.
Yeah, I don't see Griff doing much other than just folding here.
Yeah,
probably just a little bit of a Hollywood there. I mean, I don't want to even call it a Hollywood, but you know, just weighing up his options. I think probably also a bit confused about how this guy has a 5 in this spot, to be honest, because you know there's not a ton of 5s flatting in the small blind there really, and also a lot of players not choosing just to lead it when they make it on the turn too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of ways you can talk yourself into playing that hand poorly, and Griffin did not. It's also because Griffin has another thing that I'm very impressed with is that he has almost no self-control in his real life. He's an absolute child, but all the time in poker, he just doesn't make any of those childish decisions. He's quite disciplined.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I like Griffin's serious face.
Raise 27, 8.7.
River Yowie asks, do flags represent country residence or does a player choose? There's a couple of ways. One is that oftentimes you register with your passport. So it's either the passport you registered with or what you have on file as your PokerStars account, I believe. If you've registered through PokerStars,
Right.
it automatically uses that. So,
Yeah.
and that, yes, that is a Lithuanian flag for Dabasinskas.
Scuba-Doo on YouTube is asking, did Griffin Benger enter late? He was commentating yesterday. Yes, so he regged the 10 p.m. turbo flight, the very last flight that we had yesterday. I think it finished around 4 a.m. this morning.
No, I ran into Griffin. I think Griffin ran into me in the hotel lobby about 3 a.m.
Okay.
I would say. Yeah.
Okay. Right. I was guessing based on that, your reference to the Spraggy tweet. Spraggy message, excuse me. But yeah, it sounds like it finished quite late or early this morning. But he was doing comms as his first bullet didn't go so well.
Interesting hand developing here between Harwood with top pair and the nut flush draw for Storbo. Do you think there's another guy from Norway with the last name Namebrand? So there's Namebrand and Storbo. Artisanal and Storbo.
Artisanal and Storbo. I'm not really into your Storbo bread.
I don't do the Storbo stuff.
Nah, that's a diamond.
Oh, making a flush draw. I mean, there's a lot of good feelings in poker, but...
You know, flopping a set is up there. Making a flush is up there.
For me, it ranks this way. It's turning a set.
Wow.
Flopping a set.
Okay.
And then making a flush are my top three.
So from best feeling
yeah.
to okay, yeah.
Turning the set, even though you have way more opportunities to flop sets.
Yeah.
Turning one, you're really like.
I think you're onto something there, especially when there's already a bunch of money in the middle, and you're like, I messed up this hand. Oh wait, never mind. Okay,
yeah,
cool. Now
right.
I'm a genius again.
Yeah, I'm the greatest.
Yeah, I had to see bet. If I turn a set, it's all part of the game. You know, whatever. Unlucky buddy. Storbo with an opportunity to try and get some value. Harwood's actually got a hand that could still look him up here. Obviously, it has the pair and the diamond blocker as well. Hey, Joe, blockers aren't real.
This is a situation where I'm going to ignore the 9 of diamonds blocker, personally.
Okay.
And look, from my very amateur perspective, river bluff raising is just not a spot where people are that balanced.
I think even the best of us are very, very challenged to try and find balance in these situations.
So, you got top pair. It's not even a great top pair.
I mean, in order to be balanced here, you really have to put yourself in some really interesting spots where you're like calling turn bets with the intention, like, I got a gut shot, but if it comes a diamond, I'm going to rep it because I got one in my hand. And a lot of players just don't have those lines. So, at the early stages of a tournament, I think you give people a lot of credit in this spot, even if you do have the blocker, right? Dario Kearney, I think, said it best. Blockers are for tie breaks, I believe is the quote. Basically,
all right, sure.
Basically, here's the situation. I feel like I'm going to be winning a lot, and if I'm going to go either way, I got some blockers, so I'm going to go for it, rather than defining your entire strategy based on the fact that your opponent might have one less diamond.
I don't hate that, and I don't hate quoting Irish people at the Irish Poker Open. That's fine with me.
Let me just double check. The essence of the quote was there.
Some folks in chat trying to use the payout command. Not available yet. We'll probably not know what the payouts are until after the first break. So we're a couple of hours away from that still. That number has stuck at 24.62 right now.
Aced it. Blockers are for tie breaks. Shout out to Dara. He is actually in the room as we speak.
So Roth opened this pot with Queen 7 off. Okie dokie. Tobin flats with ace deuce off. I think we're in for a fun day of poker here.
Oh, yeah.
Given the hands we've seen thus far. Jack 5 suited, Queen 7 off, ace deuce off. And who is this? Oh, the ace deuce hadn't called yet, but it is now. Jack 9-6. Both players miss.
Oui, bon, je suis bon.
Bet 3.
No.
Fold.
That hand is over relatively quickly. Big Taint Boy asks, has Spraggy bust yet? Not to my knowledge. Spraggy did baggy last night, I believe. Paul Smoppy saying hello, what's up? My dude. Or dudette. I think dude covers it. I'm a fan of dude for all.
I agree. Let's keep it neutral.
No.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Action folds around to Lastoria, who is all in with pocket aces. And from what I understand, that 27,000 chip count may be a little out.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
I was going to say, that's quite a few bigs to be ripping it with aces.
And there was a call.
Wow.
And my guess is the caller is behind.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that whoever doesn't have aces is
Arrived
not
just
going
in
to be the
time.
favorite here. Oh, ace queen. That's about as bad as it gets right there.
At least it's suited. Yeah, that looks like a lot less than 27,000 to me.
Is this one of like the 85%ers, guys? Like even better than aces versus deuces?
You can go.
Come on, equity guy. Give me some equity.
Show us the math.
1, 2, 3, equity.
Oh,
it's too late now.
A lady in the window. And the turn is a jack, so Lastoria just has to fade. Another femme. Femme? Femme, I'm not sure. Queen, we'll just say queen. On the river. Does indeed fade it. Double up Lastoria.
Nice spot. What a wake up. He says get the full double.
Yeah, I can.
Nice to see a lot of Americans dusted off their passports to make this trip.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying that. It's always fun. Very diverse crowd out there, even more so than in some of the European stops we do for PokerStars European Poker Tour.
8. 7, 8.
Neon Rise says Joe Biden is in Ireland next week. Bad planning by his administration. He could have played this.
Can you imagine playing poker with Joe Biden?
I can actually.
Yeah, me too.
I can imagine playing poker with Joe Biden.
That was kind of a crazy call you made there, Joe. Well, I had the king and
Come on, man.
Raise.
How would you describe that hand? I describe it in one word. John 7
5.
35. Anyway. Griff Benger in stealth mode, mate.
Just such a different version of him. He will try to cram a bad joke in at the table, though, every once in a while. We gotta keep our eyes out for that.
True.
Come on, Jack. That's a good one, Frogzilla. You're literally calling for a jack.
Love it. Olu in the chat says, I suspect Mr. Biden has much more important things to be dealing with. More important than the Irish Poker Tour? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that.
What else could there possibly be going on? It just doesn't make any sense. This is the place to be today.
So Someone said we need to add Hartigan's performance to the still in command. Now, I do have an update on James, but I'm trying to keep the delay. So let me see when he texted me this. It's so hard to look at timestamps on a iMessage.
iMessage.
Okay, I can tell you. James Hartigan was all in and won. Well, he called an all in, that is, and won. Busted a player.
Let's go.
Nearly doubled up from it. Hartigan doubles up and busts the lead. Not exactly possible, but I'm with you in spirit here. The flop came. James raised from early position. This is from Poker News. Thank you, Poker News. Got called by Andrew Lee in the small blind. Flop was 10, 9, 6, 2 diamonds. Lee checked. Hartigan continues, 2,500. Lee shoves. Hartigan snap calls with Queen, Jack of diamonds for no pair, but many draws. And Hartigan rivers. What do you think he rivers?
The flush that we were just making reference to.
He rivers the queen.
Oh.
But with 2 overs, he was up against King 10. So I forgot to add that part.
Great storytelling, Joe.
My bad. Up against King 10 and rivers the queen.
Nice work. Thank you, poker gods.
Doesn't hit the straight, doesn't hit the flush, but catches enough to eliminate Lee.
Got 1,019 players left, Joe.
Yeah, so word is we're going to find out what the money is after the first break today, but we may not reach the money today with over 1,000 players left.
Although we have seen quite a few busto already during this first level. Who knows? Lots of late reggers, lots of players on fumes, trying to sneak their way into day 2. So we might still make it yet if we start cranking it now.
So someone said something very stupid on Twitter, and Raksha very astutely gave him a little bop. But then I remembered, Nick, it's Saturday.
Oh.
Chat Pro Saturday, and with James not in the booth, I think we've got no choice.
Yeah, we don't have the power to veto, I'm afraid.
Okay, waking up.
For Chat Pro Saturday is in effect. So the person who said, if there are 2,789 people who have asked if Spraggy is still in, imagine how stupid the production team is to not put him on the TV table. You have missed millions in revenue. Yeah, you're right.
You're absolutely right.
You're right.
Millions. Think of the millions.
We could have had millions.
Think about the jet skis. How many jet skis can you buy with millions?
So anyway, sorry about that. We actually hate money here.
We do.
We hate revenue.
Benger. Okay, wait a second.
This is great. Raghav says, isn't Griffin in the brown hoodie? I mean, it looks more reddish or burgundy to me, but on Chat Pro Saturday, absolutely, that is brown.
Benger. Playing it slow. Roth in the big blind has a hand that he could very easily raise first limp. There it is. This blind v blind dynamic, you guys know I love it. There's a 0% chance that Griffin has limped his hand to fold it. I think I like a limp call here. Queen 8 of hearts actually does very well out of position here. Very playable hand. Yeah. We're in the same boat.
Wow, here we go. Loaded pot against the table chip leader, I believe. Ace, 8, 5, 2 diamonds. So Griffin does pair his 8, but we have an open-ended straight draw for Roth. And Griffin's already had 1 straight made against him today.
Absolutely. So about 1/3 pot on the flop. Obviously, Griffin's not going to be folding on the flop here. He knows his opponent is going to bluff ace-8-5 very aggressively, and of course, he's got 6-7. This could get really dicey, though. Makes the call as expected. This turn is really going to define how this pans out now. 7 of diamonds.
So Roth pairs a 7. Griffin still ahead. Not a great card, though, for Griffin overall, despite the fact that it improves Roth to a hand that isn't beating him. But it's a diamond. It's a straight card. It's going to make 2 pair for a lot of the big blind hands. Now there is a 4-card flush out there, and Roth has got a diamond.
Interesting river here. Griff could turn his hand into a bluff, but he does have so much showdown. I do expect a check, and there it is.
Probably not going to pay this off with second pair.
1,200 on the river.
What a transition to our boy, yet somehow old man, Griffin Benger.
It's like we're looking at a different person right now.
It's hard to believe that's the goober that dropped guacamole all over my bedspread 2 nights ago.
Oh, dear.
Attempted to clean it up with a tissue by mashing it further into the fabric. Griffin does let it go, and so we kicked off a debate moments ago about the color of Griffin's hoodie. But I just want to show people an example of Chat Pro Saturday. Raksha says looks brown from here. You are correct. Tom says dark purple. Absolutely. XCOM says mauve. You are 100% correct. Olo Bustuas says reddish brown mahogany. Yes, agreed. Tom again now says brownish maroon. Absolutely correct. John Delano says plum. Yes, you are not wrong. This is how Chat Pro Saturday works. Kluter says dirty green. There are no wrong answers on Chat Pro Saturday. If someone wants to say that's not Griffin, that's Spraggy. Also correct.
Also correct.
And this guy's name is Bull. I love it. Harwood open 6s. Bull 3 bets.
Don't take no bull.
With ace tray. Dabasinskas folds. As does the original Razor. 3-bet gets it through.
Hey, Joe, you know what they say. You mess with the bull, you get the horns.
All right. I wasn't sure if you were going to modify it.
No need. His name is Bull. It's perfect. It's
got the horns.
It's a setup. Got the horns. The guy puts in the squeeze. Get out of my life.
Horn me. Neon Rise says, mess with the bull, you get the keys to the Lambo.
Let's go. You're absolutely right. Chat Pro Saturday.
47 Indigo says, this isn't Joe Stapleton commenting, it's Mike Sexton. I can't believe it, Vince.
I can't believe it. And the rich get richer.
Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Yeah. Well, Henrik chimes in on YouTube to say aggro table so far nice. And as he says this, we get a raise with 8-7 under the gun, a 3-bet on the button from 9-7. Pocket 10s for Dabasinskas has no idea it's the best hand by far. After he goes raise, re-raise.
Wow.
And Harwood calls.
Joe, this call is really interesting from the 10s. That's a huge portion of his stack.
And it comes 7-9 tray.
Let's go, Roth. Let's go.
Did Roth call? I know Harwood called.
No, Roth was the 3-better.
Oh, I see.
And then the 10s
right,
flatted.
Of course. Wow.
Yeah, of course. I mean, aggression getting paid here. What a fantastic outcome for a light 3-bet from 9-7 off.
This is so, like, how do they know? How do they know? Value 3-bet, says XCOM. Truly an unjust game, says Hank Steele.
Zabasinkas has just put himself in a situation where, what are you going to do, dude? 32K in the middle, you got 10s. Are you...
I mean, allow me to put this eloquently. This sucks.
I
for
think
pocket tens.
I think
Like this
if you think
sucks.
If you think tens might be the best hand here, it should have gone in pre-flop, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
You're just way too shallow to be flatting off a quarter of your stack here just to see what's going to happen. And when it comes 9 high, don't go flat in the small c-bet. Oh, the king of spades. That complicates things, Joe. What do you think about that?
I mean, I can't believe we went 3 ways to the turn also. I mean, 9-7 makes sense. 10s kind of makes sense, except I'm probably just shipping it the pre-flop with 10s.
That's what you should do.
Shipping it on the flop with 10s and a 9 high
Yeah,
board.
if you're not going to do it pre, you got to do it post. And he's just double checking that he doesn't have a king after flatting 10s pre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harwood still being in there is a little interesting to me.
It was just such a small c-bet, Joe. That was the issue. But Dabasinka's just in a world of hurt. I think there was definitely 2 points at which he should have done something considerably different if he thinks the 10s are good pre. Roth has been very aggressive from position, though, so I think the 10s are a pretty easy ship pre-flop, in my opinion.
I mean, this king is actually a good card for Dabasinkas. Right? If you just fold now?
If you want, yeah, because now he can get away from,
Yeah.
he can fold and 9-7, you know, who got lucky on the flop, it will not continue to get paid. However, it really should have been a shove pre-flop. He would have won this one pretty much for sure. At non-showdown. And I'm not saying that just because I can see the cards. I'm saying that because it's clear that Roth is an aggressive player from position.
All right.
All right. Did manage to get away from it, though. Applaud that.
Lucas Dabasinskis folding here to, I don't have a first name on Roth at the moment.
Change, please.
Sure.
Well, let's call him Sugar.
You want red?
Seeger? Sugar Roth? What is it? What's that guy's name?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, take a look at the chip counts now. These are feature table chip counts, guys, from the Irish Open. Roth, 189 big blinds, been absolutely cruising, getting really in there, in the mix, very aggressive. Listoria has just 10 big blinds, and our friend Dabasinkas, after that unusual flat with the 10s, 14 big blinds, did manage to get away from the unfortunate flop. However, the king may have saved him.
Thank you.
It could be my bad.
Dabasinskis playing a little curiously to start. Remember, he was the one who flatted the Jack-5 suited in the small blind.
Yeah.
Good times.
Good checks. Good
Remember it
checks.
like it was yesterday.
Close. Close.
If it's a, and it has- if it's a
Update
big
from the
leg down.
floor that James Hartigan is seated next to another PokerStars employee, your friend and mine, Brandon Wynn.
Can't wait to see them clash. Can you imagine if he stacks Brandon? Never live it down in the office.
Wendell Roth. Thank you, producer Summer.
Okay, little slice for everyone here.
Yeah, it's a bad card for
41
you.
aces or kings, and I can't do anything there.
King is very bad for you.
Oh, are they really discussing the strategy of that hand? Ugh, yikes.
But 22.
But for me,
I
it was
appreciate
bad
Wendell
too.
playing the sympathetic
We are very
sympathetic
close.
3-bet. It's like, yeah, you got to let it go there. Nothing you can do, but
Close is family.
Good for
Raise 7,000.
tricky spot for Bull. He will have the best hand here quite often. This is a board where there will be semi-bluffs aplenty. 7-8 comes to mind, 8-9 comes to mind, Queen-9 comes to mind, clubs come to mind, especially if they're the weaker clubs. A lot of the sort of king-high, ace-high flush draws will quite frequently be happy to just call rather than raise.
Check.
Harwood improves in an unusual way. Knows he's going to have the best hand here quite often. I think Bull probably quite happy to try and make his way to showdown now.
Or make his way to a flush.
Exactly. Does have a very significant way to improve. A little bit of a combo draw scenario.
Flush or straight, I guess. Yeah, lots of ways to improve. And a hand that could be good at showdown, and a hand that is almost certainly good at showdown now.
Hashtag justice for the King Jack. It's an interesting one. I feel like Queen-9 for me is one that you can check raise absolutely. Certainly not a mistake, but on Jack 10-6, sometimes it can be difficult for your opponent to continue barreling when you flat there. So sometimes the flat gives you the opportunity to bluff where you don't have to inflate the pot on the flop, but I think Harwood's done just fine here. I think I would be surprised to see Bull miss a bet on this river, though. Getting check raised on this texture, as I said, probably a lot more likely to be low clubs and not the ace-high flush or the ace of clubs too often, unless it's ace-jack with the ace of clubs specifically. And I don't think 14. They miss a bet on the river.
Bet 14.
Yeah, 14,000. Snap called by the 9 of clubs, and the king of clubs is good. Kind of a cooler for Harwood there. I think he's played his hand really well. I think Bull's played well there too. Just kind of an unfortunate river, and it's really, really hard to let go of the 9 of clubs there in that scenario when it's such a nice way for Bull to bluff on the 4 club board. Another pickup for Bull. 985 players left, Joe.
Under 1,000, wow.
Yeah, it's going real quick here.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of short stacks that sort of limp their way in, not only from the regular flights, but from the turbo flight specifically.
Right.
Raise. 3.5.
Raise. 3.5. Raise 12.
Man, Roth is loving the 3-betting. He's doing it with quite an interesting range as well. I think he's establishing himself as the table captain right from the outset here, Joe. That aggression working for him very, very effectively. If it works, you know what I mean?
It seems like it's working.
It does, yeah. I mean, it helps when you're flopping 2-pair against, pocket 10s and stuff, but also that aggression obviously gives you that table image, so when you do hit hard, you can get paid.
That massive stack of Roths doesn't look massive physically.
Pass.
Yeah, I think he might be in the region of 200 big blinds now, though, Joe.
Yeah, I think 280,000 is what we had him on last time.
Day 2, 200 bigs. That's certainly
3,000.
certainly something. Man, Roth just firing. This is a great. This is like really good action here, Joe.
Is this the strategy when you have 280,000 opening king deuce off? Is that?
So I think certainly when you have more chips, you should be more aggressive. But I also think that, I mean, he's so far and away out in front. He can really, especially, get away with this. But even more so than that, I think in this field, especially on day 2, there's just a lot of soft spots, right? There's a lot of opportunities to just make a raise, put a C-bet in, and just make 100%,
230,000, excuse me, not 280, but still quite impressive. Yeah, okay, so you're saying like you're kind of you approve of this.
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
It makes for great viewing, but also really seems like he knows how to size his bets correctly. What I'm saying is he's coloring outside the lines because, first of all, he has a chip stack, but I think more importantly because at this stage in the Irish Open, there's still a lot of really soft competition he thinks he can run over.
I guess he's got position on Griffin, who is, inarguably the most experienced player at the table.
I think that's probably fair to say.
All right, so Storbo and Feldstein. Also coming along, 10 of spades on the turn. Action is on Storbo. Well, UTG tank. Go. Trying to figure out what to do with a turn 2 pair.
Makes the fold. One going towards Storbo.
Plus.
Tobin under the gun.
Plus. 3,000 raise. Plus. 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 Plus.
Roth actually got a nice one here. Queen Jack of Hearts, very playable. Queen Jack suited, such a pretty hand. Bull in the big blind, makes the fold. Another one going towards Roth. This time with a much more substantially playable holding.
That's the fun part, I guess, about playing your bad hands aggressively, is that eventually you're going to get good hands too.
You get that table image, Joe, like I said, and then all of a sudden people just give you no credit. They're like, okay, what do you got? You're like, oh, I top set? How do you have top set? You're in every pot. Yeah, that's how you get him. You gotta kill him with the aggression. Blind them. Give him the old razzle dazzle.
I love it. I love the old razzle dazzle.
Razzle dazzle him.
Hello.
Harwood. You know what? I also like pocket kings.
Kings make Nick so excited. He's Harwood.
Today's 75. Plus.
Uh-oh, Storbo getting a little out of line at the wrong time. 3-betting. I mean, this table is really spicy.
Oh yeah, I was literally about to say we're getting some real performances here.
Peter, can I get water? Can you ask? Okay.
Tobin folds. Harwood sitting with about 42,000. So 30 and a bit big blinds.
Is there ever? Now I know most of the time the options here you can flat obviously is okay. 4-betting is okay. Do you ever 4-bet
get us talking.
so small that they like
Our
get
mouths
such
are dry.
a great price?
It's definitely an option here. I think it's also totally reasonable just to have a flat here because you know that the SPR is going to be so high, right? There's already 18K in the middle. You've only got 37 behind, so you're not going to struggle to get the chips in. You can disguise your hand. I think the flat here is very cool. This is probably what I would have gone for. Harwood certainly knows his way around a poker table, so glad to see he approves.
Bed 6. Raise 15. Plus.
Not as much damage there as I was hoping for, sadly.
Did you already take it?
Yeah, no. Cheers.
Griffin B in the big blind here.
Pass. Pass.
Hey,
What's this?
it's murder card. It's
Oh.
my card. It says.
Oh.
What?
That was your card for sure?
Yeah, well, I was
Uh-oh.
looking for my card. I couldn't see it.
Well, that one's probably mine, and then one of these is probably.
Well, I'm not checking on the side.
You just play like this?
No.
No, it's a bum day right now.
Floor.
I mean,
Feels
how
for
do you
sure.
not keep track of your cards, you goober?
We're so far away.
Hashtag professional
Everyone's
poker
gonna
players,
take
am I
it.
right?
Scan the other card
And
as
this
well.
one must have been mine, but then another one was right
Yeah.
here. So
Did you already
It was
look?
hard.
I didn't know.
why?
Because I want to keep it.
So they mix up the cards.
We don't know. One was
was-
here, and I had two in the box.
This is what happened. When we looked, that was over there.
It was
I had
here.
one card here. And that card was over there.
You probably throw just one card.
And I have
here.
3 folds over here.
Yeah, no action.
Brought to our attention.
Yeah.
3 folds.
Yeah.
This is significant action, boys.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have significant action, and we are unsure as to what the blind's
Yeah.
cards are. Sorry, fellas, your hands are dead.
Oh,
Where'd
wow.
you look? Go ahead
Is
and
it
turn
Griffin's
those
big
cards
blind?
into the deal.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Because we have significant action in the hand, and I
Yeah.
can't be certain that those are the cards you're supposed to have.
Yeah.
What's
I had you.
Huh?
I had you.
Go ahead and turn them into
had
the
me.
dealer for me.
No, I
fellas.
said, what had you?
No. Don't show your
Whoa.
All right.
card. Your hand is dead, and his hand is dead. Everybody
Well-
else is going to continue to play poker.
nice.
So please turn
Not a
your cards
misdeal.
into the dealer.
Oh, no.
Just a forfeiture of the cards.
I said that was
Oh,
big.
man. When Joey,
The big blind
I thought
ante,
then
that
you're
really
gonna
hurts.
Keep your hand. If there's-
Joe,
3,000.
you ever heard the phrase chip in a chair?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
unlikely. It had to
That
be like
could be the
dong,
chip
dong,
in the
dong,
chair
dong.
that you
shouldn't have
require to
taken
win
this
that
card.
tournament
Looked at the
that he's
cameras.
being forced to give up.
I just want to hear this explanation.
Yeah, I mean, you looked at your cards already.
No, I didn't.
Ah, okay.
No. That's why I was like, don't look at your cards.
At that point, I don't think it mattered to the TD who made that call if they had looked or not.
No, I think he was over it. Didn't matter if they looked or not. But
Both aces.
that could be the chip, and that could be the chair that takes you all the way. We saw one big blind to victory in Barcelona.
I've never had a hand play like this before, ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Ben Dinelli
You
took
got
one
it, you
big
got
blind and all the way to the
Probably don't play
finish
cards.
with about 10 players remaining, if I recall
Nice,
correctly.
I was never ever seen that really
No,
good.
it's a hard ruling. I thought it's gonna be like they just play their hands now.
Yeah, that ended up having a
Yeah.
way sadder ending than, than I was
wild.
expecting.
3 actions for the hand.
Yeah, what a bummer. Honestly, guys,
Yeah.
every big blind counts in a game of survival. It really does. So that's really
That was
annoying.
one of
that
the
one.
wildest.
It's also just
Shoulder,
ironic because I was like, you know, Griffin, he's like such a goober behind the scenes, and he's kind of a goofball, and but when he's at the table, he's on it. And then they're like, we don't know whose cards are who.
Yeah, that looked like it probably wasn't his fault either, so that's kind of a bummer.
Could have happened to any of us, but it didn't. It happened to Griffin. He's visibly dejected from that, as are we all. All right, so now I've been informed that we might have some of these chip counts off, and they're being corrected as we go. We think that Feldstein, whose name is spelled wrong, we're on it, we're correcting it, is one of them who's affected right now.
Plus. Plus.
The other being the Lithuanian player, potentially.
Plus.
So we're going to try to go with a visual
Raise.
on the chips. However, we
5.
both know I have no
Raise
idea what
five.
these denominations are. So
Tobin, ace king suited. In the cutoff, Benger. Something in the region of 30 big blinds. Might be tempted.
Call.
to flat it here and play in position. Pocket eights, obviously, significantly better playability than their smaller counterparts. However, we have seen this player taking some unusual lines. The big blind, the opportunity to squeeze it all in. I think ace-jack of hearts here very easily could be a 3-bet not all in or just a pure jam. But we did see him flatting with those 10s earlier. Very, very passive play thus far with a very unusual range. Just flats. Opportunity missed, but he does indeed save himself once more. Would have run into ace-king of spades and possibly even the eights as well.
Griffin with the best of it for right now. Has some cards to fade and some cards that won't look very good.
Bet 7,000.
Yeah, you'll notice Tobin with the super speedy betting there and the extra large bet size.
Tobin, big fan of your spirit guide. Whenever I want to look up ghosts, use Tobin's spirit guide.
Yeah, I understand why Griff gives up. There's still a player to act behind as well. Makes it really difficult to play that one, even though you do have absolute position.
River Yowie says you can see how Griff would make that mistake, but he does straight up pinch the other guy's card. Yeah, I do think that Griffin took the wrong dude's card.
Yeah.
You'd have liked to see them figure that out before 3 people had folded, and then they can call it a misdeal, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, the significant action, as cited by the floor staff,
I could have got a walk on the button that last hand. First time in my life. Got a walk on the button.
made it tough.
Couldn't let
Be
that.
like, all right, we'll just do it over.
Pretty overpowered if you can have the button and you can also get a walk.
Or you could just fold out of respect, and then we could for the situation.
Yeah.
That would get you on Twitter. Didn't like the ruling. Holds the button. Everybody gets their chips.
Chop it up.
I guess I would get all the chips.
No, your hands in the muck. You guys can't win the pot.
No, you can't win the pot.
You can't win the
If
pot.
he folded, I would get the pot. That's
Just automatically. Oh, you don't even have to do anything.
I assume so, right?
What?
Yeah,
You're gonna get a 4.
I'm glad Griffin's getting over it.
I kind of assumed I would get a walk if you folded. But
Griffin Benger,
how
mental
can you win the
game
pot if
off
your
the
hands are in the
charts.
Yes, yeah.
Not phased. Back in the mix.
But how can you if your hand's in the muck? If you fold your hand. But you never would, I
Who gets
guess.
the pot? If he folds his hand, where does the pot go?
Yeah. The dealer.
Raise 95.
Okay, Roth coming out swinging on the button with 8-3 suited. And Tobin has made this particularly appealing for him.
Oh, yeah.
Calling with King 9.
Oh, yeah.
I see that.
The dealer forgot to, I don't know how, though. Like, cards.
I don't know.
That's great.
Could be just an Irish story.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted
I can
to hear
imagine
that.
one card, but 2 cards, it's like the dealer would have to be in on it. Let me see if I can pull this off, like private game stuff.
So this 3-bet from Roth does not get a fold from Bull, who is going to station with Ace-Jack suited.
So much. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this is the day to get out of line and flop huge. Unbelievable. Another flop 2 pair for a hand that has no business being so aggressive. This one is a pure slap in the face. 3 spades, I guess. The one drawback.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty rough spot for Bull to continue, but you're absolutely right, Joe. This guy is aggressive and finding hands. That's a very, very dangerous combination for his opponents.
So sick.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
take mine off, mate, while I'm about to wrap up.
Man, sorry, Joe.
Same down to 940.
Yeah, we're down to 940. I mean, if the other players are playing, other tables are playing like this one, I mean, I'm not surprised. So much action.
Raise 27.
Storbo.
Pass.
It's going to open that very pretty ace-jack suited.
Pass. Nice. Pass.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No.
No.
No. No.
Don't do that.
There's something in the water at this table.
I mean, best of luck to Devasinkas. I think. Ooh, this is definitely a good squeeze spot for that's not Listoria. That is Harwood, I believe. So I think we're waiting for another hand. There it is. That makes more sense. I was going to say ace-4 suited was still perfectly reasonable to have a squeeze there, but that wasn't Listoria. That was Harwood. Yeah, Devasinkas. I mean, even if Harwood doesn't wake up with ace-king, imagine if Harwood just has ace-5 of spades. It's so much easier to squeeze this in if there's a flatter on the button who you know is just going to snap give up. And that's what you do when you enter into the pot too frequently from the button there with a hands like 7-4 of spades, hands that weak. You just open up the door for the blinds to absolutely punish.
Especially with this stack size.
Yeah, yeah, quite right, Joe. You're absolutely right. That stack size is so easy to put in an awful spot.
Not just put it in an awful spot, but typically if you have a hand there, you're putting it in yourself.
Yeah, I mean, but having said that as well, we did see him flatting with 10s earlier from the small blinds, so you never know. Sometimes he might have a trap more often than most, but yeah, no, not that combo, buddy. Wait for a good spot. Get your hand in pre-flop. Realize the equity. Do not allow yourself to be pushed around like that. Do not enter into the pot too liberally.
Call.
Call. Pass. 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 Pass.
Morsi in the chat says, is his stack size not off? Off. Seems like he has more than that. Very well could be. We did mention just now, a couple of the chip counts might be off. Regardless, though, the same applies, even if he's twice as deep, 3 times as deep as that.
Check.
Yeah, it definitely has more than 6 big blinds.
Check. Check.
But I don't think it's a 60 big blind stack either.
And even if it was, still not in there.
Yeah.
Still not in there, 7-4 spades.
Pass. Pass.
Twitch chat asking, people can register straight into day 2, correct? They will start with approximately 25 big blinds. Many people have. I'm sure many of them have already busted. As you see that the player count top left, 934 remain.
Yeah, my guess is there weren't that many people firing their first bullet
as a
day
first
2
reg.
entry.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some, but just not that many. It's going to be people taking their last shot.
Correct.
Chasing one or more other bullets.
Pass. Raise 25.
All right. Action has made its way around to Harwood with Queen 10 suited, and that's going to be in raise and
Are you still
take
based in
it.
Canada, Griffin?
Yeah, Montreal.
Montreal, nice.
Queen 10 of hearts, gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, when you're there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Take a look at our feature table chip counts really quick. Roth, who keeps flopping 2 pairs, 201 big blinds, 242,000. Devasinkas, that might be incorrect, guys, as you pointed out. That chip stack might be more than just the 6 big blinds, but is certainly going to be one of our shortest stacks here. Gonna keep an eye on our friend there, see if he can find an opportunity to get those chips in and find a double, get back in this Irish Poker Open.
Main event players, this is an announcement for you. If you're fortunate enough to have one of those 25K chips, we need them to be on top of a stack or in a stack by themselves. Keep them visible at all times. Do not hide them. So those 25K chips need to be visible at all times, either on top of a stack or a stack by themselves.
Call.
Certainly in front of all your other chips.
Another limp.
If you have a 25K chip, please be proud of it.
I'm proud.
No 25K chip for you.
No.
Pathetic.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Just got to bust him and get one.
Yeah, I will try.
It is his big blind. It's a good start.
Call 3-8.
Who got the...
Got a little white one over there. Marked man now.
Yeah. Time to teach it.
Unfortunately, no, your band who says Stapes is directional cranking a thing, as in cranking directly, specifically at Griff, just to get him some decent cards. Doesn't work that way. I can only run the cooler crank that creates a cooler in the atmosphere. Where it lands, there's no telling. I'm an agent of chaos, nothing more.
Again, guys, Dabasinkas calling UTG +3 with Jack 7 of hearts versus that early open. It's just, you're always going to be in trouble here, mate. This is far, far too wide. Once again, Bull waking up in the big blind with a hand very easy to 3-bet squeeze, especially given the fact Roth has been so aggressive in opening such a wide range himself. Very, very different scenario. Opening with a wider range with a big stack. Much more effective strategy than playing passively and calling with weak hands from poor positions. Jack 7 of hearts already in massive trouble here pre-flop, even without the wake up with ace-king. And there is another 3-bet from Bull with a perfectly reasonable hand. The only way I can see Roth continuing here is if he chooses to 4-bet bluff. I think Bull has shown he's capable, but I think it's also totally fine just to raise fold ace-7 too. One thing to have a wider range in these scenarios, but you do need to taper the aggression somewhat. Otherwise, you end up dwindling your stack too quickly. That's fair. I think that honestly, 4-betting there would be perfectly reasonable. It might be better to do it with a combination of ace-X, where you can make the wheel draw. For example, ace-5 being the obvious one. We all know the ace-5 of spades. Artisanal sourdough going to sneak in there once in a while as a 4-bet bluff, if you think your opponent is capable of 3-betting light from the big blind as a squeeze.
So although we think that Dabasinkas has more than 4,100, so did we, just to go over the chip denominations, yellows are 1,000, those greens are 5,000.
Could have used the 25K chip. Oh, would have been such a good reference.
Oh, yeah. Could have done the one chip rate.
Yeah, 18.5. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Would have looked so strong.
That white chip is the 25K.
Yeah.
Yep.
You teed me up for it as well.
Yeah, I said
so I am actually slightly colorblind, Joey. I didn't know if you knew that about me.
I fumbled it.
I did not.
So not so colorblind that I don't see any differentiation, but when I look across the table, it's really difficult to make out the difference between some of those colors.
Like a yellow and a white might be difficult.
It's usually like a blue and a green,
there you go,
like
right?
a blue-green situation. That's quite common, isn't it? Even sometimes like the blacks and the blues.
I think sometimes even non-colorblind people struggle with some chip denominations, blacks and blues, and
I don't know what
certain hues of green and
right.
blue.
I don't know what it is, Joe. It's like whoever designs tournament chips in general, the colors that go with them. When you go to a cash game, it's like red, white, black, it's clear as day. And
they don't
it's,
need
and it's
as many
wonderful.
denominations, I think, maybe in a cash game, right?
That's
Usually
the
playing
thing.
2 denominations.
That's usually the thing, and that's what makes it a lot easier, I imagine. But sometimes you go to a tournament, they're like, oh, we've got shades of pastel.
Yeah.
And you go, why? Why have you done this to me?
Or there's like, it's a black chip with a white center and then a white chip with a black center, and you're like, unless you're looking at them from the top, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, it's just an additional barrier to information, which I really don't like. And I think that one of the reasons why I've really gravitated more towards cash over my career, just because when you go play live, it's very, very, very obvious.
Good enough.
Off with another strong hand, this time top pair.
I'm so Harmony in the chat says, and then you got a stack of Oreos next to you. Exactly. Is that 10K? No, it's 4 Oreos.
Yeah.
816.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
816. Late with this one.
Roth actually take a hand off. He did, folded under the gun.
Tom says he's more likely to call if he can win Oreos.
Tom, you know if you win money, you can just buy Oreos.
How much did you win? 100 packs of Oreos?
Call.
So we had a limp in from Tobin. Griffin's going to check 3 high. Use tray suited. And we've got a board. Oh boy, nice try, Tobin. Unfortunately, Griffin's flopped the world here. Bottom pair, flush draw. We've all done it. We've all been like, he probably missed this. It's hard to make a pair or a flush. Nope, not in this case. You ran right into it. Turn card is a tray. No chance Griffin folds now. However, Tobin with a draw of his own.
6.
2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2. And looks like we're going to have a quicker call this time from Griff. River. I said. All right, I'm gonna go back to my room. Just let me know when they deal the river.
River.
Okay, I'm back. Did they put the river out? Oh, Griffin hasn't called yet. I see.
Ooh, might be considering a raise. Nope, calls.
Not a great card.
Wow.
For Griff.
10.
Oh,
wow.
Tobin. That's 10K. That's less than half the pot. And Griffin maybe could sniff this out. Does indeed.
Yes.
Too fast of a bet from Tobin.
Let's go.
Griffin gets him.
Let's go, Griff.
I tried and I failed.
I think if he had taken a little bit more time, like he was actually deciding what size value bet to make, maybe more of a chance Griffin folds. Also, you know, if you're going to rep a straight there, you probably go for a little bit more than half pot, right?
Yeah, I think he pretty much had it figured out. I mean, not just that, it's just I think on the river, he's getting a really good sort of pot, pot price.
That's what I mean.
It's getting really good pot odds there just to go, yeah, I don't know, whatever. Good luck if he made the straight somehow.
Yeah.
That's, whatever, it's fine. Nice hand, Griff. Very cool little pickup. Dabasinkas, UTG with 5-4 of hearts. Looks like he's made a raise. 5-4 of hearts, UTG. Not approved of the normal ranges, but is going to successfully get around the table. I think it's perfectly fine to have a few suited connectors there, but shallower stacked, and of course, we prefer to have hands like 8-7 of hearts there, 8-9 of hearts. Those are the preferred UTG opens. 9-10 of hearts getting there too, of course. The Grafton sneaking in there quite often.
Glubo97 asks, is the James sweat still on, or is it just for his first bullet? Actually, James is on his third bullet right now. The free roll did happen because he played day 2. I guess he tweeted that he's out. I was waiting for the 30 minutes to catch up from when I got a text from him saying he was out, but I guess he tweeted it already. He is no longer in the tournament. It's amazing that James will be the first person to jump down someone's throat for not respecting the 30-minute delay, but when he's in, he's like immediately tweeting it. Anyway, there is no 4 for James, unfortunately. The good news is, my baby, is that the free roll is happening regardless. We made it happen. We did not have to crowdsource the third buy-in. The PokerStars Fat Cat came through, and we got a hand developing here with Roth getting OOL yet again. Feldstein open, Ace-King offsuit.
Poker players in the main event, if you'd registered through Luxon,
Getting 3-bet by Roth in the small blind, 8-6 suited. And I just wonder if anyone has been getting information from the stream about how loosey-goosey Roth has been.
The winners are going to receive their buy-in to next year's main event, Irish Open 2024. So if you bought in using Lexon, make sure you have your sticker on visible, because they are going to do a random draw on the first break, and whoever gets the random draw will win their buy-in to next year's main event. If you need a Luxon sticker, make your way out to the promotional desk, and they will have one for you.
Feldstein responds with an all-in. Roth is pretending as if he might be getting the right price here.
It's 36,200. That's how much I allowed to now.
23. 23.
It seems like he's really thinking about it.
Got a call.
What?
23, yeah?
What?
23.
What?
60 total. Okay.
So 23.
It's showdown.
Roth makes the call with 8-6 suited. I mean, 23,000, I guess, isn't a ton with the point blind 1,600, but this is a little loose.
I'd say this is definitely gambly. Significant number of big blinds here to be getting it in. Still has significant equity, though.
7-7 tray, Ace-King holding. Turn is an ace. Lock it up for Feldstein. There you go. Justice.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know if the chips were spot on correct like we were discussing, but, I mean, potentially it was a lot less than we don't know, but I think that that was going to be a wider one regardless.
23,000 we know was the call, so that's what? 10 big blinds. 13, 14 big blinds, something like that. Doesn't seem terrible, but it does seem a little loose. Roth now down to 127 bigs. Feldstein up to 47 at 75,600. Yeah, some folks noticing that the 3-bet was pretty big, so not as crazy as it looks when you just look at the hands.
Yeah, once the 3-bet was there, quite possibly has the correct equity call. Those, those suited gappy connectors, suited connectors do well against hands like ace king.
Yeah,
right?
you're not doing terribly against ace king.
So with that much involved already, I think probably reasonable.
Just always shocking to me, someone calling it off any size all in with 8 high. Griffin, king 4 suited. And wow, okay. I mean, so Tobin limped, Jack 10. Griffin limped, king 4 suited. Roth is limping 7 tray offsuit.
Man, the action on this table is wild.
Chat Pro Saturday chiming in here. Eric says that was an ICM punt.
You're absolutely right.
Totally correct.
Oh dear.
And Dabasinska makes it 7,500. And I heard at least one call. That one coming from the original limper, Jack 10. And Dabasinska flops a full house.
Okay. There you go. There you go. Now protect your hand.
Tobin waiting for a count. This does not look like a lot of chips is the issue.
Is it just under pot, Joe? Something like that?
What is the amount that this would have to be to call with Jack 10 here?
I mean, if you think you got 2 overcards in your live, that's 6, 12.
3.
You need
You
need to get about 25. You need about 25%. Something
Wait,
like
what
that.
were you representing?
I had a pair.
What were you representing?
That's
Roth had the 7 tray. That's right.
And that's why I raised a lot.
Yeah.
I had a pair.
Protection was quad 3s.
So it
was 1 in
quads
1,000 shot.
one time a year.
I
think
a tournament you can have once, if you hit it.
3 trees on the flop. Very Irish flop that was.
That was a very, very
Irish
Irish
flop
flop.
of all time.
A little forest.
3 trees, rainbow.
Call.
Trees and a rainbow. The most Irish flop ever. There you go, guys. That's one. I think that's a new thing. We're going to make that a thing. Roth now with the aces. He's been so aggressive thus far. Tobin coming in with the limp again, though. We are really seeing all of it. What's up, Rory Jennings? Welcome, sir. Great commentary. Thank you, sir. It's very kind of you. Oh, man, Tobin, when he plays these limps and he's just getting squeezed and isolated by Roth all day, he's going to get action. And if they find a top pair, Roth is going to do some serious damage to these stacks. Harwood calling the ISO in the big blind with 7-5 of clubs.
Wow.
Okay, we're going threads up, and it is ace high.
Ace high being top set for Roth.
Top sets. Checks it. Pair of 7s now for Harwood.
Harwood giving it a think with the 7. I don't really think your 7's that good here, buddy. I don't even need to see the hold cards. You call it 7-5. You call it the suited 1 gapper. You better have a lot more than 1 pair by the turn. Yeah-oh. And this is going to be a raise.
Wow.
What are you repping with this raise, Nick? Ace 7? Pocket 7s? Van Hampu says exactly 7-7, and that's a 10 of diamonds on the river. So flush, potential flush comes in. The royal, hey, set of aces could be up against king jack of diamonds here, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what he's trying to rep is a set of 7s on the turn, I should say. But he's going to give it up now.
He should try repping a hand that beats a set of aces. That would be the best way to bluff this pot.
All in.
Roth jams, and you can't blame him because...
I mean, Harwood's repping like he's real strong, right? So it's he really feels like he can get max, and might even be a set over set scenario given the way the action was played. Obviously, that was kind of what he was trying to rep on the turn there.
But what a day for Roth. Mashing, 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 calls it off a little light for a small pot, and then just picks up a monster and gets bluffed into. I mean, how often do you flop a set of aces and make bank?
Yeah, exactly.
Rarely.
Definitely got some action there. I don't know. I feel like if I'm in Harwood's shoes, I'm seeing a very aggressive opponent in Roth, so I can appreciate maybe trying to get in the mix there with a hand like 7-5 of clubs. But when a super aggressive player checks an ace-queen high flop, alarm bells are going off because it really feels like a great spot for them to c-bet bluff you a lot and very aggressively. Maybe he's putting Roth on a queen, maybe some kings, I don't know, something like that. It's really, really unusual. Such an interesting table to follow, though, so far. So pocket 5's opening this pot here. Feldstein, UTG. Dabesinkas just loving it. Calling in the cutoff with Jack 3 of hearts, just in every pot. VPIP through the roof.
But PFR 0.
Exactly. The distribution here not looking great. It does come Jack 3-10, though. Our guy.
Oh, my God. How many times have we seen people involved in pots at this table that have no business being in hands and just flop huge?
17K in the middle. What's the size from Dabesinkas? He's doing the right thing by betting here. I hope it's big, though. 6,000 seems good.
Harwood's got significant equity against him.
Yeah, he does indeed. Absolutely. Plenty of ways to win.
A lot higher than it should be, given that. Okay, all the straight outs are live. Okay, that makes sense.
Looks like Harwood's going to play this one aggressively. All in call. So 2 pair versus 2 overs in a straight draw. In this case, 2 overs not really doing a whole lot for him. Going to need to really improve here.
Yeah.
Not expecting to run into 2 pair against Jack 3 of hearts. Not a combination he expects. Jack 3 at risk.
44% still seems like so much.
I think that might be a little bit more than it is in reality. King on the turn. Plenty more out now.
Now, I mean, now it seems reasonable.
Oh, the running king balls, and Dabesinkas is eliminated.
That was brutal.
Very unfortunate. I mean, really got to feel for Dabasinkos there. Gets it in good.
Let that Daba sinks us out? No. Let that sink in? No.
I mean, that's the problem with playing.
That's why it's better on TV. I'm not really very good live.
This is the problem with having hands like Jack 3 there. Even when you smack the flop,
it's quite susceptible.
Even when you land it, even when you land the kick flip, you still got a hold in a lot of situations. King Queen with very significant equity and impetus to get it in. GG, sir.
I mean, look, Nick, sometimes Jack 3 offsuit doesn't hold up.
True, and sometimes it does. So anyway, respect to our guy, Dabasinkos. On to the next one. We now have 871 players remaining in this Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
Roth still getting ridiculously out of line. Three-betting King Deuce offsuit from the open from Bull with Queen Jack off. And arguably, I don't know. I don't know how light I'm going to be opening under the gun, knowing Roth's tendencies to three-bet.
Because you thought they were 10.
Yeah. It's like the most mysterious stack of all time.
Roth gets
whites
Queen Jack
right in the middle at the bottom.
Nah, he doesn't have whites. He's not that cool.
I have them in my pocket.
Yeah, that's why you're going like this before. Pocket in the whites.
Just change that, please.
Thank you.
Griffin Benger, UTG +1.
And let's see if Roth goes after him. No, just flats ace-10. Bull likely not get involved. There you go. All right, so it's the most experienced player at the table versus the most aggressive player at the table.
I was short. I punted it off with it. They're in a hand. Good luck. Good to see you.
I love that.
Love that.
Griffin is going to continue. 3,600. And here comes the call from Roth. Another king on the turn. Let's see if Griffin double barrels.
I think this is really tricky. Your opponent's going to have a king plenty. They're going to have pocket pairs that they just hate folding on the paired turn.
I mean, you might not even get ace high to fold when they see the board pair king also.
Yeah, and with the 10 on the river, I think that's pretty much RIP this hand for Griff. I'm not sure if Griff is the kind of player that's going to try and represent a bet check bet line with a king. That just doesn't add up if from such an accomplished player. Ace-10 is good. I'm surprised we didn't see a bet from the ace-10 from Roth. I mean, sometimes you're going to run into some bigger pairs that are concerned about your opponent having a king. But again, I don't know if your opponent in position is ever going to check back a king on that turn too often. So overall, might have found a value bet there if you're Roth. But check seems good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
mean, we've seen a lot of Roth's tendencies with no hand. And then we've seen his tendencies with a hand that has flopped very well, but we haven't seen his tendencies with like a middling hand, kind of like that. I mean, in that situation, it's pretty strong, but...
Jack and Chris McGuire and stuff are in Canada at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know.
I don't know if Ewan's with them or... Yeah, for sure.
Your band noticing 200 people gone in 2 hours, reasonable pace. Well spotted.
Guys, I try to slide one hand.
Yep.
See if it works.
Dropping very quickly here.
Works. That seems like it works.
Masterpiece.
Beautiful.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Haven't heard much from Storbo lately.
He's going to raise it up here. We haven't heard much from Feldstein either. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Storbo's opened up that range from the cutoff here, Joe.
Maybe.
Thinks he's a little bit of a soft button there, pushing straight across him.
And Roth had already folded.
Indeed. Yeah, once he got Roth out of the mix.
Tobin defends with deuces, queen, queen, 9. Deuces on their way to Counterfeit City. And, well, deuces have a full house now, actually.
Yeah, I think...
my how things change.
Player like Tobin probably wants to just go ahead and lead here. Does 10K! Hello.
That's a overbet.
It is a very slight overbet, and I mean, so far from Tobin, what we've seen is big bullshit poker, big bet poker. I got a hand. Here's 10K. How do you feel? Next hand, please. Yeah. Storbo's like, you're not even giving me an opportunity to do anything here, man. You're really taking me out of the mix here.
How much is the golden chip?
Everyone's just having themselves a fine time here in Dublin.
Fantastic.
It's a vibe.
It's definitely a vibe. Irish poker, I'm telling you, people. You've never been.
All in.
This is the way.
Astoria shoving queen jack. And this 8K shove makes sense if you're going to shove queen jack from this position. I feel like this chip stack is pretty close.
Sure.
And it gets through.
Yep. Finally, time to take a stand. Going to be a significant pickup with such a short stack.
Main event dealers, there is no push in the main event. No push in the main event. Dealers, if you're going to push.
What if someone heard that announcement and thought that it meant you can't move all in? The guy in the loudspeaker said no push.
Did you hear that story from the World Series of Poker this year or last year where they said, "Hey, can you color up the tables?" And they started sorting them by sorting them by denomination.
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, they just collected everyone's chips and put them in racks.
Yeah, racked them up by color. There will be no push here in Ireland. It's just not how we do things around here.
So sick.
Call.
Tobin likes to employ the limp.
All in.
All in.
You want the gold chip?
Yeah, I want the golden one.
So Tobin limped, Griffin called, Roth jammed queen 4.
Have a chip gone.
And Tobin and Benger fold.
And Roth is just savage,
Sounds
mate.
fair already.
Absolutely savage poker from our friend Roth here today, and I'm here for it. I'm here to witness it.
Which line on here?
I think Twitch chat has it right. Queen 4 off, gangster exploit versus the limps. I would agree.
We're definitely changing session.
Normally, yeah.
Normally, okay.
I guess maybe all in is what has to happen. I mean, because I'd be like, well, you could just like 4x it and probably accomplish the same thing. But people are peeling some pretty funky hands, so maybe you do have to shove.
Sometimes you just gotta put a man to a decision for all of his chips.
All right, despite the fact that it's Chat Pro Saturday, I can't allow comments like Roth is a big dirty fish. Let's just use that as like the max. Let's just take it down one notch from there, okay?
I'm in love with Roth's play so far today, you guys. I've got to be honest. I disagree with that. Also, yeah, let's not keep it personal. Let's keep personal comments out of it. A small clean whale is acceptable, yes.
Yeah, I'll let a small clean whale fly.
Roth, the small clean whale. Small filthy anchovy. Liking the creativity, you guys.
Small and anchovy is redundant. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Bull UTG +2 going to open up here.
Anders asks, status on Fenton. Nick, do we have a status on Fenton?
I believe we do.
Thank you for your question.
Cool.
Apparently the headline is easy with aces.
That is the headline. If you don't follow him on Twitter, there is an update. Sounds like a pretty cool spot.
All right, so we've gone to the flop, Bull v. Harwood. Harwood in the big blind. Flop's gut shot, but the bad end of it. The 9, no good. 9, no good in this situation. Well, not for Harwood, at least. It's a pretty easy fold. IMO. Look, I'm not above drawing to a gut shot. I love drawing to a gut shot. I've made more gut shots in my life than open enders. You just don't want to draw to this gut shot. You know why? Because people love jacks. They love having a jack in their hand. They don't like pocket jacks.
They do.
They love having a jack in their hand. Think about it.
People do.
Jack 9, Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack, Jack 8, Jack 7. People love jacks.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't see that. Yeah.
Bull back in the mix here. ETG +1 got the Cowboys. Same again, 3.5? 3.5 to make you laugh?
Jack Daniels, that's right. Heat 27.
Oh, 3.5 to make you laugh. Easy game. Folds round to the cutoff. Roth isn't going to be in this one. Harwood, small blind, suited ace.
Ooh, you gonna join us? Baby.
Definitely seen him getting in the mix here. Sometimes with hands as weak
I don't
as
believe
like
you.
7-5 of clubs from out of position. So let's see a call here. Might see a raise here. Looks like a call. Never mind. 3-bet to 14K. And I think Bull is going to love this action.
Yes, indeed. No bull.
So pot will be something in the region of 28,000 if he just flats here. Probably not unreasonable to actually get the chips in on later streets if he plays it slow. They are on the deeper side here, Joe. I think generally speaking we see 4-betting here more often than we see flatting at the stack depth. So if he is going to have a 3-bet from position, probably going to be something in the region of 35,000, something like that. Although that is a huge portion of his stack. Maybe even smaller. $32,000.
I like the fact that Bull's taking his time. We've seen some players act pretty briskly, we'll say, at various points here, and I think it's been to their detriment.
There it is.
Did we get it?
28-6.
Hooray.
28-6, even smaller. Love to see it. Love to see it. Looks like the thought process is there. Does take it down. Pretty significant pickup at non-showdown there.
Appreciate it. How can you afford to the gray one?
Scared me off.
Duh. He's willing to put that in there. He's willing to put his life on the line for his hand.
Yeah, that's true. Like, only aces.
Only aces.
No, it was aces.
Kings fold instantly.
No, the kings just use the other chips.
No, he folded the kings.
He folded the kings.
As opposed to Griffin, who uses other people's cards.
Raise. 4. Raise to 4. Cool. Pass. Pass, pass. Cool. Pass.
All right, so Tobin opened.
Yeah.
Benger calls, Storbo calls, both hoping to hit a set. Neither do. Tobin flops up and down. Who's just firing out here immediately? Tobin. And is going to get all the folds in the world.
Yep, big bet poker. Got to get me one of those Irish Open patches, Joe. Those are cool.
So someone asked if I was going to play this next year, make it a tradition of having the commentators play day one and be on the feature table, and absolutely not. Not if I don't get to keep the money. I'm good. No, thank you. I'd rather just play like, what if I just ran super hot in this tournament and I couldn't keep any of the money? I would be so mad at the charity. I would make it my goal to end whatever charity the money was going to before they could cash the check.
All in.
So I just have no interest in playing. I would rather buy into my own tournament somewhere else and run hot there.
Okay, fine. I'll play next year. The difference is I can actually keep the money, you guys, because I would be repping Team Pro and external to the company, of course.
And then Raksha asked, didn't Barry Greenstein donate all his tournament winnings to charity back in the day? Yes, that is true. He used to win so much in Bobby's room playing cash games that anytime he won a tournament, he would donate 100% of his winnings. And there was even one year, I wasn't working at the time, but he went deep in a tournament and he gave $500 to everyone in the media.
Really quick, though, Joe.
Absolutely.
Aces versus kings versus queens.
Big cooler here. Wow. Picked the wrong time to answer that question.
Yes, indeed.
Cool.
Oh,
wow. Harwood trap activated.
Wow.
Harwood trap activated. Lastoria does have aces, but the smallest stack by far, and Harwood has managed to trap Storbo like a treat.
Straight out of the fridge.
4 outs.
What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen?
Now, if a king spikes, there's no side pots to work out.
Everyone loves a chop pot, question mark?
I mean, I don't know how you would chop all club board.
Exactly.
887. Look, the dealer's nervous. Oh, God, how did I deal? How did I do this? You did it again. You coolered the whole table.
7.
9, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that a straight on board? No, huh? No way to chop this. River. All right. Board runs out clean. Aces hold. Storbo will be eliminated with the queens. Lastoria is going to triple up more than, and Harwood is going to win a really nice side pot off of Storbo.
Yeah, really nice play there from Harwood. Has the presence of mind just to find a flat there. It's already a significant all-in, right? So just calls an oversized all-in, basically. So it's oversized open, if you imagine that. Storbo finds the hand to squeeze it in, does put it in, and Harwood slams that trap down. That's the real pickup here. Harwood stacking up a lot of chips there despite losing the main pot to aces.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Have you been on the table before? Okay, just.
Folding kings
Ross still crushing more than twice the chips of Harwood, who's doing just fine himself.
Yeah.
I'm going to read a Chat Pro Saturday question, more of a question than a comment here. This is from Money Bulk, who says, for the information, I was wondering, I know that James Hartigan is, how the tournament did GJ Reggie play in the Irish Open main event?
Right, 3008.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for your question.
Chat Pro Saturday.
Great question on Chat Pro Saturday.
Cool.
Harwood back in the mix. Roth back in the mix, I should say, opening that queen 7 off UTG +1. He's like, I haven't played a hand in like, I don't know, 3 minutes. Here he goes. Harwood calling in position. Tobin defending his big line with Jack-6 off. I'm not sure if this is the way you want to go here. Not a hand that plays well multi-way. In fact, very poorly. Dealer's snapping him down. 8 of hearts, king of hearts, 9 of clubs. Sorry, Joe.
It's all right.
7.
And Roth really just doesn't seem to mind what the flops are, turns are, pre-flop, ranges, who's repping what, who's supposed to have more of that. No, just bet. Oh, all right. First shots of the rest of this tournament. We got Tom Parsons, Fred Poker, repping Paddy Power Poker in seat 1 there. Seat 2 is a very familiar face, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head. And then you will recognize the fella on the right side of your screen. Not the one that looked right down the barrel of the camera. Come on, dude. Act like you've been there before. Benny Glauser, front and center there, who seemingly can't stop winning tournaments.
The Glazer Beam.
Benjamin Labor was the person I recognized. We must have done some commentary on Benjamin recently. Yes. Really, really likable. Great story. Deaf, if I remember. And had surgery, now can hear. Yes, I remember. Great story.
Recall.
$30, $32,
And
$36.
Bull opening with a suited ace. It looks like Griffin has 3-bet from the big blind. Oh, Griffin shoved. Not a huge stack for Griffin. Obviously, it was just 33,000. The big blind, 16,000. It's about 20 bigs. 1,600, excuse me, 20 bigs.
Ray on the line.
And
pretty sick to get dealt that after you walked the last button. I was like, he's raising 100% here.
Yeah.
And Griffin flops an up and down draw. Still needs to hit something, though, to stay alive in this event. Ace high, technically out in front, despite Griffin being the statistical favorite. Turn card is a 5. Griffin's got to hit the river.
Come on, Griff.
Charlie's my brother's name.
Oh. He always still manages to be funny in these spots. Griffin bricks it all. Benger, bummer. Your boy,
Grays are
Griffin
hard
B.
to get. The grays are hard to get.
I've got more backup, you know, so I can protect the white, you know.
It's hard to miss that many outs.
All right.
If only he hadn't had his hand mucked in that big blind. He'd have 2 big blinds left right now.
See, I told you that would come back to bite him.
Attention all players registered in our JP Masters freeze zone. Your tournament is starting in about 10 minutes.
Not the first time I've seen Griffin totally card dead at a feature table.
If your seat has not been allocated, please see one of the floors. We're playing on the left side of the room and using the blue clocks.
The A7 call off for 20 big blinds. Can we get mad at that?
I think it was less than 20.
Was it for 33,000, right? So 1,600 big blind.
Yeah, just a smidge less.
I'm just saying, if that's us, if you're a Griffin, can you be like, oh, nice call, the A7?
Yeah, it's with the big blind ante. Yeah,
he didn't seem that bad.
No, I think it seems pretty reasonable.
Guys, please make sure you always put your cards in the little box as soon as you get there, man.
All right, we'll do it.
Okay.
Down to 810 players, and I think this is a new player at the table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seat 7. So that means that's Patrick White.
Patrick White, indeed.
From the US of A, taking the seat of Lucas Davasinskas. Patrick White. Jatoot says that middle spot feels so empty without Griffin. I agree. But he's always around, you know?
14?
Yeah.
He's never far.
Hanging around.
Roth getting out of line as per usual. 3-betting with ace-4. Now, technically, that was better than the original open.
White with the cold call and the big blind is going to have position against Roth now.
And flops the nuts.
Wow, that is a very nice flop for ace-jack diamonds.
Roth not typically one to slow down. Having a diamond in his hand also speaks to that point. 8.5 is the bet.
8,500.
And that's a really small bet. That's a quarter pot bet.
Quick call.
Snap called by White, who's going to double check his hand.
I'm not sure if White wants to see more diamonds to get more action or if he doesn't here. I mean, Ross improver. He's going to continue. 25K.
25,000, the dream. Oh my God.
This is a very, very nice spot for White. That pot is getting very big very quickly, especially if he just flats here. Will have just over pot behind if he makes the call.
He does make the call. Is Roth finally going to run into the buzzsaw? Oh no, that's a raise. That's a raise. Does he think they both flop flushes?
Almost a full 3x raise on the turn as well.
I mean, if this works, I'll be very impressed. I will rescind my condescending tone. Nope, did not work.
No, I think you keep flatting.
And White's going to be pretty happy with that pot.
Yeah,
regardless. You don't really think about the value you lost out on there.
Still a very juicy pot.
For one session, or what's
Joe, I wonder if
you got to protect against sets. 2 pair.
That's how you would do that. Yes. However, I wonder, Joe, if White had been at this table from the start of play today,
true.
Maybe he would have gone. Actually, this guy's a maniac. I can just call him here. He's going to have a really wide range. Maybe he's thinking a player like this barreling off is going to be significantly stronger. Need to protect my hand now, but not a lot you got to protect from when you got the flush there.
New player at the table just in time. You're right, though, by the way. We have the benefit of having seen Roth just be a complete boss all day long. Seat 1, Daniel Rohrbasser from the UK. welcome to the table.
Speaking of kings, Harwood in the mix. Lastoria wakes up with 9s. This might be GG for Lastoria, Joe.
Whoa. Everybody with something, and Lastoria all in again, and this is not likely to work out.
No, and Lastoria falling into sort of the same trap as we saw with the 10s earlier.
So players, if you signed up for the JP Masters, we're just about 5 minutes away before we kick off your event. Please start taking your seats.
Cool.
Players in the main event.
Harwood makes the
Just
call.
over 8 minutes, you guys are going to go on a break. At that time, we're going to do a chip race.
Patrick White does have the backdoor royal flush draw. Of course, the king of diamonds belongs to Harwood. Has the backdoor nut flush draw. Has second pair. Has a draw to Broadway.
Makes the right folds.
Does fold, and Lastoria, yeesh.
Lastoria does so much better just getting this in pre-flop, Joe. It's just waiting for a 10-jack-queen flop just to get it in with the bottom end of the straight. Just doesn't feel good. You're going to have the best hand so often here. I think it's just got to go in pre and hope for the best. 9's too strong.
Oh,
that's one way to do it.
My goodness. How?
How many lives you got left?
9 lives.
Nice hand, 9s. Well done.
I mean, how do they do it?
Aces for the triple, 9s versus kings. The bottom end of the straight peels, Joe. And our guy Lastoria is back in the mix here.
Hachi-machi.
Hachi-machi, indeed.
It's Corey.
Do you say like we break the table afterwards?
Yeah.
Noticing that even Ace Jack.
Not breaks, but we're not on the feature table next
True.
session.
Yeah.
So we'll move table. Same players.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
John Delano's right. That never happens online.
Griffin's busted, you know.
PokerStars, am I right? Oh, wait.
So I hear these players discussing that they'll no longer be the feature table. And I wonder if we didn't have a little hint at what the next feature table was going to be when we looked out into the field. Wink, wink. Is that, yeah, wink, wink? Cool, I like that. Do you guys remember who was at that table?
New player at the table here anyway. Daniel Rohrwasser from the UK. Now in seat 1, gonna open the first hand. He plays Queen Jack of Hearts.
Top pair for Rohrwasser. Welcome. Welcome to the Turble. Dano Chris says Pred and Benny on the feature table would be lovely viewing. Since it's Chat Pro Saturday, that has to be right. But also, it is legitimately right.
That would also be very cool. Big fan of both of those guys.
And don't forget Benjamin Labor, who was very chatty and very fun. I guess if you recently developed the ability to hear, you would probably talk to as many people as you could at all times.
Absolutely. Also, hashtag fun fact. Pred, a.k.a. Tom Parsons. I actually brought him into his first ever live tournament here in Dublin some years ago. That was 2019. Look at him now.
You love taking credit for Tom Parsons.
I've told that
I can't wait for him to go on a tri-state killing spree, and then you're going to be like, ooh, I never heard of him.
I really didn't know him that well, if I'm honest. Must be coming up to a break pretty soon, guys.
Crazy Carl with a Chat Pro Saturday comment. Dealer switch. Good job, Carl. There was a dealer switch.
Well spotted.
Nothing gets by you.
Call.
A lot of limping at this table. Pocket 9s for White, who brings the... Oh, wait, no, it wasn't a limp. It was a raise. Okay. It was Tobin who limped. And Tobin has been limping quite a bit.
Yes.
White raising to 7,000. Harwood with pocket tens. Also calls.
Call.
This limping is not only fun for the limper, when we sometimes have limps around, but it makes the raise need to be bigger. It makes these pots really bloated. Jack high flop, tens ahead, gut shot for 6-5, backdoor hearts.
It's very nice. Like finally, like
Got another new player. John Adderley from the UK.
Only got 3 minutes on the table though.
Yeah.
They will change it.
Yeah.
Probably can still smell Griffin Benger's deodorant.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Just kidding, he doesn't wear deodorant.
3 minutes or so.
I've had enough teammates. I hate the picture.
Ocho on the turn.
White now with the diamond draw. And he's going to bet.
8,000.
White's going to fire.
Cool.
Harwood makes the correct call.
Weird seeing you at the poker table, not behind the commentary.
Diamante is not working for him. 4 spades. Nice and clean. I think White's going to be quite happy to just get to showdown.
Check, yeah.
Yep, Harwood's good.
Oh, wow.
Well played, Harwood. Not going his way.
So you can hear there's lots of announcements happening right now. There's a few other tournaments starting, but really we're getting prepared for the first break of the day. And there's going to be a chip
He goes
race.
to me yesterday, he goes, we should jump in and do some comms. I was like, you got no chance of me. I'm doing any while I'm off.
Didn't he bag chippy on that
Yeah.
I heard about an Andy. I'm just fucking saying for what I've been told. Crazy.
4-bet coup, just upset versus nut straight.
Christ.
Oh.
Ultimate cooler.
How do the half live in it?
So Harwood, speaking of commentary, and Knotsney writes in with a little hashtag fun fact, Jay Harwood does commentary for the GUKPT.
That's right, yeah.
Cool.
We've only got 2 minutes left on the future, John, so we need to make the most of it, you know?
What was the point? Gotta get moved now, you know what I mean?
If you've got any jokes, you know, just reel them off, you know?
I have put it all out.
We had a good flop earlier. It was like 3-3-3. It was like 3 trees. Like the most Irish flop of all time, you know.
Anyway, as I was saying before that little fun fact, there's going to be a chip race during the break, so it's probably going to be a slightly longer break than usual. And by slightly, I mean twice as long, thereabouts. Oh, it's only going to be 15 minutes total? 13 minutes? Oh, okay.
Our guy White doesn't mind getting in the mix here. Harwood checks the 5-6-8. Harwood just gives it straight up. That's quite interesting, yeah. I mean, it is going to be difficult to play against an aggressive opponent from out of position there. But check, give up, unexpected. With a decent middle pair. Middle pair.
Oh my God, we're down to 0 players. What happened? How did we miss that? No one is left in the tournament.
800 way all in.
Oh, and after the break, we're going to have a fella making his poker commentary debut. Comedian and actor Michael Ian Black will be joining us on Guest Comms after the break.
Players, please go ahead and sell those black chips to the chip leader at the table. Players, this is a 30-minute break. We do
Oh, and children's book author.
And we need to give our dealers a break.
I forgot that
so the
part.
faster you get out of the tournament area,
And
the
adults
faster we
book
can come back to
author.
play.
He does both.
Actively involved in the chip race, we do ask
Sorry,
that you
adults
exit
book
the
sounds
area.
weird. It isn't written any
Or-
Penthouse Forum
If
books,
you're actively
to my
watching the
knowledge.
chip race, you're more than welcome to stay.
Bull v. Harwood to this flop cutoff versus big blind, 8-10-10. Bull has missed about as hard as you can. Racks being passed out. This table will be headed back out into the field to make way for our new featured table. Once again, Tom Parsons, Benny Glauser.
Chip race here.
Sorry, mate.
Players, we do ask that you
Featured table chip contest. We say goodbye to these players and send them back into the wild. Roth, despite playing very wild, has managed to stay pretty steady with a massive chip stack. Warbasser was new to the table, didn't see much from him. So we're gonna go on around a 15-minute break. Gotta do the chip race. More after this.
David Pomeroy from England in the one seat with a stack of 474,000. In seat 2, we have an Irish player with a stack of 89,000. It is Jim Reed.
Jim Reed.
We have a celebrity in seat 3, Michael Greco. Beppe from EastEnders.
Oh, wow.
And in seat number 4, we got a player from Cork, Ireland, with 163,000.
Michael O'Sullivan, another Irish player, is in seat 4 with 163k. Joe Rafferty is from Northern Ireland. He's got 548k. I believe he is the chip leader coming into this 8-handed final table. Henrik Olander from Sweden has 209,000 in chips at the start of play. Pete Haslam from England with a stack of 307,500. And last but by no means least, Mats Gavitan from Sweden with 430,800. Time to shuffle up and deal at the EPT2 Dublin final table. The money, the trophy on the line, blinds 4,000, 8,000 with an ante of 800.
It's time to mix up all the cards and pass them out to the players.
One of whom is unbelievably Beppe DeMarco, as you just mentioned, James, from EastEnders, of course, famous UK sitcom, British sitcom. Joe, are you familiar with EastEnders at all?
I know of EastEnders. I managed to not get sucked into EastEnders while I lived there, or else I probably would have never left.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a fate that many have confined themselves to. It's on 4 or 5 nights a week and consumes many people in this country. Not sitcom, that's not what I meant. I meant soap opera, obviously.
It's a situation opera.
Yes. A ludicrous situation opera, it might be added. You don't want, the last place you want to be on Christmas is a soap opera. It's like five deaths, 3 divorces, all within a week.
Olander open pocket 8s. Rafferty re-raising with ace king. Are we gonna flip? No.
We're gonna see a fold. And first pot of this final table will head Rafferty's way with the ace king. It's a good hand, that. Very good hand.
That was a good hand. It was good by any day standards. Wait, so do you know EastEnders?
The DeMarcos are now deemed as something of a failure for EastEnders. This is the critical reception part of their Wikipedia page, Beppe DeMarco's Wikipedia page. Let's hope things look up for him on this final table.
And we opened the pot to the raise 20,000.
So this was what? This was 2005 still? October 2005, James mentioned. So actually his last appearance in that aforementioned soap was 2002. So
okay.
we're 3 years past peak fame, I suppose.
He'll have a different kind of peak fame here when he looks at his whole cards.
Kings for Pomeroy. But an ace-high flop favors Orlando.
Gross flop for Kings.
Hey, Joe, do you know what?
Yeah.
There's always an ace, isn't there?
There's always an ace on the desk.
There's always an ace. And a bet from Orlando.
You know what I call pocket kings?
Queen attractors?
Ace magnets.
Ace that's so, and you know that's a good nickname because it's so damn true.
Right? There's like always an ace, and if it's not on the flop, it's on the turn or river.
Unless you're playing on PokerStars, where it'll be on the river, no doubt.
River stars,
as I like to call it. We actually have River Stars emote in the chat, ladies and gents, for you thriving subscriber community base here. By the way, at this time, 2005, every single poker forum thread asking for strategy advice was King, ace on flop. What now?
Ace is on the button.
And the replies would all be call one and fold turn. Actually, they'd be call one and reevaluate turn. As if the ace was going to somehow magically disappear.
You know, I reevaluated. It turns out the ace was actually a jack the whole time. Three ways to this flop. Top pair for Haslam. It is 8.
Pete bets 18,000.
Orlando with the bottom pair.
Yep.
Button folds. Back to Henrik.
Fold of the Queen Nine of Clubs, a modern day float candidate or raise candidate, probably.
Henrik raises. He's raising to 36,000.
Yeah, in 2005, it's Jack 4 that is the raise candidate.
To see where he is. And he finds out that he was behind, but also the other guy just folds top pair. In the bin. He can't stand that action. Applause from the crowd for one of the most mysteriously played hands of all time. Everybody did terribly. Well done. We now see also the reintroduction of the ante on this final table. Last final table that I commentated did not have an ante. Antes are back now. Why? Who knows?
Different strokes for different folks.
I wonder if we'll see any of the other members of the DeMarco family on the rail here, or whether Beppe was left out to dry at this point.
What are the other DeMarcos called?
Now, here's the thing, right? Beppe DeMarco's Wikipedia page, there's a good scroll to it. You know, storylines, character, reception, interaction with other EastEnders members. Michael Greco's Wikipedia page is basically played Beppe DeMarco in EastEnders from 1998 to 2002.
Oof.
Poker. Greco is a keen poker player. He also made the grand final of the 2006 Showbiz Poker event.
And re-raise from Henrik.
I have to get my hands on that event.
Showbiz Poker from 2006. You thought the level of play in this EPT main event was a little out of line with 2020 standards.
Are you saying there was an online site named Showbiz Poker then, or it was a poker event for showbiz people?
I think it was a showbiz. It sounds like it was a poker event, a TV show maybe for poker, like showbizy, pokery, crossover-y kind of deal.
Get a Hartigan to tell us more about it. He was the only one that was an adult in 2005.
You know, James is coming in and just like, yes, Showbiz Poker ran from here to here. We had these players on it. Was this produced by so-and-so?
O'Sullivan all in. Over the top.
Hey. And it's going to run into the jacks of Orlando, who is a significant favorite.
Ace 10. And the flop is deuce, check. And
that'll do that.
Full house of chess.
Flops him pretty much dead.
turn cards is a 7. It's all over. We know Michael
And we lose Olander. Excuse me, O'Sullivan.
We lose O'Sullivan.
In 8th place, 29,800 euros. Olander, not to be confused with O'Sullivan. Still in. Hey, Spraggy, you know what they do in Dublin if the rail gets too rowdy?
Is?
The tournament director gives them a top of the warning.
Hey, Joe, let me tell you, you're on fire today. You are absolutely on all cylinders, mate.
Jim announces boarding.
It's a shame you didn't bring similar energy to our Overcooked streams.
Explains why we don't do them anymore. All in from Jim Reed. Oh, hey.
I don't mind if you do, and I don't mind if you don't.
Complete indifference from Jim. Don't mind if you do, don't mind if you don't.
Kind of playing King Queen suited face up when he says that.
3 players behind me. The only thing.
What's this guy's name? Buca de Beppo?
Michael Greco. His character's name was Beppe DeMarco.
Beppe DeMarco, pained but folds.
And Queen's behind him. He said he was worried about some of the players still to act. As well, he might be. Queen's
Show referees announces call.
making an all-in from Rafferty. Reed, who previously said, don't mind if you do, don't mind if you don't. He definitely minds if he did.
King, Queen of Diamonds. 1 in hand for Jim.
Reed with 1 overcard. He is the player at risk.
Queens.
Old Joe Rafferty, the fave here.
And the flop done. Jack, 6.
Yours and my favorite. Jack high flop.
Jim, he needs a 9.
Very good for Reed.
Yeah, we got an up and down draw now for Reed. 1 diamond.
Here is the ace.
And that's the straight for Reed.
Jim, let's see the river card. It's a 9, and the wins is all in. Wow. Made a straight.
Did he like settle down his rail then? Like we can't. Hey, don't celebrate that. Is that like a tennis player when they hit the net and the ball trickles over and they're like, oh, sorry about that, mate. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he's like, we're not. That's a guy you can never be too cautious. His opponent was drawing dead to a chop. That's how I would be. I'd yell at my rail a lot.
If you were to ever make a final table, of course.
Can you imagine how... Actually, no one would probably show up for my rail.
Joe?
Just picture the sorts of behavior that I would have if you made a final table.
Yeah, disgraceful. Yeah,
I would, absolutely disgraceful.
Yeah, I'd give you a couple, maybe like 10 hands on the FT before you're forcibly removed from the venue.
At your request.
At my request, and screaming, I'm a commentator on this tour. You can't treat me like this. Do you know who I am?
Yes, that's why we're removing you.
We know exactly who you are, Mr. Stapleton. Hey, Joe, I'd come for your final table rail.
Thanks, buddy.
No matter where it was in the world. I can make that commitment very confidently safe in the knowledge that it will never happen.
See, whereas I would reach peak misbehavior 10 hands in, you would reach it like about 171 hands in.
As the alcohol takes grip.
Exactly. And you will get far worse than I ever would.
Eventually. Bad news for Michael Greco. He's been outflopped by the Queen Jack.
Very seductive turn card.
Well, Michael Greco's seen enough. He is all in with the 2 jacks.
And I think you're right, Ben. He's seen enough of this tournament. This is going to probably be the end for him. Hollander makes the call with a pair of queens.
One out once. Oh, dear.
It is always coming 7, even when it is not necessary. That'll do it for Michael Greco out in seventh. 39,800 euros.
After all his relationships end in disaster, Beppe ends up leaving the square for his mother's funeral.
We're down to 6 players. Joe Rafferty opened with pocket threes.
Gavitin with the queens behind.
Pomeroy wondering why he had 3,000 out in front of him. And it looks like a third player is about to get involved.
Jim Cole.
Yeah.
Interesting. Jim.
With the 4-5.
Let's see the flop, which is King 10, 6, 2 spades. Queen's still good, but can't love the king on board against 2 opponents.
No, and Reed miles away with the 4-5. Don't expect any further investment from him unless he picks up one of the backdoor draws on the turn. Seductively, as you mentioned, Joe, is the ace of diamonds. More bad news for Gavitin's queens, although he is still miles out in front. Nobody really wants to do anything on this board. Will any of them make a play at it? Check. Check, check. I think fair enough.
4-5.
Yeah, I don't think we can expect too much action on that board. Seems fine, Joe. Will you, dare I say, allow it?
I absolutely allow it. I think that having queens there, like, I don't know how he felt in the moment, but like in the present day when you have queens in that spot and you play it that way, you feel like such a tool. But really, it's perfectly reasonable. Like, it's just not a good board for you.
Yep.
So Olander, after knocking out a few players, still the decided chip leader here. 776,000. Gavitin in second place. Both Swedes occupying the number 1 and 2 spots right now on the leaderboard. Blinds are up 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. I guess that's one way to make Deuce 8 look more appealing, but it is still going in the muck. Olander folds as well. Haslam folds. Apparently this is Matt's Gavitin, although I only see one. Pomeroy gonna call the raise from Gavitin with King 10. And that flop is 10 high, 4 tray of spades to go with it. So Gavitin has a pair as well.
Yep, a little bit for both players here. And we do see a little more reluctance to fold with some of these more marginal hands in the 2005 era. We'll see how this one develops. Bet from Pomeroy.
Re-raise by David.
Excuse me. A bet from Gavitin and a raise from Pomeroy with the King 10. All in.
Wow.
He needs to see where he's at for all of his chips with second pair, apparently. And the King 10. The King 10 folds.
People had no idea for a while that they were playing Russian roulette with this style. Like, they just thought that they were incredible. Incredible moves being made.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't mean to laugh, but it is very funny. King 10, so the flop is 10-4-3. The 10 bets, sorry, the 4 bets, the 10 raises, the 4 shoves, the 10 folds.
Yeah, that happened.
And that is a danger. You know, a lot of these players are, it is that mindset of, I'm going to raise, see where I'm at, and then they shove, they're like, okay, well, I'm beat. But you're not going to be beat.
Henrik calls from the big blind. 2 players to see this flop.
We're going heads up to the flop. This time it's Olander versus Reed. King, queen, 8, 2 clubs. Flush draw for Reed.
Henrik checks.
Ace high, the best hand, but the statistical underdog.
50,000. Jim bets 50,000.
Jimmy Reed.
I'm all in.
And Henrik announces.
Olander is all in with the ace-7 high, no connection to the board. Reed snapping off with the 10 high draw. I guess he is fairly short in chips at this point, has the flush draw.
When you get snapped off here, how happy are you? He's in so much better shape than he should be.
This is one of those where if the ace-7 holds, it's just sickening. Oh, turns an ace. He's looking good for it, is Olander.
Yeah, Reed's going to have to hit the club now.
Jack, sorry, or a jack, bank straight. And it's a 6 of hearts, and we lose.
I like how he corrected Howard's outs he called out, as if one of the cards came that they wouldn't award him the pot. Jim Reed eliminated in 6th place, 49,600 euros, 5-handed.
So Olander extends his chip lead with that audacious play. A7 on king, queen, 8, commits his chips. Or rather, committed enough to eliminate Reed. And we're still seeing a kind of disregard for payout considerations. We're still seeing like a disregard for any kind of pot control or trying to manage size of pots. There seems to be a lot of quick action with any sort of equity. We've seen the best hand raise folded versus the worst hand. I think of all the final tables we've seen, actually, this one is probably most deviant in terms of its distance from 2020 strategy.
I think calling it a disregard is a little bit off, because like I don't disregard ghosts, Ben. I just don't know they exist.
Right, that stuff wasn't there to regard in the first instance. It's not that they're ignoring ICM, it's that no one understands it or appreciates it at this point.
It literally, quite literally doesn't exist yet.
Yes. Well, it does. But nobody knows. This is like pre the apple dropping on Isaac Newton's head. People weren't, like, gravity was a thing, but nobody knew what it was.
No one was disregarding it when they...
No, there weren't people floating around like, well, we haven't discovered gravity yet.
2 pair here for Gavitan. A better 2 pair for Olander on the turn. And Olander's like really crushing right now.
Yeah, has the chip lead held in the previous hand.
Yeah,
dominates his opponent here.
He's the other big stack, so...
And that's the thing, Gavitan's second in chips right now, right? So absolutely, his plan should be just to try and contain the size of the pot. Even though it's got a pretty strong hand, it is a scary board. He is behind to a lot. And actually, you know, bottom 2 pair here is very weak.
I would argue that maybe don't get involved in this hand in the first place against the other chip leader with 10-4 suited.
Right, you got it. It's a very decent fold, though. He does manage to get away.
Good fold, yeah. As played, good fold.
Yep, we like that. But Olander, as you say, still wins the pot, still moves from strength to strength at the top of our points count.
Sometime later, blinds now 7,500, 15,000 with a 1,500 ante.
Action on Matt's folds. David raises 60,000.
Pomeroy makes it 60K with ace-9 off. Pocket pair for Rafferty. 2 6s. He's going to call. Who else is coming? Come on in. Queen Deuce says no. Haven't heard much from Pete Haslam. Looks like one of the shorter stacks. He's out. And we're going heads up to the flop, which has a 6 on it. Queen 8-6. Set of 6s for Rafferty. Pomeroy is going to feel compelled to bet what looks like most of the rest of his stack. Those 2 stacks of yellow are worth 20K each. And he's going to leave those behind. So he bets 100, leaving himself what looks like maybe like leaving about 40K behind.
Yeah.
Rafferty shoves the 6s. Understandably, you would not expect Pomeroy to be this light.
No, it's one of those boards where there are a lot of draws out there and you expect any bluffs to kind of have enough to call it off given the price. We can see that Pomeroy is as close to a complete airball as you could really get.
And I think that he does have to consider the fact that he's kind of priced in with what he has left. You know, if he's up against anything but a set, unfortunately, he is up against a set.
Right, if he's up against the queen, he's getting the right price to put the rest of the chips in. I guess the mistake was committing so much on this board with the ace-9 in the first instance.
Yeah.
Turns a sweat, though. Open-ended straight draw.
Oh, this would be so gross.
Oh, my.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's disgusting. That is disgusting.
That is one of the dirtiest pad beats I have seen in quite some time. Puts it in with the ace-9 on queen 8-6 against the set. EPT final table as well.
It's hard to see a beat that bad in an EPT final table because people don't usually get it in that bad.
Right. And even if they do, it's like a reasonable play, right? Like getting it in like an overpair versus a set, and then they'll get there. And it's like the equity is similar. But in this case, it's like he put it in with ace-9 on queen 8-6, like without a flush draw.
Against a set, yeah.
Eey.
Really bad.
Well, let me also, have you considered this though, Joe? He won the pot, so...
Yeah, no, when I say bad, I just mean bad beat. I think he played it great.
Well, he won the pot. He must have done something right.
He could not have done better. He won the maximum. Oh, Joe Rafferty, he's given up, everybody. He's all in. He throws
a broken man
in disgust. King 9 suited. And Haslam also priced in at this point.
You know he's equally furious to see this 6-7 as well.
Joe shows.
These guys at this FT playing any 2 cards.
Yeah, this is it for him. No chance.
10 of...
All right, well...
sorry. Queen of Hearts. 10
He is definitely winning now. Isn't he?
6. The Queen.
Yes, he's gonna win, right? Come on, there's no way. It's just the offsuit 6. Yes. Okay.
Survives and thrives. A double up for Rafferty. He's kind of back in the game. 156K.
It's okay still to be mad about that last hand, though, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I think
would be.
A good calendar year is a reasonable amount of time to stay mad about that one.
I mean, obviously, Spraggy and I are fine with being angry. We will routinely just text one word to each other, either the word raging or the word fuming.
Chip leader. David is second chip leader. Then I would say Max. And then Peter and Joe are pretty much the same.
Pretty much the same is the official count from our tournament announcer. Yeah, both players are, you know, they're there or thereabouts.
Go full.
King Jack for Olander.
Henry Brace.
PDP. been very quiet. Decides to play a hand with 6-7 of clubs. What is it now? 5-8 of spades. All right.
He couldn't wait any longer. All in with the 8 high.
Do you know that moments ago I almost said, well, here's a guy that probably understands ICM.
It was an aggressive shove. It is going to get looked up. Orlando with the king and the jack. Callum at risk with the 5 and the 8 of spades.
Okay, and this is actually what is commonly referred to as ICM suicide.
Has the double gut shot.
Draw. Yeah. Backdoor spades. Turn is a deuce.
The river is.
Gonna have to hit that double gutter.
And doesn't.
So yeah, Haslam, who probably should have waited out Joe Rafferty, eliminated in 5th place for 59,500.
They're playing for the advertised payouts. 234 for third, 360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Kanat, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket 5s for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Well then. He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in.
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And can it calls?
Hello, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
3-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have? 5s.
As things stand, Kanat is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5. We need a 5 or no ace. If there's no ace, then this heads up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
No deuce, no king.
Ness Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable. A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Kanat.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
You guys.
I don't think he called.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Kanat was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament, but we play on three-handed.
I will say that the Irish Open is maybe the only tournament series in the entire world where, when you get knocked out, it somewhat feels like a win.
We played some poker last night. How did you get on in the Hendon Mob Championship?
Got knocked out within 25 minutes of sitting down, but I will say that the Irish Open is maybe the only tournament series in the entire world where, when you get knocked out, it somewhat feels like a win.
Okay, I'm just going to cut straight to the chase. Everyone bangs on about the fact that the Irish Open is an event like no other, that it is a unique poker festival. Can you pinpoint what makes it so different, what makes it so special, what makes it unique, and is the answer Guinness?
The answer is always Guinness, no matter what the question is. But I couldn't pinpoint it exactly, it does somewhat feel to me as if it is the poker players' Christmas party. The buy-ins aren't as, say, extreme as if you were playing an EPT or at the PSBC with the super high rollers, and it has more back of a throwback community feel, not too dissimilar to what the UK IPT would have felt like.
Yeah.
So people can play. Like last night, myself and Joe were playing in a €250 tournament. I don't even know if there's a €250 tournament on the EPT schedule. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to go one.
Not just a €250 tournament, a €250 freeze out. You might find a $250, €250 events in lots of places. Maybe not necessarily on the EPT, but they're all unlimited re-entry or 2 re-entries per day type of things, where, because obviously people like big guarantees, and this wasn't about that. This was like, we're going to play a €250 tournament and it's going to end when it ends. One day. And from what I understand is it ended around 6:30 in the morning last year. I haven't gotten word yet when it ended this year.
Going.
Yeah, there were 100 more runners this year than they had last year. So
incredible.
Who knows? I will say that I was max annoyed because as I was leaving the dinner break, Finton and GJ were like hanging out, having beers on the patio, and I lasted just long enough to miss that. I was like, I'll either bust real quick or I'll cash, and neither of those things happened. Hooray!
Oh, Joe. Obviously, we did talk briefly, Finton, about the Irish Open when you came on the stream, and obviously we talked about it when we saw you in the Bahamas. And I know that from the moment that PokerStars announced that they were co-sponsoring alongside Paddy Power, there was a lot of excitement about this. And knowing that the numbers were going to be boosted this year by people qualifying via Stars as well as Paddy, and what Joe said just now is clearly proving true, there's a lot of bums on seats. There's a lot of feet on the ground. This looks like it's going to be a big series.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to have such a prestigious tournament sponsored by PokerStars, as you mentioned previously, so close to my house, being able to walk down to it. But
I mean, do you literally live next door? Can you describe? I mean, are you exaggerating? Is it like kind of like a half-hour walk? Is it like a 5-minute bus ride?
It's 1.2 kilometers, so
that's nothing.
Like
yeah,
15-minute walk or so. It's like bang in the middle of the city centre. I think it's great that Ireland is getting an opportunity for a big tournament like this, because obviously being so close to London, and then Europe has a lot of the main tournaments. It's hard to justify coming to Ireland for a big series. But I think anytime it happens, it's received so well, and the Irish people are so welcoming of people coming over to play, and they're just excited to like meet the likes of Sprague or whoever else will be coming over. So there's just a great feel around it. I can't pinpoint exactly why it feels so much fun, but it just does. As Joe said, like yesterday already, everyone's just sitting there catching up. I can't. I wish I could explain it better, but I just can't.
So is whatever amount of rent you're paying to live in central Dublin worth it finally for you to be able to walk to this event?
It's impossible to say that the rent in the city centre in Dublin is ever worth it. I'm very lucky that I'm able to live so close to the city centre, but it's. Yeah, I just feel very lucky to have it in Dublin.
A more serious question is having the event right down the road from your house better or worse for you? Because I know when poker comes to town, or used to come to town to where I lived, I didn't like it that much. It was almost easier for me to travel to like totally be immersed in poker. Going home every night was kind of a ball ache. So how do you think that's going to work out for you?
It's a kind of tricky balance. The lads want me to be out every single night onto the early hours, but I do have a newborn child, and if I was off at a poker stop and Hannah wasn't there and my baby wasn't there, then I wouldn't be expected to be at home. But
right,
it's a little bit different. But I think that the good far outweighs the bad for me. Like, I lived in Malta for quite some time, so I wasn't here even when the Irish Open was on. So to have such a big tournament, and to basically have a lot of my like friends and colleagues flying in and being able to go for food in my local spots and have my coffee in the morning, like I would love if every single poker tournament was in Dublin. I would love if they just had EPT Dublin 6 times a year. And honestly, I don't think it would be a bad idea, personally.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the Irish Poker Open 2023. Live coverage of Day 2 from the Royal Dublin Society in Dublin, in Ireland, continues. First break of the day, just took place. The chip race took a little longer than we thought, with nearly 800 players still alive in this thing, but we are just about ready to get action underway once again. I am Joe Stapleton, and joining me in the booth, making his poker commentary premiere / debut, is comedian and actor Michael Ian Black.
Joe, it's a pleasure to be with you, making my poker commentary premiere / debut. Before we get going, one quick question.
Yes, sir.
What is poker?
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let me introduce the feature table. We should have gone over this earlier. That is a mistake on my part. That is on me. And I should have not have thrown you into this,
it's fine.
Not having explained what poker is.
I'm sure I'll pick it up real quick.
This feature table headlined by Tom Parsons, repping Paddy Power Poker. You know him as Pred. And Benny Glauser, directly just to the right of center. Well, now center to the left of the player in the red hoodie. Benny, of course, one of the winningest players over the last few years. How do you feel about the word winningest? A lot of people
don't care for it.
Yeah.
No. One of the most winningsting players.
You prefer that one?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
How much?
But here in Ireland, they love the language, and I love to play with the language. So
we play with words. That's what we do. So it looks like Benny Glauser starting off with pocket fours.
Interesting that it's pronounced Glauser and not Glazer.
He specifically wrote to me this summer and said, "Hey, I'm going to try to make it more of a point for people to pronounce my name correctly. So if you wouldn't mind."
Totally fair.
Benny Glauser. Kiri defending in the big blind with Jack 10 suited. Ace, Queen, Trey on the flop. Gut shot for Kiri. Fours still good for now. Benny is an incredibly tough opponent, and he's one of those players that actually, like, if you're wondering how to play spots, just do what Benny does.
Okay.
Just watch Benny, and he won the high roller this week already. 5K high roller for 100K.
Nice.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Benny with the only spade.
Can I say he picked up some outs?
So Benny being ahead.
Also picked up more outs to be further ahead.
There you go, yes. I want you to put your mic a little closer to your mouth.
You got it.
There we go.
Gives him more reason to bet, though, I think is what I was saying.
Yes.
What I meant to say.
Certainly, like, if he thinks he's bluffing,
right,
then he's got spades potentially as some outs. Absolutely. It's picking up equity either way, right?
Mm-hmm. Thanks for answering me in a non-condescending way. I appreciate that.
I'm so glad that you didn't take that as condescending because I was trying.
I didn't.
Okay. I failed that.
1-2, isn't it? And
there you go. Benny did have the best hand, but did fold out a hand that had a fair amount of equity against him.
Okay.
Rams on Twitch asked, how is James doing? Which place is he? James is out. He'll be joining us back in commentary after.
How long are we on the television?
Michael and I do.
It's usually a minimum of 2 hours.
This
they
level.
Might keep us on after the next break as well.
Tom's correct. We're going to be on for at least 2 hours, this feature table. And the player he's speaking to is Benjamin Labor, who we saw on a feature table. I think it might have been London. Maybe it was Barcelona. Anyway, very chatty, very fun player.
At this table?
Yeah, the fellow in the white T-shirt there, yep.
He neither seems chatty nor fun.
We'll see, though.
At this point.
Hopefully he shows up like he did before. Apparently formerly deaf and had a surgery that has either, I don't know if he was completely deaf, but has restored most of his hearing. So kind of a feel-good story there.
Now I'm automatically rooting for him.
Yeah,
now.
Exactly.
Do you have a favorite at this table? Are you allowed to pick favorites?
You know what's weird is that people are like, you guys are supposed to be
unbiased,
but I'm quite biased.
Yeah,
most of the time.
Why do you have to be unbiased?
I don't know why. But in this particular case, I'm not particularly biased. I like Benny. I would call Benny a friend. Tom seems like a cool guy.
Mostly for high stakes cash.
But sometimes I'm very biased. Like, let's say a Griffin or a Hartigan is out
Sure.
there, and I'm just like, come on!
Sure.
About 100? No, less. Maybe 70 certain hand. 70 something. 72, 73, that sort of.
If you guys watched Celebrity Poker Showdown back in the day, Michael was on at least, what, 2 times?
I think I was on 3.
Did you win one year?
I won my table. It was a 2-table format. You win your
Right.
table, then you go to the final table. I think I won my table 2 times out of 3 and never won the whole thing. But one of my proudest moments was beating Norm MacDonald heads up because he was a great player.
I wouldn't say he was a great player.
I'm saying great
but
player
he
for
played a lot.
amateurs.
He played a lot. He had a lot of poker experience. And I think in that crowd was probably one
That's
of the
what I
better
mean.
players. But what I like about you, and I've been impressed about from Michael, is that I've been lucky enough to participate in a fair amount of Hollywood-ish games, and I think Michael is one of the best that I've run into in those circles.
Look, I'm no Toby Maguire.
You're no Toby Maguire, but we do have a floor decision happening here.
Because they have like I think like a code bar, you know? So yeah, so you have to put it like 2-3 seconds inside, and then
all right. So whatever's happened is being ruled a raise in the small blind. So something you guys should know about Michael is that he is genuinely a poker fan. And what'd you say? You're a big Brad Owen guy, right? You watch the Brad Owen blogs.
Brad and I have become buddies.
Cool.
Which is great, and I've gotten to know Mimi a tiny
Yeah,
bit.
that's.
Yeah, well, I try to ingratiate myself with poker players like yourself, Joe.
Yeah, I'm no player. But the reason why Michael and I eventually, initially started chatting is because you had your avatar on Twitter for a while was a clip from Live at the Bike.
Yeah, it was a dude from Live at the Bike who I just thought he looked funny.
And I noticed that. And then one time you tweeted about poker, and I like outsourced it to my friends. I'm like, what should I say? What should I say to Michael Ian Black? He likes poker. And eventually I just chickened out. It was like too many days went by. If I had replied to a tweet from like 4 days ago, it would have just been weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we have a mutual friend, and that's how we became buddies. Who also a poker player, Josh Molina from Sports Night and The West Wing and Scandal.
That's right.
And currently on Broadway.
I watched some of that, yeah.
So if you're DeBarros here, you've got 11 big blinds. That's kind of right on the cusp of shoving.
No, that's well into we're well into the danger zone there. Yeah, absolutely. You're going to shove, depending on your position.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to enter a pot, you're more likely to be all in.
Yeah.
Anywhere from around 22 big blinds to, as below that, depending on your position, depending on the action in front of you.
You only run kilo games, or you?
Ace Queen for Rice suited, and this is around a starting stack, which at this point is not a lot of chips. Blinds 1,000, 2,000 with a 2,000 big blind ante. So this is like 16 big blinds.
He didn't shove.
Did not shove.
Now I'm questioning everything that you
What
say
I'm
to me,
saying
Joe.
is you can shove from around those ranges. You don't necessarily have to, but let's say that he raised here and someone re-raised him. The money's going in.
Yeah.
And Labor has defended the big blind and missed. Does have a gut shot. And Labor doesn't have a ton of chips himself. Labor always looks like my dad when he's about to eat a spaghetti dinner. He would strip down to his undershirt so he wouldn't get sauce on his regular clothes.
Well, I mean, as advertised, this dude has been incredibly
All
chatty.
right.
Doesn't have the discipline.
So I see on Labor's head, he's got the cochlear implant. He's got
okay.
So that's what that is. I think those are held on magnetically because they can be removed.
Cluder31 on Twitch writes in to say, Michael, always loved your appearances on Reno 911, one of the best shows.
Agreed. That's a very funny show created by many of my dearest friends. And anytime they ask me to be on it, I am thrilled to be a part of it.
So my manager told me that there's like 4 Reno 911 shows in development right now. So hopefully,
SEALs teams 4 food and
at
drink
like
companies,
various
so we call in
places.
the
So
old convenience
hopefully
stores in the
we
north.
see you.
Great.
On some of those. Action's folded around to Benny. Queen 10. He's going to raise the minimum to 4,000.
You had it for long? That's a rude question, is it? Yeah.
Since you seem to know about cochlear implants, is the word ear in it intentionally?
That's a great question. I would imagine.
I've always wondered that. Yeah.
If not, it's a terrific coincidence.
Do you remember when there were those viral videos going around where it was like babies hearing for the first time? And
Yes.
I wanted to do a promo for us where taking out and adding in our commentary, and their baby being like, oh, like, and obviously the powers that be at our company were like, no, no.
On from Wednesday because the Finton home game, community free roll.
The ones that would play.
So I played that and then took Thursday to play the main, and then took yesterday off.
Oh, brilliant.
But because
How about yourself? Were you just on for the weekend?
I came down yesterday morning.
Did you play the turbo or the?
Typically, I would try to hear the conversation here, but there's 2 different ones going, and it seems like one of them they don't want us to hear.
I'd say like playing 1B.
It's a lot harder.
Yeah. Just splashy as well.
Yeah. Get fishing. It's a lot easier to get fishing properly. Stand a bit of a chance.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to see Tom Parsons in action, Queen 10 suited.
You won't let him.
He'll probably just win this, won't he?
Chance of winning. I can't do that.
6-5 offsuit, you call that?
I don't personally call that.
It's not zero.
In a lot of people's ranges, but big blind defend ranges are pretty wide these days.
And he does not defend.
Thank you.
Let's give that one to Parsons.
Let's say he spins.
A lot of chat pros coming in, by the way. Just want to nitpick the amount of big blinds you can shove with. So, let's see here. I'll read some of them. So this is Chat Pro Saturday. Jojo says, Dear Joe, as it is a fine Saturday afternoon, may we chat pro you and say, well, actually, I'd say an open shove of less than 12 big blinds is fine.
Thank you. That was my understanding about where you wanted to be, between 12, 10, something like that.
Look, I think that if you have 22 big blinds and the small blind and the button raises you, then you're probably going to shove.
That's different. I'm saying an open raise.
Yeah.
An open raise. To me, if you've got 20 big blinds, that's kind of a mid stack.
I was saying just for times where you would go all in pre-flop would range from like around the low 20s
and like
and below.
Perhaps
I didn't just mean open shoving, but yes, we're slightly different definitions.
Winning huge, like in like 3 or 4 sessions, it's absolutely possible.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah. So I was saying I think you're exaggerating.
It's like if there was a game for me to put him into, that'd be the hardest game.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to work, is it?
Not against Benny Glauser and not against Ace-King suited. Sure isn't.
Well, now he's got a decision and he lets it go.
Yeah, DeBarros just gets out of the way with the 7s. We see Pon with a 7 in his hand. Back to Glauser. Did you ever play a commentator in anything? I feel like I've seen you with like the headset.
Probably.
Yeah. Maybe in like a Amy Schumer show or something.
Certainly possible.
So David says, always love your commentary and jokes you made. Taking a chance, but can you shout me out? What's a shout out?
So just say hello.
I'll just be like, what's up, David? How's it going? Glad to have you on board.
Yeah, but hopefully a little more cleverly than that.
Okay. I don't do those anyway.
How about something like this? What's up, David? Glad to have you on board.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still not doing it.
Okay.
But I'm glad to learn what it is.
I mean, I used to play with him occasionally online. He used to play online. So.
I can't tell if they're whispering because they don't want us to hear, or they just don't want to bother the other people at the table.
Right. I'm not feeling great about that 3-bet with, what was it, King 8 plus 3 to the under the gun open. Not feeling great about that.
Yeah, so in a vacuum, I think you're right? I think that that's something that you probably don't want to be 3-betting and under the gun open. My guess is that maybe it's player dependent, and he thinks Benny may be opening light because Benny is Benny. But I think that rationale actually is kind of even a little backwards too, because even if Benny is 3-betting light, he just might stick it in your face with King 4 off or whatever light thing he opened with,
right?
And you still have to fold. So I think you're right to be to think that's a little suspect.
Games like this, 3 to 7,
Joe, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because probably a lot of people like me watch these poker streams and think to themselves, commentating can't be that hard.
Yeah, it's not.
And now I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, yeah, it's not. But my question to you is, what's the number one lesson if somebody wants to do poker commentary or commentary of any kind in terms of being a good commentator?
Wow.
Do you ever just think like, okay?
Well, I guess it would be to be good at one particular thing at least, whether it's analysis or being funny, or in James's case, he can do a little of both those things, but he's like a very professional, eloquent broadcaster that hits his marks, that knows the exact timing of things, that understands the emotion, when to speak, when not to speak. I don't know. I know that you said what's one thing, and that was like 7.
Oh, we could have a 3-bet incoming here. Nope. Lets it go. And which of those things are you? Because I haven't heard any of them yet.
We aim. I'm basically a troll with a microphone. Oh, there you go. My boss has texted me. Don't upset your boss.
Yeah, that's probably smart advice.
King 10 tray, top 2 for Parsons.
What do you think? Does he check it back?
Not usually.
And not this time.
So in tournament poker, folks you get a fold here, right? You might think to yourself, I should have checked. You're trying to build a pot most of the time. So the amount of money you lose then when you bet and they fold is less than the money you win when you eventually build a pot. When they have King Jack and they call you, or King Queen, and then the bets get bigger and bigger on subsequent streets exponentially because you're betting a percentage of the pot.
We call that leveraging.
You know this stuff already, by the way. Don't let the questions fool you. Mike's a pretty good player.
Do we call it leveraging?
I don't think I've heard it called leveraging.
I was watching a video, GTO video, and they were calling it leveraging.
Look, I'm not the guy. You know what I mean? I'm somewhat antiquated and was never the best strategist to begin with.
That was just PLO as well?
I get by on my looks, mostly.
I guess that's why you're rarely seen.
You're correct. We just don't want. It's like you can only give them a little nibble.
I knew like 2-3 years ago was happening. I knew Gus was there.
Parsons has a nice little hand there.
I've really grown to look at pocket 10s almost like aces. I get pretty excited for pocket 10s. And Benny will be going nowhere with ace-jack in the small blind.
So you're going to raise. He's kind of in one of those raise or fold situations, right, in the small blind?
3-betting is absolutely acceptable out of the small blind. It looks like Benny has also just called. And Tarasian is going to peel with 7-4 diamonds. King, king, deuce. Not a terrible flop for pocket 10s.
Now, if you're Benny, what do you do here? Do you just release? I mean, you're ahead of a lot of his range.
A lot of times a big ace will call once, because sometimes what will happen is obviously you can improve on the turn, or sometimes your opponent shuts down and you can just get to showdown for free, or they'll give you an opportunity to try to steal the pot. Ace Jack high could be the best hand right now. Nine of hearts on the turn.
And if you're Parsons, you're going to check this back, or you still you feel like you have enough equity? He feels like he has enough equity. He's going to fire.
Enough equity, and also, you know, a little bit of protection too. Obviously, a lot of the hands that Benny's going to call with are, you know, ace jack, ace queen. Plenty of ace highs, and also you can get value from ace high too. Like I said, ace jack might think that they have the best hand a lot of the time. I just know, me playing against Benny Glaser, I'm just trying to get to showdown. Like, I'm just like, I check, I just don't want to get raised. And as you see, like, the pros don't, like, go crazy blasting off these days the way they used to. Like, there's not many people that are just going to, like, punish you for making a bet there. There's way more, like, checking and calling in the current meta game than there was back when you and I started playing. Speaking of which.
Yes.
So your introduction, your love of poker developed when?
Really, when I was a kid, we used to play around the kitchen table for just for chips, you know.
Yeah.
But to me, it was incredibly exciting. And then I played all through my childhood, and then started playing seriously in my 20s. There's a comedian named Eddie Brill who used to host a well-known New York game. All the comedians would play in, and I started playing there. It was like, you know, $40.
Can you name drop some of the people? Because there's some.
Sarah Silvermoon would play in that one a lot. David Tell, did he play? Can't remember.
Did Norman Chad play in that game sometimes as well? Okay.
Or if he did, not when I was
you were there. Yeah.
But that was fun. And then I went to LA and discovered that you could play cards there, and would go all the time and play 2-4 limit and 3-6 limit. And I played a lot of stud.
Given the way I've heard you speak of LA, that must have been one of the best things about LA.
It's the only thing about LA I liked. Pocket 10s again. Look at this. Pocket 10s are cheap.
This time for Danny Pike. And Jack 10, a great hand to pick up in the big blind. A hand it's really tough to play from many other positions, but the big blind's a great excuse.
Easy call.
Yep. Doesn't look thrilled with it.
Easy to fold, though.
It is a pretty easy hand to get away from. Queen, Queen 4, one of those easy boards to get away from Jack 10. And Pike in a similar position that we saw the pocket 10s before. These sorts of paired boards are pretty good for pocket 10s. I remember I played one of my first times ever, like, really playing in Vegas. I was in a tag team
like
event.
Ace 9 suited or something there, buddy? Or on there? Or very far away?
With a buddy, and I ended up playing a pot against Phil Helmuth. And I had pocket 10s, and then flop came like Jack, Jack 4, and he bet, and I just mucked. I was like, he probably has a jack. Like, it's Phil Helmuth. He definitely has.
He obviously has a jack.
Obviously has a jack.
He's really good at poker. He must have a jack.
Exactly. Yes, that was my rationale at the time. And my friend who I was partnered with had been playing poker for the exact same amount of time. He was like, "You idiot!" He's like, "Are you crazy?"
You probably have sometimes.
Jojo on Twitch says, Mr. Joe, I haven't seen El Comentador recently. Is he okay? Actually, no. El Comentador died of COVID. I don't know if, yeah, that's a bit of a downer, but he didn't make it through the pandemic. So that's why you don't hear from El Comentador anymore. Remind me to tell you about El Comentador later.
Believe me, I already jotted it down. Tell me the whole thing.
Yeah.
Queen 10 opens. The hijack. Kiri has an easy defend, I would think.
Yep. Definitely most folks defending any ace. Ace 6 is the worst ace in many ways.
In every way,
In every way, yeah. Wow, okay, so Kiri with a somewhat unfortunate flop here. Bottom pair. Pike hits it hard. Curie with really no choice but to take one off. 9 of diamonds on the turn.
He can fold this turn, I would think.
Pretty bad card, yeah, with the diamond, the straight card, the over card, the double barrel from Pike. You know, you can level yourself here sometimes into thinking that, you know, you're still ahead of like Queen Jack and King Jack and Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack. One more straight card. Curie checks again. And Pike checked it back? All right. Welcome to the Irish Poker Open.
Not an unreasonable check back, I think. There's a 4-liner to a straight. The flush is out there. What happens if he gets check shoved? Not horrible.
I didn't even notice that, honestly.
Remind me again what your special skill is in commentating?
It is not any of this. It's getting my celebrity friends to come in and do an hour of guest commentary.
Who's been your favorite non-Poker Pro guest commentator?
Non-Poker Pro guest time. Well, Kim Caramelli came in during the Bahamas. That was pretty fun.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah.
Love her.
She was really great.
Fold it. Good man.
And her shtick was mostly to berate me also.
Yes. Well, you're fun to berate.
I'm beratable. Who else? James has a better memory for these things. We mostly get poker pros in to do guest commentary.
I would think, yeah.
We had. Are you aware of the meme "Hide the Pain" Herald?
No.
Here, let me show you. You'll recognize him, I think. I mean, I still can't even believe this happened.
We're going to get a 3-bet here from Rice. How much will it be?
He came in and just did guest commentary in Prague because he's a Czech person.
Huh.
Okay. And we did a publicity stunt where he played EPT Prague and he came in and did guest commentary. That was kind of strange.
So Rice 3-bets to 15. We get a fold. Pike should fold. I mean, the problem is Rice isn't going anywhere, so you can't come over the top, and he folds. And there's just not a lot of good flops for you if you got King 8 of spades out of position.
Oh, and also someone just reminded me that at the Bahamas we had David Costabile came in the booth after playing the event, and he was awesome. That was
He's
really
great.
fun. Yeah,
I've known him for years and years and years. He was in a clown group
talking about teaming up
called New Bozina. They were like a sort of vaudevillian clown troupe, and that's why I got to know him years ago in New York City. They were great. They were really fun and funny. And then I've gone on to follow his career ever since.
We've interacted with him a few times, and every time very gracious, very fun, very happy to be there.
Yep.
And we sort of know him too because I guess he was friends with Brian Koppelman from way back then as well. And Brian, of course, wrote the most famous poker movie of all time, probably. Certainly Hold'em movie.
Rounders.
Good fold with queens.
Yes.
Good queens fold.
Never seen it.
Thank you.
Is that a bit?
That's a bit.
Okay. I won't say who it was, but Poker News was trying to do like a staged reading of Rounders during the pandemic, and I asked a different celebrity friend if he wanted to be in it, and he was like, honestly, I don't like Rounders.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, I just don't think it's very good. And so that's why I won't say who it is, but I was like, wow, who doesn't like Rounders?
It's an interesting spot for Glaser?
For Glaser, yeah.
Glaser.
Microphone?
We got Curie with King Queen first. Probably will fold to the 3-bet despite being on the button. There it goes. And Labor with pocket 4s.
Always thinking about it.
But this is a
he's shoved.
Shove fold spot, yes. And he is going to get the pocket 4s in. That will get rid of Glaser.
Yes.
How much?
And we will be flipping.
They should just run it a couple times.
Like the state versus Reno 911, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
It doesn't make sense what you
would
just
have
said, but
king,
I enjoyed
I'll
it
pass.
anyway.
But this is even better.
I'll take ace king. You want to take fours?
I'm in. I'll take the state.
All right. I guess I'm taking Reno 911. I think we're going to see it on the flop.
And the flop is ace, king, 10. This is the way we like to do it, though. Top pair for Tarosian.
It's a sweat.
Flush draw for Labor also has the 2 red 4s. Dano Crisp on Twitch says, rooting for Labor, misses the turn.
Hit that spade.
Needs to hit a spade or a 4 on the river.
No.
No dice. Labor heads for the door. Oh, rhyming is another thing.
That was
Yeah.
very good, and what I liked about it was he didn't oversell it.
Didn't oversell it, and typically I wouldn't draw attention to it either, but
the chatty and hilarious Labor stands, buttons his pants, and makes his way for the exit.
Are you going to go for
You're getting the hang of it.
I'm on the big blind.
You're painting a story with words.
That's right.
That's what you're doing.
You're trying to make the audience have a feeling, like any other form of entertainment.
Tarosian, 103 big blinds. You got to feel pretty good about that. And DeBarros has to do something
Long day,
soon.
still plenty of time.
Yeah, that is nearly the extreme danger zone right there for DeBarros.
Well,
I'll give you another flipper.
all he has to do is double up 4 or 5 times. He's right back in this thing.
Anyone that's hard that knows what they're doing. No, of course I don't.
The winner of EPT Barcelona this year came back from a big blind.
Really?
Yeah. Pretty incredible.
What's that person's name?
Bendinelli. Andrea Bendinelli? Yeah, Andrea James. James is like...
He's like, I'm off duty.
Yeah.
He's literally sitting right next to us.
When I do play,
You got to rest your voice.
It could be good.
Jastraki with a better memory than me, but this is true. When Labor was eliminated from Prague, he stood at the table in disbelief for like 2 minutes. The guy did not want to leave. I do remember that now. It was heartbreaking.
Was it a cooler situation, or it was just one of those things? He was just stunned.
Giuliano Bendinelli, sorry.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, and there's a chance.
If we found the mix lineup.
I'm lucky I remember the Bendinelli part.
I could have like called as well.
Obviously, the players.
I thought that was his whole name, Bendinelli.
Bendinelli.
But it's more like my hand. I think I could probably do both, but
Chuffy is not.
seems like fine for me to shove.
He still wins.
Now, is there a kind of general strategy for day 2 of a? Is it a 3-day or a 4-day thing?
This will be a 4-day event. Typically, the events we cover are 5, 6, and 5 in the final table, I guess. But
in my group.
I mean, it seems like day 2, you don't necessarily. I mean, I guess it depends where you are, but
in case you didn't know,
it's kind of more of the same. It's just you're trying to accumulate chips. There is a bit of a shift around the bubble depending where your chip stack is.
Right.
Then things change significantly, but it's just a marathon. It is trying to keep up with the blinds. There are probably people out there that have some sort of formula as to how many big blinds per hour you're trying to win for tournaments, but we don't talk about that as much as you would in like a cash game.
Now, I am more of a cash game player. I rarely play tournaments, so my tournament knowledge is close to nil, as evidenced by my commentary.
Yeah, obviously, playing through the streets has many similarities. But I understand why cash games are more attractive.
He went to uni
for certain people.
I just don't have the patience, I think, to sit there for 4 days to min cash.
Great man.
Yeah, and in this particular case, we think that we probably won't reach the money today, so we will have to, we're talking 2 full days.
That's where I met him. I met him in
The organizers of this event told me that they did not think we would hit the money today.
Wow. I was 19.
James is literally just run out of here to go prove me wrong, which is how we get to the bottom of most things here, is I make a statement. Then James goes off to prove me wrong.
All right, you've got 9-8 of hearts. You're shoving here. You have to shove here. You got the button.
There it goes. See, you're not so bad at tournaments.
That looks, that's a call, I think.
I guess it depends on what way you clarify gambling.
Yeah. Also,
And here comes the call. Oh,
thinking about it.
Does not call. You can. Look. Deuces, I can understand not calling. You're never ahead.
Right.
Good luck, guys.
And Pike does, in fact, make the call. And that's the other thing. You have a player to act behind. You're in the big blind. It's a call with the deuces.
Right.
With one player to act behind, you can throw in the 8 big blinds there, and then the big blind is like raise, and now you're like, oh, God, now you get a fold, or you get it in with playing even bigger pot with deuces. So closing the action is a very big thing in tournament poker. And a king right in the window. Going to be pretty tough for 8-9 to catch up here. It's going to be runner, either way you slice it.
Well, we got a sweat.
Oh, we do have a sweat.
Every time.
Brick on the river.
Sorry, that is the right river, yeah? Sorry, that's not the right river.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
And that's going to be it for Jabaros.
Just a horrible feeling when you get eliminated in a tournament.
Yeah.
We'll check the buttons like 3 times.
So
everybody tries to play it off. They try to be cool. Inside, you're seething.
Seething, and also, like, I would usually, like, trip or forget something at the table and have to come back. It's hard to make a graceful exit. There he is, everybody. The face of the Irish Poker Open, Fint in hand, wearing the same suit that he wore when he final tabled this event back in 2017. Sitting next to Paul Newey. Don't want to ignore Paul. Paul, a regular on the European circuit. And speaking of painful exits, there were some notable exits this level. Steve O'Dwyer out, the actual defending champion of this event. Will Kassouf out. And Parker Talbot, a.k.a. Tonka, all busto this event. By the way, Steve O'Dwyer has told me that he's over the lucky chair thing.
Don't take a part and go.
Okay.
So last year, he dragged a chair from every table, calling it his lucky chair. And he brought it with him this year. He kept it last year, brought it with him this year. After his third bullet, said that he'd squeezed all the luck out of it and ditched it. But he is out.
Kassouf, is he that controversial fella?
One and the same. The one that Griffin and Kassouf had the...
Yes, they had some words.
They had some words at the World Series. And Griffin... I don't want to say Griffin goaded him into going all in because it was aces versus kings. So it was probably going to happen anyway. But that was a pretty magical moment in poker television, in my opinion.
Now, if you're Pompon, I think this is just a natural c-bet spot. You opened. That's your board.
Back in your day, they would call this a razor's board. Now they call it a range advantage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because it hits Ponpon's range more than it hits Benny's range. Ponpon with the helicopter pitch in there, maybe trying to flash a card to Benny.
What was the result?
Ponpon is now the guy I'm rooting for because it's so enjoyable to say Ponpon.
I've got the set of 10, and he's got...
Hartigan has engaged the widget,
but it's come between the diamond,
and he's saying that if we're paying 15% of the field, we should make the money in level 16 or 17, and we're going to play through level 20 today.
All right, well, there you go.
But it's like crazy. You're obviously going to...
What if we're only paying 12% of the field?
Whatever is going on.
I have to hold on to any shred of me not being wrong moments ago. This is how it works. It's called moving the goalposts. I don't know if you have
like
ever heard of that phrase. Even 12%, We're supposed to hit it in level 18 or 19.
Kiri takes that one down uncontested. Kiri, got to figure, is he the lone Irishman at the table right now?
Well, that's a good question. We'll take a look next time they throw the chip counts up. There's a flag on every.
I'm going to call him the hometown favorite.
Okay.
Now there's your boy right there.
That's right. On the left side of the screen, we've got Spraggy, who is all of our boy. And to his right, to his left, to our right, is Chris Strigalis, who has a very fancy title at PokerStars that I can't remember off the top of my head, and hopefully it doesn't get me fired. But we're all big fans of Chris. One of the brains behind the operations of the great poker you actually play on PokerStars. Chris, along with Michael here, has been a guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast. Chris's episode, very informative about how some of the things work behind the scenes. You know what happened when you were on our podcast? I had a terrible internet connection that day, or you did, and I couldn't really have the back and forth with you that I wanted to. So it was a lot of asking a question and trying to decide when you were finished answering it, because I was just like taking shots in the dark.
Well, I had a good time. I think I was unaware of that, which just goes to show your professionalism.
That's cool. I was quite nervous because that was like our first time actually speaking, I think.
King 9 here. Ever squeezing? Cutoff open. Button calls.
I don't think this is a typical squeeze spot for King 9.
I know it's not.
But ever is a good question. I don't know. We'll see. I try not. So one thing that some commentators do, they try to predict what's going to happen. What I do is I like to see what happens and then say what I think the rationale is behind it.
Makes sense.
As someone who is, I don't like being wrong. I'd rather see what happens. Now, this is fun, though. This is real fun.
Pretty good flop for Jack 9, although nobody has a club.
Jack 9 flops straight. Penny flops a pair and a straight draw. Straight draw for Rice. As Michael said, no clubs for anybody.
Seems like it would be, just in fairness, they should all say, I don't have a club.
Yes, I agree with that. Like, let's just all agree. No one's playing the flush draw here. That's the kind of poker I would be way more into. Like, don't be mean. Nobody be mean here. Did you have a club? No? Okay, now we'll just play straightforward.
What do you do if you're Benny? I mean, this is a rough flop for you.
Yep, you do exactly that.
That's what I would do, too.
I really wanted you to play this event. Mostly, it would be like a win-win. Either I would be right, I'm like, try the event, you might go deep, or you're just miserable, and I just laugh at that.
I wouldn't be miserable, but I mean, I just know that I'm dead money when I go into these things. Again, as evidenced by my commentary.
I think you know the answer to most of these questions that you're asking.
Am I putting the ball on the tee and letting you swing away?
Yes.
I don't know.
And I'm whiffing some of them. You're like, Stapes, you were supposed to get that one right. That was a softball, buddy. So Pike is bet 7,500. And Rice folds it, and I don't blame him.
No, because this is my amateurish take on it. You're open-ended, you hit, you don't know if you're good.
It's hard to hit in the first place.
Right.
And then, yes, they used to call that dirty outs. I'm sure there's some fancier name for it now, but.
And they're showing the rugby on the big screen out there. Big rugby thing going on in Dublin this weekend.
Yes, right? That's why we took the dinner break early yesterday, because they were afraid that if we took it at the scheduled time. There's all the flags, by the way, of the players at the feature table. Three Irish persons.
Okay. So Kiri no longer the hometown favorite.
They were afraid that the dinner break happened as rugby was letting out, that no one would be able to get like a meal anywhere, because it's right down the road where where yesterday's game was. I don't know if that one is close, but
10-8-7. You can call it once.
Players dropping pretty quickly here, I guess, as to be expected.
Yeah, well, now that James said that we're going to make it to the money, they got to speed it up. And they are paying 12.5% of the field. And Nick O'Hara running the main event confirms we will make the money tonight. Probably after the dinner break.
What'd you say, 12%?
12.5%.
12.5. So that is 246 plus 24.
Can you really do this math?
I was about to, and then you screwed up my
All right, be quiet.
the arithmetic.
All right, everybody shut up for a second.
That's 268 people plus a half.
Oh, here comes James.
Checking my math. Pocket
That
tens
number,
again.
by the way, that number is going to change. The 2463 is going to change. So what happens is there's always a few no-shows, and that they'll have not been added into the total field yet. So they just add that money to the prize pool as if they had entered and gone broke already. So
Curie
that
flopping huge against pocket tens.
Yeah, this is flopping huge against better queens as well. So it's going to be just over 300 probably who get paid in the end. And Parsons does have the redraw now with clubs.
Hometown favorite. Going to win this one.
It's a great spot to be able to bet here and not worry about, oh, did my opponent hit the king on the end? You wish they would.
So if you're Parsons, what missed?
Yeah, what are you beating, I guess,
Yeah,
is what
nothing.
you're asking? Not a whole lot. Pure bluffs.
Yeah.
Of which I
mean, ace of clubs, ace jack of clubs, something like that. I mean, ace jack with the ace of clubs.
Right. And it looks like Parsons is a non-believer. He is going to pay it off.
That's something.
Yeah, there's not a ton of hands that totally missed there, I guess. Jack 10, Jack 9. Yeah, lots of naked clubs, I guess, that somehow didn't also pair. I didn't see the amount, by the way, relative to the size of the pot. Sometimes someone just bets something so small on the end, too, that you're just like, oh, I have 10s here, and I only have to be right one out of every 6 times for...
Every time I think that, and when I'm in a pot, I'm never right. I mean,
you're not right 1 in 6
That's
times.
right.
It's more like 1 out of every 1,000.
That's right.
Yeah. Leger says, I will try to ask again, what year was the highest field for IPO before this year? I wouldn't know, because the IPO is a different event.
I checked the river, Tom, do that?
No.
That's the, what is it, the International Poker Open is the IPO?
Kind of being snippy a little bit, Joe. I don't really understand
That's
that.
another one of my things.
I kind of wanted to fold, but you sized it well, so.
They were snippy first, I just want to say, with the I will try to ask again, and then a colon. A goddamn colon.
The inclusion of the colon,
Yeah.
that's very aggressive. I agree.
Everybody out of London's moving there as well.
Oh, where did this kid come from?
Yes, we had 2. By the way, here's another skill that you need if you want to do poker commentary.
Know who's at the table?
Not knowing, because you get that information, but if you want to announce the 2, go ahead, Michael, if you want to announce the 2 latest people to take their seats here.
Oh, sure. Well, you got this fella, Yevgenis Sapernenko, and Swaraj Shamkuar. Swaraj Shamkuar, that's not so bad. Jevgenijs. That's rough.
Yevgenis.
Yevgenis. No, Eugene.
That wasn't bad, by the way. That was pretty good.
Thanks. The equivalent of Eugene.
Yes, that's in seat 3. Yevgenis just joined the table.
Every time you get to a round.
And in seat 2 is Swaraj Shamkuar.
You come out of London, you get to Welling Garcia, Welling Green, Hatfield, Stevenage, Electric Party, every roundabout you go to.
Now, how do they determine who's going to come on up to the final, the feature table?
That's a great question. So, a lot of misconception. People think we pick random people and put them at the feature table. Not how it works. The tables are set, they're done by a random draw, and we look and we go, as a whole, which table do we think looks interesting? Then we move them up to the feature table. And then as seats open here, they break a table. They'll go, okay, there's when there's 8 seats around at various tables, they'll break a table, send those 8 players to 8 different tables, and then one of them or 2 of them will end up here to fill the empty seats at random. So they're not drawing feature table. They're drawing whatever table number this table is out in the field. Let's say this is table 20.
Right.
You get table 20. Oh, table 20 is the feature table, heading up that way.
And that seems like that is how it should be done.
Correct.
I'm agreeing with that.
Yes.
I don't quantity rather than
It's been a long time since anyone has finagled things for TV tables and tournaments. I'm not saying it's never happened. Not on this tour, ever, certainly. But way back in the day of TV poker, and they might have been like, oh, why don't we get Phil Ivey up at the feature table kind of thing.
Right.
But all of that is determined by the actual tournament staff, who goes to what seat. We have nothing to do with it.
Big whiff for everybody.
Yeah, 3 ways to this flop. 7-6-6.
Bet 5,500. Call.
Now, since I've been sitting here, we've only seen one checked flop, meaning no c-bet.
Yeah.
And that was the pocket 10s versus the queen 6.
Check. Bet 7,500.
I like this bet by Curie.
Certainly being in position here helps. And does get the better hand to fold.
I had a customer.
All right, we've got some more eliminations. Big names who will not be making the money, including Neil Farrell, Alex Kulev, known online as Future of Me, Calm Chan, who is a local, I believe, Miguel Kusama, who is the chip leader at the start of the day, who had 660,000? Is that a typo? That's 23 starting stacks?
It's a £3.7 million profit.
That's
why.
Now, if I'm that dude, my strategy is I put my stack on the table, and then I go hang out. I go have lunch.
Yeah, go kiss the Blarney Stone.
Yeah, maybe I go disco dancing for a couple hours. I'm not doing anything.
And apparently that is not a typo. That is confirmed. Started with 660,000 today.
That's an amazing fall.
And yeah.
I sometimes feel like you don't get to a stack that big unless you're playing an insane number of hands, and sometimes your luck doesn't continue, and then you're out before the money. But we'll have to keep in mind when we get to the bubble what the average stack is and see if 660,000, where that ranks at that point. It still might be a chip leader.
I would think.
At that point of the day.
I got moved left earlier and I moved back right.
This has not been a table of sparkling personalities.
Yeah, I wish Benny and his table, who's sitting next to Benny? That is Danny Pike. I wish that they were, like I said, they may be just trying to keep it quiet so that they don't disturb the other people at the table, but I wish that they were engaging everyone else. But that gives us a chance to chat at least, because if
it's been a delight to this point.
He actually stuck his finger down his throat when he said, right after he said delight. You guys couldn't see that.
No, I'll tell you what's been a delight for me is just by sitting here in this booth with you, I can now write off this entire trip.
That's 100% true. And
Curie has ace king. He's making a little run here.
Clip that for your accountant. Oh boy, here we go. Saparenko.
Raise 12.
Sapranenko
Raise 12.
is going to 3-bet out of the small blind. Pon's going to have to fold king queen in the big, I think. Now the small blind is also a place where players are going to be 3-betting light most often too. But yeah, there goes the king queen, and Kiri jams. Well, that's a. And when you don't get snapped here, you're feeling.
It's about 70, yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
About 70. We think it's an all-in for closer to
Close
90.
to 80, I think.
Okay, we got 3 different choices here. We'll get to the bottom of it.
What do you think about this shove? I mean, it was what did it go? Went to 412? Is that what it went? 4 to 12?
Yeah.
To 87.5?
It felt a little big, but if it's really like what is that? 45 bigs. If it's really truly 90,000, which isn't an insane number to get in pre-flop ace king after.
Sure. I mean, I guess if you 4-bet there, it's. I mean, you don't have a choice. I guess you sort of have to shove there because if you 4-bet there, if you can't fold.
You're never 4-bet fold. Yeah,
right,
you're never 4-bet folding, and then what happens is sometimes, like when you 4-bet or just call and miss, then you're kind of in no man's land. So a lot of players like to see all 5 cards and make sure they get their full equity.
Yep.
But this here, 27 to 73%, is lower than we would expect for Ace King's equity.
Yeah, I would say. Did a lot of aces fold? Did we see that? I mean, I'm not paying attention.
I don't
it's not my job.
Remember a lot of aces and kings folding, but it doesn't mean that they didn't.
Tough call here, I think, if you're Sapernenko. You've got what are the blinds at? 2,000. So you've got plenty of blinds if you want to let this go.
I fold.
Yeah.
And Sapernenko elects not to take what would be at best a flip. And that's what Darren also said here on YouTube. 46 big blinds, you could fold for a better spot.
It is Chat Pro Saturdays, so Darren and I are in agreement.
Yes, you are.
I mean, what's the worst hand you're up against there is probably ace-king. Maybe ace-queen suited.
Here we go. Both Spragues still alive in this event. Marley Sprague involved in a hand here.
If memory serves, Marley Sprague has far more chips than her husband.
I don't know how you would know that.
Because we saw him. A few minutes ago. Okay. Good memory. That's also essential for commentating.
And it does elect to let that one go. Ruabag's calling Marley and Spraggy the king and queen of poker. I feel like that title is kind of up for grabs right now.
Sure, it feels a little overstated to me, though. Certainly minor royalty. I'll give him minor royalty.
Like a Duke and
Duchess?
Duchess?
Yeah, Duke and Duchess.
Actually, Duke is a way cooler title anyway. Pike gets a walk in the big blind with kings.
You're running so well. You fold tens, yeah? Yeah. I thought you fold tens.
Is king.
16, yeah. You see that?
I think we may be nearing the end of our time together.
That's devastating,
Michael.
I got it in the other day. Over.
Rory in chat says there's nothing regal about Spraggy. He doesn't. No, he's got like the genetics of a of royalty.
I had a hand you to raise with.
Yeah.
Queen 10.
How do you know what to raise with?
Because you've shown Queen 10 like 6 times.
Top 60.
That's all I've had. Every time you raise, I put you on Queen 10.
I'm a little disappointed that in our time together we have not seen any monster pots. We haven't seen
Let's not talk about you having
anything
Queen 10.
particularly.
I had Queen 10 in the same hand.
I got to work
explosive
in an IMDb flip.
Still gets there?
Yeah.
The gun, like, I couldn't. Yeah. I was there crying. You're all shooting chips in, and what I'd have had the nuts. And it just disappointed him to get half.
Okay, we're going to see Sapernenko and Kiri so far in this pot. Benny in the big blind. Pocket fives. Okay, well, you may get your wish. Who knows? We could really hope for a car crash here.
Well, let's see an ace and a 5 on the flop.
3 players.
Flop is queen, tray, 2 clubs. I so desperately wanted there to be a king, I just called it anyway. Checks around, 6 on the turn.
You take the lead here if you're Glauser?
If I'm Glauser, I know whatever I do is correct, but I'm not sure that he will. Does indeed.
I see why you're not in the prediction business.
Yeah, no, I don't do the predicting.
If you're carrying, I think you can let it go. Why not? What are you hoping for here? You got the ace. If a club comes, you could do a little something.
I think a lot of players will see someone like, maybe he'll get curious. Thank you, James. Thank you for that. I think sometimes you just give it an extra second because you look at Benny Glauser and you go, oh, the pro's just betting with nothing here.
Yeah.
The pro's got nothing. And then you're like, nah, but they probably have something.
Well, in the, what have we been here, an hour? In the hour or so that I've been here, I have not seen Benny get out of line even once.
Right, exactly.
So I guess as I'm sat here, I might as well just start speaking to you guys.
Welcome back, James Hartigan. Wait, is this your first time in the box today?
It is, Joseph.
Since playing?
I have basically spent the last 90 minutes recovering.
Yeah, how do you feel?
Look, I know that I gave you a very hard time because I think it's fair to say that throughout 2020 and 2021, I'm sure it was in many online home games that you were also playing in, Michael, Joe ran horribly and spent a fair amount of time voicing his frustration with how he was running.
I had nothing else to report, right?
Which I dismissed as whining, basically told him to get over himself. And now I have nothing but sympathy. Now I get it. Now I feel that we've traded places. And again, this is part of the Freaky Friday stuff that I desperately want to end because it hurts. It really, really hurts.
And do you want to recount the hand that busted you?
Today,
Ace-5 and 4s?
I think yesterday's, the aces versus 10s, was worse. Today, he got it in with a set against quite a big draw, had a lot of equity against me, and kind of was a very standard spot. It's just to do 3 bullets is kind of like, it goes against my natural kind of...
James a little tight in real life, too.
Yeah.
Close. Bar.
So I think this is going to be the last hand at this blind level, by the way. I think we're going to move on to the next level at the conclusion of this hand, which, as things stand, could be another win for Benny Glauser. Has 3-1 favoritism here with the 4s against the ace-5 suited.
I'd like to see a bet here. Why not? I'd like to see around a half-pot bet. I know nobody likes the half-pot bet. I like it.
Yeah, half-pot's kind of on the outs these days.
And he bets just about half-pot. Thank you.
Yes, Ribs, I did fire another bullet today, and thank you, PokerStars, for allowing me that third and final bullet. It does mean that I officially made day 2. And that means that the second free roll will trigger tonight. There will be a 15K free roll.
I have not plugged the free roll enough today, that's true.
But just to be clear, those of you who are getting, I think, a little bit greedy asking for a 25K free roll, that was dependent on me making the money. I don't think we can push to that. But you are going to get the 15K free roll this evening for me making day 2.
All right, well, if that's the last hand of the level, that's it for me and Michael and Black. Michael, thank you very much for joining us for now. I hope you had fun.
It's a lot of fun. Thank you, Joe, for having me. This was great. And I'm going to go lose some money playing cash.
Cool. I'll escort you over there.
My thank you to Mr. Stapleton and to Mr. Michael Ian Black, our special guest star commentator for the day.
Would be tempted to buy in a location that
Find out which one of Joe's Hollywood Home Games chum will join us on the stream tomorrow.
So that, in terms of rental, I can take advantage of it as well.
Is Josh Molina jumping on a flight as I speak?
And
first you come out. No one complain. Picking on me.
Now, I am not the only member of the PokerStars commentary team. to have not made it very far through day 2.
You didn't even play Kings.
Sadly, 2017 Irish Open champion Griffin Benger will not be winning a second Irish Open title. We did see Griffin on the feature table earlier on today, and we saw Griffin eliminated during the first session of play. But his loss is your gain, because you get his words of wisdom on the stream.
Hey everyone. Like 3 months a year or something.
Welcome to the Losers Club, Griff.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily inclined.
I'll be honest with you. Obviously, I am significantly more of a commentator than I ever will be player. I'm very happy to be back where I belong. I'm back in my natural habitat. This is what I like looking. Other people suffering pain and not me.
I'm actually just disappointed that Michael in Black missed my bit, my laptop bit when I got here. He didn't catch it.
No.
There's a lot of benefits to living in them areas.
Ah.
Yeah, but unfortunately he missed it.
Joe likes to keep the big talent away from you.
I know. I almost had him. For those wondering at home, I changed my background to an image of him from Wet Hot American Summer, but he missed it. I'll get him next time. So how's this feature table?
I've only just joined. I mean, obviously we've got Benny, who's already won a 5K in this festival. We've got Tom Parsons, who we saw make a deep run in the PSPC. He was a Platinum Pass winner and represents Paddy Power Poker.
A lot of people love it there. A lot of people live there.
Some of the nice like suburbs.
You know, I was surprised to hear. I was at the table yesterday for the 1D, and a couple dealers and even a couple players. I overheard them speaking Gaelic to each other. I didn't realize it was like a. They mix it in.
It is an
it's
official
not like,
language.
Is it like? What do you think percentage of Irish people? I guess we could. I guess that's the internet is for.
It's a bit hard though, because actually it was a house. I'm not like gonna invest in buying a 4-bed house or something. That's gonna be millions.
If you listen really closely, you can get investment advice from Benny Glazer.
I mean, millions is.
So we have had a raise from Pontos Pompan with King Jack. And look at this. Shane Carey in the big blind with aces. Toasted Shambo says a very small percentage. There are certain small parts of Ireland where it's spoken daily, but outside of those areas, it's not really spoken anymore.
Yeah, that's what I assumed, so I was surprised to hear it, but.
Today is 15,000.
Poker Lawyer says, hey Griffin, I'm in Toronto too. Are you pumped for the new Toronto casino? Griffin is not in Toronto.
So not pumped.
He's actually in Dublin.
And also, I don't live in Toronto either.
I was coming to the fact that obviously your home is no longer Toronto. You do now live in Montreal.
I like Vegas.
You were snapping?
Oh, I like Vegas.
I've never been to Dubai. I would like to, but I had a couple of friends who like visited and played now.
So 622 players remaining. Now that field size we established earlier on is not confirmed. We think it's going to be close to 2,500 because there are some no-shows, some qualifiers who never took their seats. Their buy-ins will be added to the prize pool. So we're going to be looking at around 2,500 total entries. So by our estimations, assuming they pay 12.5%, just over 300 players are going to make the money. And that means you can expect the bubble to hit lace tonight. Probably get close to the money this side of the dinner break, maybe make the money after dinner. But yes, by the end of today, we will be paying players. I think by the end of today, we'll have gone through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. I imagine we'll be ending the day with between 150, 200 players. Tomorrow we need to get down to the final table, Griffin, so we kind of need that field to thin during the late stages of day 2.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of entries. This is a record-breaking Irish Open main event. Last year was just over 2,000 runners. This year closer to 2.5K. This structure, I'm not going to lie to you, not necessarily built for a field this big. And if we do want to get down to a single table tomorrow, if we do want to get down to 9, I think it could be a day that goes to the early hours. I think it could be a day that goes to maybe 3 a.m. That means rebooting YouTube streams. It also means being a little bit smart and making sure that maybe we stagger our start times so we don't burn anyone out.
Well, glad we're not in Paris for this then.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, is it...
I don't know what the solution is. Tobias Leknes saying it's bad to go from 200 to 9 with the structure in one day. And I hear you, but I don't know what the solution is. Do you shorten the levels? Do you strip out blind levels? You can't add a day.
I think a lottery elimination of one player per table, just to cut, you know, get 10% of the field out. Sorry, Benny. Forfeiting your chips.
I guess the alternative is that you remove that hard target to hit the FT on Sunday and say maybe we can come back with 2 tables, but I think that's to be discussed. And to answer the question from 4AF, why can't you add a day? Because everyone has planned their trip here based around this being a festival that ends on Easter Monday. A lot of people will basically come here for the Easter weekend, and they're going to be back at work on Tuesday. Would they ever consider speeding up the levels? I don't know. And I think I kind of feel a lot more confident talking about our events like the EPT, where I kind of have regular conversations with Toby Stone about solutions to these problems. This is not our event, and we have no real influence or control, or even we're not even in the conversations about how they're structuring this. I mean, we randomly had 20 minutes added to one of the breaks earlier on, and we knew nothing about it, so... Poker law, I get that, but I think you just take off work on Tuesday if you final table. The dealers are contracted till Monday. The venue is booked until Monday. The live stream crew is booked until Monday. I mean...
That all you got, James?
I imagine that if you said to the RDS, we need an extra day, they'd be like, no, there's another group coming in here.
Yeah.
Darkest Night says, when is the Hartigan free roll? 7 p.m. British summer time, so 2.5 hours from now. Password will be revealed on the stream 15 minutes before it starts. That's when registration opens. Late reg until 7:15. And yes, because we finagled it so that I could return for day 2, I officially made day 2, and that means you get your 15k free roll tonight. Rory, I'd like to think we could do this without Stapes.
What do you mean when you say British summertime? It's like
that's what I was scared
it's like an
of.
Eastern Standard, except it's in the summer they call it summer. What do you call it in the winter? Or is it just a
GMT?
GMT, and it changes.
Well, GMT, aka UTC, is like the main time zone that the UK and Ireland are on.
Okay, what does GMT stand for?
Greenwich Mean Time.
What?
Greenwich Mean Time.
Greenwich
because of the Greenwich Observatory.
Okay.
More commonly known perhaps as UTC, Universally Coordinated Time, but during the summer months,
it goes
the
up
clocks
and back
go forward, as they do everywhere else that observes daylight savings time, and so we are on British summertime, and I imagine on this side of the Irish Sea they probably prefer to call it Irish summertime, but same difference. Basically 1 hour behind Central European summertime, 5 hours
right, so that's why
of
most places in Europe are like 6 hours behind Eastern, or 6 hours ahead rather, and then
so
England is 5 hours ahead.
Back home right now, Griff, in Montreal, you are being on Eastern Daylight Time.
Well, Eastern Standard Time.
No, you're on Eastern Daylight.
EDT.
You're on EDT at the moment, right? You're not observing EST at the moment. You're observing EDT. So you are 5 hours behind at the moment.
Yeah.
But there was a time, there was a 2-week period where your clocks had gone forward and ours hadn't. So the time difference was only 4 hours.
Whoa. Time is a flat circle, man.
It's confusing because on this side of the Atlantic we use the S to stand for summer, and on your side of the Atlantic you use the S to stand for standard. So when we're on summertime we have an S, but when you're on summertime you don't have an S, you have a D.
Oh, that's very confusing.
Personally, I'd like us to eliminate the whole thing and stop fiddling with clocks twice a year, but...
Looking at the chips here, Tarosian with 76 big blinds, the chip leader. Parsons there with 57. Seen that Irish lad around quite a bit at some events. Plays pretty well. Pike and Glacier just below there. So not a ton of chips, but, you know, some room to work with.
What costume?
The information I was given.
In which way or when?
You doubled up out of it.
Race.
Okay, we've covered time zones. What else we got? You will see, by the way, the field has moved up. Not the actual number of players remaining, that's still going down and is at 608 right now, but the total field size, the total number of entries, and this includes re-entries, is 2,491, so very close to 2.5K. I imagine that is the final number. We will get that confirmed shortly, and I imagine pretty soon they will confirm the payouts, and crucially how many will get paid, what a min cash is worth, and what the winner's going to get.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've got to expect that first place is going to be well over 400,000, maybe even close to 500,000. Yeah. This massive prize pool.
When you won in 2017, was it a 1K or a higher buy-in then?
So it was a 1K, and it had under 1,200, and it was 200,000 for first.
I think it was 4 o'clock. I think.
So yeah, maybe it'll be more like just over 400.
So players in the Scouts tournament, if you're looking to receive your seating assignment, step over here.
Carey getting his fair share of big hands. Ace-King suited in early position. We are at the 1K, 2.5K blind level right now. His open is to 5,500. And Shamkuar's got ace-10 of spades.
Yeah, this is going to be trouble for him.
All in. Green triangle of death presented. He is going to get called. It's going to be a domination situation in Carey's favor.
You're waiting for your seating assignment. All right, here we go. 100, 100 in the Scouts tournament. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal. 100, 100.
Ace-King is the favorite right now. It's still the favorite, although there are some chop-opportunities with that paired board.
Have we had a chop pot yet, James? We didn't have one on 1C.
We got on the live stream? Yeah.
Okay.
No, is
it's over. No chop.
Yeah, no chop.
And the elimination of Shamkuar.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
So roughly 300 players to go before we hit the money, but a reminder that they have not yet confirmed how many will get paid. They've not yet confirmed the payouts.
All in Skiing says, come on, man, when do you ever see winner take all poker? I mean, the day we start seeing winner take all poker is the day we start putting poker players in cages. That's a shark cage reference for all my day ones.
My next round's got respect.
Maybe. That hand I would have folded either way.
Couple more eliminations to tell you about. We've been keeping track of the big names in the field. Sadly, the man who was on the poster for the Irish Open 2023, 2017 finalist Fintan Hand, is no more. Fintan's been KO'd, along with an EPT champion, Ian Hamilton, who we saw win in London last October. Ian Hamilton has also been eliminated.
Glacier, I think, taking advantage of what
Now-
appears to be a passive table chip leader. You know, a few hands ago, I saw a limp at it was the cutoff with the Queen 10 from the Frenchman, and then folded to
Is that
the
an
just over
aura ring,
3x raise. So Benny, I think, you'd be aware of that.
I don't want to keep labouring the point, Griffin, but I'm also all for accuracy.
Did you
I
ever
know
use, like,
that
an
for
Apple
many,
Watch or
many
anything, or-
years we called Benny Glazer.
Oh,
but
well,
as he
different now, huh?
specifically reached out and said it's actually Glazer, and I'm now trying to correct people,
Okay.
we are going to stick with Glazer.
Okay.
But is it like whip? Is it like whip?
Yeah, we did look into it.
Nice takedown for Benny Glaze as we proceed.
It's not the most reliable, but it's...
Yeah. I was looking at them a few years ago, and I was interested.
Yeah.
I never ended up getting one, though.
Trying to sweat with. We have not seen Pompan's cards.
70, you have one white chip, is that? Oh, it's the yellow, thank you.
Benny getting interested.
Less than 70, no?
With King 5 of diamonds.
70 is less, right?
60 plus.
Yeah, you know, you can work in hands like this for some late position 3-bets. Sometimes you have a blocker. It's nice to be against a stack like this one of 59,000 that's essentially you know, forced to either shove or fold. If Ponpan has something like the ace-10 off, you know, or maybe something like king-jack, king-queen, these hands that are, of course, well ahead of king-5, but are raising because they think they can take it down pre-flop. You know, they have the blockers, but not a hand they're prepared to 4-bet all in with. So, you know, I mean, James, you play these things now, so, you know, you're sitting there and you open, you know, even ace-jack, you're not thrilled when you get 3-bet and you're going to have to put in that 4-bet all in. You know, you're going to have to do it against a player like Benny Glazer. Sorry, Lenny Glazer? Glazer. So I would love to see what Ponpan has. The cards do appear to be in the reader, so maybe we'll get some more information later in the hand. But this is, you know, going to be a tough spot. And this is why if you raise a hand like, you know, 2 6s here and you get 3-bet by the button, you need to be prepared to go all in. And there is the shove, and you're going to see the quick fold from Benny, who is hoping to just, you know, find Ponpan in sort of the bottom to middle of his range instead of the top. And we'll never know.
Mystery hand. Yeah,
Like
good
Benny.
advice there from Jacques watching on YouTube. Griffin, just say Benny.
Benny, I will. Yes.
Fold it around to Pompan, who is also out. Danny Pike, Benny Glass are both out. Nicholas Tarossian's got 9s on the button.
33.
Rory highlighting that Adam McCullough's on 323,000. Rory says, I have no idea what's going on. Come on, Rory, you've played enough tournament poker now to know that variance is a thing.
Actually, I had a lovely chat last night with Adam and Joe. Got to know him a little bit. Seemed like a real class act. As Kiri defends with the 9-7, I think this defend is fine. Obviously doesn't look very good here because Tarosian just somehow has 2 9s.
3.5.
And with that piece, Kiri's going to beat him into the pot.
I was going to say, before the bet was even verified, made the call, and maybe Kiri calls another bet here. Unless Tarossian slows down on the turn and checks behind.
I think it is a nice hand to slow down with. You block a lot of the draws. you know, if your opponent even has something like 10 Jack, there you go. There's the winner.
Wins. What was the card that was shown?
7.
7?
Always coming.
7, yeah.
Thanks.
Can anyone see a clock?
No.
No.
Isn't exactly. I really need to go to the bathroom.
We have a leaderboard.
If you really need the bathroom, Tom, I would say go, because you're not going to make it to the end of this level. You've got 35 minutes left until the break. It is something that I observed, and look, I don't like to complain. Who am I kidding? I love to complain. I think it's great that they put sport on the screens for people to watch, but yesterday I would have found it much more useful to know when the blinds were going up rather than watching someone hit a golf ball out of a sand pit. HB says, I love when you complain. Good, because I spend most of my time doing it.
Getting the hang of that, ain't you?
Fewer than 600 players now, down to 596 in the Irish Open.
Did you get through on day 1C, Benny? Did you play 1B, or was that too late because of the 5K?
No, yeah, I skipped 1B.
Yeah.
Benny, of course, fresh off his high roller win here at the Irish Open for, I believe, a little over 100,000 euros.
It was the 5K, right?
That's correct. Rice.
See the front, yeah.
Under 20 big blinds. This is an easy peasy spot here, but maybe wants to give a little of an impression of a tough decision to really try to induce hands like this into calling a shove. I think it's probably still going to be too many chips. You know, this is still a very strong shove.
Ace-Jack offsuit is just so horrible in these situations.
Oh, mesh, with the positions. You know, it is +2, but there's... Yeah, I think it's a call.
Well, he does make the call, and this is not quite a flip.
Yeah.
Martin Rice is a 2-1 favorite to double up here with queens against Danny Pike's Ace-Jack. Deal him, Zavi. 10-9-6. Ace of spades for Pike.
Ace of spades.
So a spade on the turn gives us the ultimate sweat.
Oh.
No, it's just the ace of diamonds for very little sweat at all.
Yeah.
And now Rice needs a queen on the river.
Oh, just when you see someone's
I'll
soul
take that
leave
now.
their body.
I'll take that now.
No queen.
Well played. Good luck.
Martin Rice KO'd.
Well played, Martin.
Yes, good luck.
Yeah, cheers. Nice time, buddy.
Cheers.
Nice Santos, Mr. Pike. Two-tone.
Pike, more like spike an ace.
Oh, is it too late to get Griffin back in the tournament?
43.
I figured this is my only way to do that. See how much power you truly have.
What were the hands? I saw the ace and heard gasp.
Heard the screams.
Someone in the chat just said, ugly watch. Don't talk about James like that.
The Cartier Santos is one of the most iconic watch designs, and it is a thing of beauty.
Is that what you're wearing right now?
No, it's what Pike's wearing.
Oh, the thing.
The very first men's
Can I see what you're
wristwatch
wearing?
designed in 1904.
Can I see what you're wearing?
I'm wearing the Zin 105 UTC.
It's really pretty.
Thank you.
I like the band. Although I feel like maybe you should have gone with something like green for this trip, you know, like that would have been more.
I don't have any green watches.
Oh, yeah.
I do have a green rubber strap for the Panerai, though. I should maybe put that on yesterday instead of the.
Right?
Yeah.
There's
enough,
it on the table.
there's enough
stuff.
green on that
I
set
guess,
without.
but listen, we're all matching. That's like part of the deal here. Didn't you get the memo? I mean, I haven't worn green all week. I'm just talking. Set of sixes for Parsons. Woo!
By the way, if we're talking watches, Zabby the dealer right now is wearing the classic, the Casio F91W. You cannot go wrong with the Casio F91W. It is a timeless timepiece.
Wow, Parsons putting Glazier in the trap here. Can he induce a bet? But Glazier, you know what, Benny?
It's really not that hard, Griffin.
I don't know. Feels hard.
If in that case, just call him Benny, for heaven's sake. There's no one else called Benny at the table. No one's going to be confused who you're talking about.
Dude, Parsons is playing this hand so nice. Flat from the small blind. You flop the set. There's a check back on the flop. Of course, you check the turn because it's the king. You expect your opponent to try to represent that king. You work in your check raises at that point. Benny, too smart for it, says, you know what? I know this range is strong from the small blind. I'm going to wait one more street. And then another check. And Benny's never going to get to showdown here with Jack High. You know, like this is not going to, is how his ranges are going to work. With this Jack 9 here, going to find a bet on this river. And then Parsons is going to look like such a boss when he comes out of the bushes with this check raise to what I imagine. You can see how Benny has sized up here to try to, get some folds from some ace highs and the like. Maybe something even as strong as like pocket sevens. You want to tell the story that you've rivered the queen with the ace queen here. Parsons has about 30,000 in store for Benny. And exactly 30,000. Parsons, very impressive hand. I've played with Parsons before. Really solid Irish player.
Looks like horology's on the agenda, Griffin. 6-bit watching on YouTube says, I also got a sweet Casio G-Shock when I was in Japan last month. G-Shock is always appropriate. Hey, I love a G-Shock. Love the 5610, love the Casio, but there are certain attire which it does not work with. Suits, black tie, you can't wear a G-Shock with that. Kalashnikov. Commentators, what about Seiko 5s? Love a Seiko 5. Seiko 5 GMT, orange dial, is the one I have. You'll see me wearing that in the PCA TV shows when they come out.
So, Poker Lawyer on Twitch is asking, James.
Yes.
I need a good starter watch around 1 to 2K. Any suggestions for our resident lawyer?
Yeah, so he came.
There's a lot of good stuff you can get at that price point.
Sitting down, I got 60k.
A lot of good stuff.
Starts at 30k.
I would say,
goes on my thing.
and I'm biased because I'm wearing one right now, look at the German watch brand Zinn, S-I-N-N. Some great watches, priced between 1 and 2K. JD630 brings up the Tudor Black Bay. I love the new Black Bay 54. I know it's small, 37 millimeters, but I love the fact that it's a very, very nice homage to the original Tudor Submariner from 1954, and I want it.
2 hours later, he's got 210k, and I've got like 50, and I'm sitting there grinding.
David, James, you more Invicta or Breitling? Neither. But definitely more Breitling than Invicta. But Pilot's watches have never really done it for me, to be honest.
When the last longer outweighs the equity of the tournament that much.
Floraholic says go for the new Tissot PRX. Great watch, but that is significantly less than $1,000. If you're looking to pay between 1 and 2, I think you can go better than the PRX. But Tissot, Hamilton, part of the Swatch group, great watch brands that you can get very reasonably priced watches from. Steve, you're not wrong. You can get a great watch for $12.99. We're just talking about the Casio F91W. That's around 10, 15 quid. It's a great watch.
I've confused myself with our hand betting.
In which regard?
Me, you're good. You are good. How'd you do this? He's confused himself. You didn't even do nothing.
See, personally, I am not a huge fan of Modern Tag Heuer, so I wouldn't personally recommend it. But if you like the stuff in their catalog, yeah, 1 to 2K, you get a tag at that price point.
Like, it seems not unreasonable.
AP,
right?
nice watches.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to cost you more than 1 to 2K. Add a few zeros to that.
Figure out if I should. So I was like, I'll just check. It's fine.
Like a lot of
Are you
zeros.
going to do check or log?
Many.
Yeah.
Many zeros.
Okay. And I guess have sets.
I have sets? Yeah.
Okay, James's watch club is closing now. I tell you what, there is going to be a lot more watch conversation in Monte Carlo because I've arranged for a very well-known YouTuber who is probably, I think he is the biggest name in watch content on YouTube, is going to be coming to EPT Monte Carlo in April.
Wow, we were.
If all goes to plan, Monte Carlo is going to be a god-tier event.
Massive flop here for Parsons, but also the nut flush draw for Sepernenko. So could see some fireworks here. Old Sappy sitting there with 30 big blinds. Is going to be in position with this club draw. I would imagine would want to play this just as a call most of the time. But you know what? With that 10K big bet, it might actually induce a shove. You know, if this was more of a standard c-bet size, something like 6K, but does just call, and the ace on the turn, this is game over for Sepernenko in the context of, you know, of course, unless the river is a 4 or any club or ace.
Yeah, I mean, Sepernenko's still got 36% equity, by no means drawing dead, but yes, I would be surprised to not see it all go in here.
Parsons with the cheeky check. And wants to induce bets from floats and, of course, those big aces that would often call the flop here, something like ace-queen, ace-jack, or something like the ace-x of clubs. So with that 20K bet, I have to imagine Parsons is going to shove the rest in. And I don't think Sepernenko is going to like it, but is going to have to feel pretty committed and put the rest of the money in. And yeah, as James said, 36% equity. Pretty good, considering you're up against two pair. I think the river is going to be...
Go on, Griffin. Call it.
10 of clubs.
The river is, in fact, the 7 of diamonds. It's a full house for Tom Parsons, and Sepernenko is KO'd.
Nice hand. Thank you. Big one.
KO.
By the way, the conversation I'm seeing right now on both Twitch and YouTube confirms a suspicion I've had for a long time, which is there are a lot of significant overlap between the watch community and the poker community.
Really?
We talk about adjacent audiences, and yes, Julian, you have managed to correctly identify the person who is going to be coming to Monte Carlo.
The only watch I've ever bought was right after my first big poker win, and all the cool kids had really expensive watches, so
Yeah.
I bought a $5,000 tag and rose gold, and I wore it for a couple years, and then it kind of stopped working, and And now it's just in a drawer somewhere. And I haven't worn it in years.
I think, in all seriousness, you should get that serviced, and you're never going to get rid of it, Griff, because that is something that has meaning to you, right?
It has meaning, and also there's no way I have the papers to prove if it's even real or anything like that, right? To like resell it.
But if you take it to an authorized dealer, if you take
it was
to
a limited edition. Like, it was a special edition. It wasn't like a normal...
Even if you don't have the box and papers, you can take that to tag. They will authenticate that it's real, and they can get it serviced, and it will start running again. But even if you don't want to wear it, that's something that you're never going to get rid of because you bought that for a reason, and that's something that has a very strong memory associated with it.
I feel like it's one of those things too, where it's like because that was my first experience with a watch, I haven't bought another one since. Like it felt like I spent too much money on it and I didn't appreciate it and I didn't take care of it, so I don't ever deserve another watch again. But I think if I do get it taken care of, then maybe I could get myself another, like maybe something cheaper, you know, not something I feel like.
I think there is a misconception, and it's part of the flex culture we live in right now, that you have to spend a lot of money and you want something really showy and flashy, and it's about brand recognition. There are some really, really nice timepieces available at an affordable price point.
So it kind of looks like that, but it's not.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Let's see if I can find rose gold tag. We got here ace king and the 10 high. Gonna put out a bet.
Hero.
You
win.
This high.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Thought you were milking me.
Yeah, that's like a very interesting, deceptive kind of bet.
Cool more, maybe.
Yeah.
Just the min-ish bet,
It's
sort
not
of.
great with the ace of hearts, but I think it's fine.
Ah, that hurts.
Gives you such a good price that you're supposed to call, but then it feels like I actually had a hand like that. Were you on the mics for that? Would have been Joe. There was a hand very early on where I was blind on blind against the crazy German.
I was still playing.
Yes,
Griffin,
you were.
So no,
yes,
I would not have seen it. I wonder when they are going to release the payout information, by the way. I mean, we're not a million miles away from making the money.
Anyways, I had Queen 8 of Hearts, and I was bet really small in the river. If anyone remembers the hand against the German blind on blind. Ace Queen suited for pawn pan.
Nothing expensive. We're in summer now, so I think it's only fair. Those are really warm in here on the first day on Wednesday. I thought it was roasting in here. Where are you from? Hey. I've never been, but I'd love to go. I have distant relations in South Africa. Yeah, very distant. Like a dad. My dad's like second cousin or something, if you know what I mean. But he was there.
So Kevin Frame from the UK recently joined the feature table. He has defended the big blind with ace-4. Pompan still way ahead with ace-queen.
There, I created this collage when I saw this, when I first got it. But that's the watch. That's my watch.
Definitely to dig that out, get it serviced, get it working again. Come on, Griffin. You rock that bad boy. And I'm hearing that the tournament staff are still doing some last-minute calculations, so no prize pool confirmation just yet. We have got the break coming up in about 15 minutes' time.
Okay, so Senkel 92, I do remember, Griffin, for what it's worth. But do you remember what the German had? That's what I want to know. I don't need to remember the hand.
He says he had the weak flush.
You're probably right.
Okay, that's what I thought. Where do you see that?
Where he says he had the weak flush.
Quite a distance.
He had the weak flush. Okay, good. What a sick fold. Oh my gosh.
In a couple of time zones.
Yeah, really nice.
I'd love to go.
No.
I'm thinking about
I
going.
think I'll have my first Guinness today.
I'm thinking about going this year.
Yeah, I highly recommend it.
A lot of my friends have said it's beautiful.
Yeah, I have a friend who's lived there for the last year. He loves it.
Clean, isn't it?
Yeah,
Very clean.
Just it's a different like society, and he works there at the minute. But you kind of get away with a wee bit more if you're not actually from Japan with like the whole working culture, because it's a very strong working culture.
Yeah.
But he's been doing language school over there. I have 2 friends who just have gone out for 2 weeks to visit him and go all over, and it just seems like a really nice thing to do, if you know what I mean.
It's really nice for things like that. Like my brother taught English there for a few years.
Oh, no
Lived
way.
there for like a long time. Yeah.
Carey defending his big blind with 9 deuce, Griff.
No. No.
I'm assuming that's you saying one should not defend one's big blind.
No, I'm just rejecting this. I don't think this is really happening. Gotta have a fold range. You're playing the best player at the table out of position, and you decide to call a raise with 9 deuce off.
You have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, and this is an occasion when you need to go with the latter option, Mr. Carey.
Like the feature table or not, it can be every 2 hours, and we're coming to the end of our first break, but sometimes they keep them on.
It's funny because when I see things like that, I think about what the inner monologue must be like. Maybe it's just there's nothing, and they're just like, you know, it's one chip.
How fun we are.
But like, you know, this is not good, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, this is not.
Just from break, so this
Everyone will
is the end
tell
of
you,
the
but
second
it almost like. It's interesting to me because I feel like maybe some people, it's like it gives them autonomy to just do what they want. Like they're like, oh, I'm calling this.
The thing, there's a table with Parker, and then
even though everyone says I'm not supposed to.
Like there was a few other names.
The man himself says that is a disrespectful defend. Do you feel disrespected, Benny? Do you?
Sometimes. Oh, he does at the end.
No spoilers from the future, Benny.
I'm finding those seats really uncomfortable.
Yeah, they are very nice seats. Yeah.
Like I'm really having to force myself to sit up because I just feel like I'm doing this. Yeah. You just feel like you're getting really like tight and brought up. No.
Sardines.
Yeah, like, you know, 4 hours is a lot. Back to back, yeah.
Gavin Sardini from South Africa, not involved in this hand, but Pontus Pompan
His first name is Pontus?
Well,
with the Kings.
Pontus Pompan? That's great. It's a great name. We stand a good name. And Pontus Pompan is a great name. Benny, trying to do a little mental math. Do I feel like I want to set mine? And at the hijack, not particularly aggressive players behind, worrying about like a light squeeze, and I think that goes into Benny's mindset about whether to set mine in position for about 35 big blinds here. I would probably like to see a call suited here for Parsons. You know, just the one flick in chip, and does find it.
And that means we're going to go 3-way to the flop. Pompan 2-1 favorite with the Kings. The flop is all spades, which is interesting because Benny is the only player with a spade, so he has a 5-high flush draw. Equity increases to 47%.
But given a free card here, and I think some of the time Benny is actually going to want to bet here, protect against, you know, if Pompan has something like ace-jack, you do open yourself up to some check raises from both Parsons in the big blind and the original aggressor, but you know, you do want to protect here. You don't just want like 9-8 of diamonds to turn an 8 here. This could be your one spot to win this pot.
So a bet of 6,500. Tom Parsons did flop a pair of deuces but fold. So back on Pompan, who is a marginal favorite here.
And
makes the call.
Yeah, gonna play it bluff catchy.
And there is the flush for Benny Glaser. And Pompan is drawing dead. Now the flush on board, but Benny's 5 still playing.
Ace 10, 6, and 5. Oh yeah, not a chop.
No. I mean, so many cards to hate for kings here.
No reason for Benny to get greedy here. But a very calculated mind, very calculated man is Benny going to consider perhaps an outrageously small-ish bet to get some value maybe from something like Ace 10.
Instead,
You know why I changed my mind? It's bad.
action goes check, check.
You think you're betting river?
Yeah.
And Benny frustrated at himself for not finding the value with the 5-high flush. Always looking to push edges, recognizes that, you know, when you make the best hand, you think your opponent might call a bet.
Yeah.
You know, I think those non-spade kings probably fold most of the time, but you bet small enough, you might get a curious call from someone that might think you're turning something into a bluff.
Danny Pike starting the action from under the gun +1 with King 10 of clubs, raises to 5K. Blinds will be going up on the other side of the break, which is less than 10 minutes away. Gavin Sardini has ace 4 of clubs in the big. Beast says after break this might go till 3 AM. Not today. I'm going to play 10 levels today. Play to the end of level 20. So likely to finish around 1:30 AM. Still pretty late. Still a very long day for all the players, but not as bad as tomorrow is likely to be when we try to get down to the final table.
I think this is a bit of a mistake from the South African Sardini in the big blind.
Excellent.
You know, if this is the kind of, you know, ace 4 suited is a nice 3-bet from, say, the small blind, late position, big blind. You can mix it in sometimes, but it's just plays so nice. If we do get the cooler club flop, oh boy.
Yeah. Sardini better than a 4-1 favorite here.
How about that? Has anyone remarked on the old school PokerStars hat? It feels like a 2006 logo, no?
It is, but it was part of a merch line that came out to celebrate the 20th anniversary of PokerStars in 2021. So it's modern merch with a nod to the past.
I want a little modern merch. Pike just thinking, if I hit a club, I'm gonna double up. But you won't. Your day will be ruined.
Philip the Razor watching on YouTube says, since this isn't an EPT event, is the bubble coverage still considered award-winning? It's not award-winning bubble coverage, it's world-famous bubble coverage. In this event, let's just say there'll be a bubble. And we'll leave it at that for now.
Sardini going to react to this bet? That is just going to be a call. A lot of interesting things can happen on this river. A brick can come, and a brick is in the cards. Sardini with just the ace high. Pike took the stab on the turn. Would he have a shell on the river for? Would you look at that? How often do you see this, James? Exactly pot behind for Sardini.
25.
Goes 25,000.
And hey, it's unorthodox. You would get snapped by better most of the time. But it also makes it so that Pike doesn't bet 40, 50,000. And now you're going to find yourself winning a nice sized pot as long as Pike doesn't do something crazy.
Pike passes.
Sydafrika.
An interesting one.
Thanks.
How many hands are we going to squeeze in as the clock ticks into the break?
See you in 30 minutes. See you in 30 minutes.
You'll see it on TV.
Oh, it's the best thing about being at the feature table, saying that to someone.
A pretty good idea.
Hey? Think you had it?
I think you had it.
You'll see it on TV later. Benny Glacé folds the 9-7.
Kevin Frame, Queen 9 of diamonds in the hijack. Announces raise. And makes it 5,000 even.
Cheers, thanks.
So Frame's got 67k behind. Tom Parsons folds the button.
Only got to be about 10 minutes max. I would say maybe not even.
8 minutes.
Yeah.
Raise, huh?
Be careful what you're saying there, Sardini.
2.5 minutes.
2.5.
Good news.
Time flies when you're having
Floors and dealers are pretty lenient when someone's asking about a raise, right?
We haven't
When
been
you
told
say the
yet,
word
so
raise,
until break.
Sardini was like, raise, huh?
Yeah.
That's
It's a little, you know.
Two-day, is it a 350?
Got to be careful.
Got to be careful.
Like that?
I know.
We'll be matching one or two screens.
I had a situation today, Griffin. After my first table was broken after not even an orbit, because I started on table 116. Found my way to table 4, and the very first hand I wanted to play, and I go to raise, and I say 25, meaning 2,500, but I realized the only chips I've got are, the only chip I had at that point was the 25k chip.
No.
So I'm about to put that in, and I'm like, just to be clear, 2,500, not 25,000.
Oh, that's funny. That's good. Yeah, I think the ruling would be that it's 25k there, right? It's funny that you actually have that story like that. That's a very specific chip to have that like not a lot of people had. It was a running gag on my feature about how there was one person with the 25k and it was like a bounty chip. Everybody wanted it.
Yeah.
So Keith Weller is asking on YouTube. And congrats, Keith, on your near final table at Okada and Manila in the PokerStars main event. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it sounds cool. Is that a real thing? That's a place?
The APPT was in Manila recently, yes.
How does a feature table, live table get selected in this event? So every featured live table that you see at a PokerStars event is simply, there's a random draw of all the players going on random tables, and then, you know, the producers here will decide based off what they see who to put on the feature table. So it's not like, you know, we handcraft all these players to put them on the table together. It's just like, oh, look at that, Sam Grafton's on a table with
make it good in them, boys.
Phil Ivey, whatever.
Last hand before the break.
That'll become the feature table.
Yeah, we should have a double straddle this time.
So
last hand before break, yeah? I think
so.
10-8 of spades for Parsons. I expect to see a raise here from Parsons.
So we have got a new feature table on the other side of the break, Griffin. We are going to be switching it up, so I'm glad you talked about feature table selection there. We have got an Irish poker legend. Yesterday we had Porrick Parkinson on the main stage. Andy Black, a World Series of Poker finalist from 2005, a bona fide Irish poker legend, is going to be on the main stage, along with Mitch Johnson, who knocked me out of the Irish Open main event yesterday on my first bullet.
And one of my closest friends in poker, Irish poker player Toby Joyce, on there as well. So great to see Toby.
Tom Parsons pair and a flush draw. Set for Pike. This could be a pretty explosive hand to end the session.
I don't think that Parsons is going to get into too much trouble as played with the just call from Pike. I don't think it's Parsons' best interest to try to, you know, try to blow Pike off an ace here.
Yeah.
You have too much showdown value with, and does check it back. And you can see how little money is being put in this pot and how smartly Parsons is playing it. And yeah, shouldn't lose either any more or very little depending on this sizing. You know, it sucks you have these spades in your hand because it's less likely that your opponent is bluffing missed spades. You know, certainly Queen Jack, King Queen is in the range that of the misses, but with an overpot bet, I think you just need to sort of tip your cap and say, all right, man, I guess you have a big ace, or you have, you know, Queen 9 of spades, or something like that. It is suspect, though. It's weird. It's like, why are you betting so big? It looks very bluffy. There aren't a lot of big value hands. What you're just saying, you have pocket 4s here. You can't have pocket 10s. I have a 10 in my hand. Would you bet this with ace deuce? Ace 7? No, you'd bet 10,000. So it feels bluffy, but I think Parsons is going to sniff it out and make a good fold.
Shows that he folded a 10.
I was very close to calling. I was very close to calling.
I need a spade.
You wanted a spade?
You don't want a spade.
Yeah.
So that is going to take us to the break, and these players are going to be moved back out to the field. Just a reminder, new feature table on the other side of the break. Players including Andy Black, Mitch Johnson, and Toby Joyce. This is a 20-minute break, question mark?
We shall see.
One thing is sure, we're going to come back with another 2 levels of play as we get closer to the money on day 2 of the Irish Open.
Turn is Jack of Hearts, Henrik checks, David checks.
Well, Pomeroy flops the world here, flops the full house, and so far we've gone check, check, trap, trap to a river.
Henrik bets.
What a tough spot for me with the hand that I've checked twice and is definitely nothing.
I don't know.
Well, I guess I'll raise.
Yeah. I had to think about it for a while, but you know what? I'm gonna raise.
David raises 300,000.
5k chips, stacks of 20, each one 100k. That is 300,000. We have been checked down to a river. He's eating Doritos in the middle of the hand. And staring down his opponent with a smile. That Doritos dust now placed onto the cards, and they are folded. Gets away from it.
Pomeroy, that means apple of the Roy.
It was the jack of clubs. Goes on the button.
And Dorito dust sounds so delicious right now.
Roy is king in French, right?
Oh.
Pomeroy.
Apple of the king.
King apple. Apple king is comes from a long line of orchard.
Here comes old Joe Rafferty again. With the two-handed. Put him in.
Pain and anguish on the face of our decision maker. Hey, did this guy have a PokerStars t-shirt on?
It really looks like it says PokerStars.
Well, Gavitan calls with the King 8.
A lot about Mike McDonald if he's a time traveler. Ace high ahead, Rafferty the favorite to double up.
3 of spades, 2 of diamonds, 6.
Will he double up or will he get done dirty again? The turn is an 8. Dirty is looking like it.
Big sigh of relief from Gavitan. He takes the lead on the turn and holds.
4 is not enough for Rafferty. That is it. Never recovered from that gnarly beat he suffered at the hands of David Pomeroy. Joe Rafferty out in 4th. 69,500 euros.
Leave it.
Can't bring him. He just can't bring himself to walk away. Three-handed now. Prize jumps go up a full 20,000 euros. Oh, just PokerShare.com. That's a little too close for comfort for me, Craggy.
PokerShare.com.
PokerShare singular.
My circle is spinning.
Did you just click into a time warp?
I'm pretty sure these lads have run into some difficulties.
45,000.
The site cannot be reached.
Okay.
It was a good run.
Story checks out. Olander first to act on the button. Raises King 8. Pomeroy still to act. In the big blind.
David re-raises.
Re-raises with ace-jack suited. This seems all right.
All in and
Olander jams. Pomeroy calls. This went from seeming all right to seeming kind of unnecessary.
The flop is.
Yeah, some pretty wild play, and it might pay dividends. Olander with 2 pairs and another rise smile. Pomeroy, well, save your applause. Pomeroy still has the gut shot. 5 won't help him.
Can only hit the gut shot.
The river.
The river's a deuce. Pomeroy eliminated. Done. Out of here in 3rd place for 89,300 euros.
So we did catch a glimpse of Patrick Antonius on the rail, Joe, as well.
I wonder who he's sweating. Still 2 Swedes left. Maybe one of them. Henrik Olander heads up against Mats Gavitan. Yeah, they have about the same, I heard someone say.
Get on with it. I mean, roughly.
10,000, 20,000, 2K ante.
And Orlando heads up for the title. There can be only one EPT winner. Is that too much of a Crowbar Highlander reference, Joe?
I'm okay with it. I love a crowbar reference. And I don't think these guys are super deep. I don't know how long this heads up will go on for unless they trade the lead back and forth. But Olander is way out in front at this point, chips-wise. Gavitan with 2 pair, way out in front in this hand. Olander drawing almost dead. Hasn't stopped him from betting. Looks like 80K. Here comes the raise.
Is raising to 200.
230. Oh yeah, the original bet was 100, so this raises to 230.
All in from Henrik and call.
Olander jams.
And Olander is wild, fearless, reckless, some might say.
Ace, deuce.
It appears as if no one at this table has learned anything from their wicked ways. And Gavitan has Olander drawing dead on the turn. Full house. 7-star hand. And that's going to be a double up for Mats Gavitan. I wonder if it's enough for the chip lead. Doesn't quite look like it. Mats limps with 6-5. Are we going to see a slow play of the ace-8? Nope, it's a raise.
Olander certainly seems the raising type. This was the era of Scandinavian, dare I say, Swedish aggression. We're certainly seeing that on display at this final table. Ace-high flop favors Olander. Gavitan does pick up second pair, though.
Are you saying it's the era of Swedish fish?
To a point.
Well, that's pretty sweet. Top pair for Olander. Second pair for Mats.
What is 440,000?
Bet and a call on the flop. 10 turn.
Yeah, barbecue sauce. They might not have Swedish fish candy in the UK. I might have said spread.
I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with it.
I like this comment from Spring. Come on, man. You have a pair. Why aren't the chips in the middle yet?
He's slow playing his find out where he's at equity. He might exercise it on the turn.
Henrik announces all in.
Well, Olander all in with his top pair. Gavitan,
These guys know
none
that
too pleased.
You can just get to a showdown sometimes, right? Like you don't. Like just because you can go all in doesn't mean you have to.
Joe, it's heads up. Every hand is a duel. Every hand is a battle. If you are not contesting every single pot with any two cards, you're just letting your opponent run over you.
Good fold from Gavitan.
You're right. It almost feels the heads up matches in the early seasons feel a lot more personal. They feel like a real sort of gladiatorial thing where it's like I'm not going to lose any of the pots.
Where
like
folding is both losing but also somehow still losing.
Right, it's like a sign of cowardice or something. Like
Yeah.
this 8-7-3 or whatever, and he's all in with the ace deuce. It's like you can just fold. That's a very important part of the game.
like when you fold to someone and they're like, "Yeah, that's right."
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, okay, sure, it's
Yes,
fine.
that is right. That's exactly right.
Was the correct fold. Gavitan with pocket nines, pocket trays for Olander. And he is going to raise it up like he has got two aces.
Spoke a little bit during one of the heads ups yesterday about or rather today earlier, with the strength of an ace heads up. Similar was thought of a pair. You know, you've already been dealt a pair heads up, you play it very quickly, and that's exactly what we see here. Nines versus threes, all in. Commotion, a big shaking table as the rail leaps to its feet. Gavitan, a big favorite.
This is 6, no change.
2 outs once for Olander.
It's a 9. Full house 9.
Just a 9 on the river secures the win for Gavitan, and that is not the end of this heads-up battle, but it is a big swing in one of the Swedes' favor.
Let's see, I think Gavitan may finally have taken the chip lead after that second double up.
Yeah, and I think from Olander we've seen two plays that maybe a little bit out of line from a 2020 perspective. At the threes might not be so bad. It does seem like a lot of chips to get in pre-flop.
I still don't think he has the chip lead. Look at all those stacks of blue.
And it raises.
Yeah, it's real close.
It's about the same. I think we are a lot closer to parity now, but maybe you're right. It seems like Olander came in with just such a huge lead that he's managed to lose two, to double him up twice and still be maybe even slightly ahead.
I think there was some chipping away in between the double up too. So Gavitan dominated heads into this flop, but does flop trip 8. And ace king is a hand that's pretty tough to get away from heads up.
Yeah, and especially on a board like this, as I just mentioned, a lot of the pairs get played very, very quickly in these heads-up battles. So if you strip out all of those pairs, assuming they re-raise pre-flop, then 8-8-4 becomes an even safer board for you, because it's unlikely your opponent has 6s, 7s, 9s, 10s, certainly jacks, queens, kings, aces. So if Gavitan puts in a raise here or continues with action, he's basically saying he has an 8 or nothing, even more so than he would do in 2020 when some of those pairs might still be in his pre-flop calling range.
So Gavitan makes a large bet. Olander calls. We haven't seen a lot of large bet calling. It's usually just bet jam, but here we are on the turn, 6 of spades.
And the turn is pretty bad for Olander. Gavitan's going to improve sometimes if he was bluffing with a hand like 6-7 or 5-7. You know, those straight draws. Certainly a more connected turn. So the ace-king should be a bit more wary, but he's all in and snapped off by trips.
Let's see your hand. Showdown. Ace, king for Henry.
So from the numbers there, it looked like Olander had about 900,000 behind, 700 something for Gavitan. So yeah, this is not over. But now Gavitan has the size of the sort of chip lead size that Olander had going in. So 3 double ups.
Yeah. And all 3 potentially could have been avoided. Again, this is a strategy thing that we see a lot in these 2005 hands, that ace-king, good hand pre-flop, ignore the board. You're still going to, go all out with it despite not having hit. And another kind of, dare I say, punt, given what we understand now.
Pretty
sort of
punty.
Uncontrolled aggression, yeah.
A real PU next Tuesday.
And call. Henry now.
All in and a call.
All in. Yeah, it's Domination Nation. Ace-9 versus King-9. And if the statistics play out the way they're supposed to, Gavitan will have doubled up 3 times to make a hell of a comeback and knock Henrik Olander out of this tournament in second place.
3-7.
Things working out so far for Ace High. 8-7 tray. Olander needs to hit a king.
3.
And he needs to hit on the river. The river card's a 5. It's over. Gavitan, what a comeback. Yes,
Very
oh,
aggressive celebrations. You love to see it. And a huge reversal heads up, Joe, from overwhelming chip leader to busted in second place.
That guy would not be my friend anymore. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the Irish Poker Open 2023. Live coverage of day 2 from the Royal Dublin Society here in Dublin. Oddly enough, we got 3 men in the booth for you this time. Joe Stapleton, James Hartigan.
Hello, Joseph.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, thank you for having me.
What did I miss?
If Griffin were here, it would be 3 men and a baby.
Aw, he is our bouncing baby boy.
The big thing you missed, Joe, is that we have mixed things up. We have switched the feature table during the break. Yesterday, you had Irish poker legend Porrick Parkinson on the main stage. Today, it's Irish poker legend Andy Black.
Michael Ian Black's cousin?
Indeed. Black joined at this table by Toby Joyce and Mitch Johnson, the player who took my chips.
Boo.
Is Mitch Johnson Finnish?
No. That's also the Greek flag, Joe.
Is he Greek?
No, he's from the UK.
Okay. Well, I guess anyone can make a flag mistake, can't they? Myself included. Pretty excited to see Andy Black.
Absolutely.
You know, Andy, on the first night I was here, was playing in the Hendon Mob event as well, and came over and greeted me and treated me as a peer, which I appreciate. And then it turns out he didn't remember that my first ever job at the World Series in poker in total was covering Andy Black at the World Series of Poker main event in 2005.
That final table played at Binion's. I remember it well.
And I said, Andy, I've known you for as long as I've known anyone in this industry.
I remember you and I went out to dinner in Monte Carlo, bumped into Andy Black and the late John Gale, who were having dinner at the same restaurant.
Where we meant to go?
I don't have my friend behind to say what you have this.
Yeah.
Or this morning. This sounds maybe better.
This sort of behavior is commonplace now, but I don't know if you remember this, James. Back when they were still at the Rio, there were a few tables left, maybe 4 or 5 tables. And there was a dinner break, and the time of the dinner break was miscommunicated somehow.
Correct.
And Andy was late coming back. And
no, it wasn't Andy. It was...
Oh, you're right. It was someone else, and Andy orchestrated waiting for him.
Andy tried to orchestrate waiting for him, but the other players wouldn't go for it. Andy got so upset he started crying.
I remember that. That was what I specifically remember, was that he cared so much.
He felt so bad for the player who didn't get the memo and was actually coming back half an hour later.
Thank you for filling in the gaps of that story.
That's very sweet. Ooh, Jack of clubs in the turn.
And Andy now with a pair and the flush draw. It is a pair of jacks for Benger. And Barry Greenstein, ace on the river, means Benger has a lock on this hand. This is Daniel Benger from Germany. And Benger has bet the river 8,000. Andy just has a pair of 9s on this straighty paired board. So a few public service announcements after the conclusion of this hand. We'll expect Andy to fold here. I think that's the same card protector he had.
What?
The
really?
last time we saw it.
Oh,
on
last
EPT.
time, not from back then.
No.
Very cheap. The good thing about it.
Yeah, I want you that you pay me.
What?
I want you that you pay me.
You're German, yeah?
Of course.
I want it that you pay me.
You asked me before.
I know. No, I know, but it's different context. The German wanted that.
Frightened of that.
Table, please.
What?
WSOP was 18 years ago.
What? What are you nodding at? What's going on? What? He's only fucking with me. Sorry about this.
Just flick it in.
It doesn't want to go in. I'm going to make a very tight fold, and you show me a bluff, and you're doing very well.
Nice fold.
Good fold.
Should we turn them
Andy
over?
Black.
Huh?
You want to turn them over?
What? You see it in 30 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm not going
No
to look.
spread can see English, he says.
Better for me.
Fucking hell.
So here's the state of play, guys. Total number of entries, record-breaking number of entries in the Irish Open main event, 2,491. 523 players remaining, still waiting for the payout information to be confirmed, but we expect just over 300 players to make the money. And yes, due to the third bullet I was granted at the start of play today, I did officially make day 2. There is going to be a free roll for live stream viewers starting in just over an hour's time. The password will be revealed in exactly an hour's time.
I didn't have King Jack. I didn't have King Jack. I had a pair.
Yeah, but lower than the board then. Or just...
Bottom of the board. 9.
Yeah,
I had a 9.
This table already chatty.
Of course I had you.
This is the Irish Poker Open I was expecting.
I think.
Yeah, I enjoy this. Andy been in the game for so long.
I had to turn the flush draw.
Nice.
So this is one of Griffin's close friends in poker. Toby Joyce plays a sad face 1-1-1 on Stars, crushes live and online poker, has opened with aces.
Aces, top 3 hand.
Now you can proud.
Top 3.
One of the best hands you can open with.
It's definitely up there.
And a big blind defend.
I've heard about Griffin's friend Toby. I thought he was making him up.
Michael
Toby Joyce. Turns out he's real.
Dorman defending with Queen 4.
Isn't Michael Dorman the name of the guy from Patriot? He's Australian, but...
Have a continuation bet from Joyce and a fold from Dorman. Just hearing from StatTrick, who's monitoring players at the outer tables, that Barney Boatman has just been KO'd.
Sad face.
It sucks. Also, I can't get over the fact that there are 523 people still in this event.
And it's meant to end on Monday?
That's a starting field.
In many places, that would be a very considerable starting field. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and the part you mentioned, James. Also worth noting.
Right at the beginning, and probably won't notice it.
I imagine that we will get prize pool information confirmed sooner rather than later, because it will happen tonight. Probably on the other side of the dinner break, when we will have hand-for-hand play. We will play into the money. We will see the bubble burst.
Even listening, you know?
Then I would say I'm the worst brick. The useless brick. They call me over here.
Yeah. But if you say it a bit later, about 10 or 15 minutes after it starts, then they might catch it. So it's like a little opening, you know?
Sexton.
Alan Sexton, Queen Jack suited, raises to 6,000. And now the fold from Daniel Menger. Andy Black, Jack 8 on the button, passes. Michael Dorman in the small blind this time. And that's a call with Queen 9 of clubs. Mallory Frere, 10-8 of spades. He's in as well. 3 players going to the flop.
Everybody all over each other's outs.
King 10-4. Open-ended straight draw here for Sexton. Pair of 10s for Frere. Dornan with the gut shot. Oh, wow. This is incredible. So basically, at this table is Mitch Johnson, who got me on my first bullet. And Mallory Frere from Belgium is the guy who got me on my second bullet.
Oh, wow.
Mallory Frere is the pocket 10s merchant.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dear.
So listen very closely for the Hartigan anti-sweat. Now, I think he's too much of a professional to make it obvious.
No, no, no. I'm a bit of vindictive git.
And this is why the commentators don't play. This is why we made a special exception for the Irish Poker Open.
Ace!
Too good. Well, now we're just going to get the guy who got you on your third bullet at this table. Be like having all my exes at on one table.
Give him the queen!
Give him the queen. There you go. Sexton improves on the river. Now with the superior pair.
Revenge for Ireland. Thank you, Alan Sexton. Quick update on some of the players on the outer tables. We've got a double Sprag update for you, courtesy of Stat Trick. Very similar stack sizes. Ben with 150k, Marley with 160k. Meanwhile, Adam McCullough up to 260k.
Let's go, Adam.
Wow.
Would love to see a Sprag McCullough final.
Sprag McCullough, the
No.
world's worst firm employers.
Final table, Sprag McCullough.
Okay, now it's becoming like Camberwick Green. Pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert, Dibble, Grubb.
But they sometimes never tell how they bust with the ace. They what? Like sometimes the people just
Barney
say,
McGrew,
oh, yeah,
Cuthbert,
I busted
Dibble,
the
Grubb.
main tournament with the
Was that
aces.
Camberwick
Yeah, but
Green or
how?
was that
Yeah,
Chigley?
That was a 4-kid straight, a 4-card flush, and I don't beat anything.
A what
but
flush?
I busted, and I called him off. Then
Oh,
it's like,
4-card.
yeah, I'm proud.
Sorry.
This one, in fairness, you did get it all in, but it
A
is.
4-card straight, a 4-card flush.
Starting stack.
Sounded a little different to these American ears.
That must have been his second bullet because I knocked him out on his first one.
What happened in the first bullet? Because
Is that, oh, you heard it?
I know the hand, but I don't know how the action went. So he hit 3 sixes on the turn and you the house.
He's open, he's going to call. I've called small, big blinds called. From Queen 6-3, I've got 3s. It's been checked round and then turns a 6. And check, bet. He said call, but put that in, but
I did not say call, I said 4!
He said 4!
As in raised to 4.
Right.
But the dealers thought he said call as well. So I've raised the flop, but not enough. I'm raising over what the original size is. Then it's been worked out that I need to raise a bit more, then he's gone all in.
Because I thought I was being exploited, Mitch.
So he fucked up. He put out the wrong chip. And
He went 1,700. He's gone to raise to 4k. And said he said 4, but everyone thought he said call. When it's on 1,700 call, I've made it 6k. Well, he's actually raised to 4k, so now I've got to min-raise a bit more.
Just jam.
For 6, it doesn't. In the end, it didn't matter. He turned trips. Yeah.
He was thinking about something.
But it did look like a bit of an angle from me because I've gone, oh, I didn't know you raised.
I didn't see it as an angle, Mitch.
What did he get in? About 30,000?
It was confusing, not an angle.
He'd already lost quite a lot of his chips.
What did he go? He probably had like 18, 20k at that point.
As played, Andy, as played.
I like how the truth eventually made its way out. As if you shouting at them somehow went back in time, like that movie about the sunspots.
To be fair, 90% of the hand history as recounted by Mitch Johnson was accurate.
Yeah.
I did not screw up. I said 4. Okay, I probably should have said 4,000 to be clear.
Yeah. Also, maybe the sizing, well, just kidding. His head whipped around so fast. I'm surprised you didn't hear it in the microphone.
You can see your cards the way you're lifting them up.
Yep.
Because we're far out here, you know, so the way you're doing it, you have to put your hands around it, man.
Good to know Andy Black is still
okay,
policing
as long as I
poker
can see them
tables.
as well.
I'll take care of it.
Still
you know,
an
all those
ethical
guys can see
SOB.
them, you know, I can't, you know.
Not allowed to phone
It's undemocratic. What?
At least I'm not allowed to phone it.
Yeah.
As we discussed yesterday, Nick, I never thought for 1 second that it was an angle from Mitch. I honestly believe he thought it was a call from me. But when he then raises over what he perceives as a call, I perceive his raise as an exploit, and that's why I move on.
Yes, exactly. No,
it wasn't an angle. It muddied things.
It muddied the waters, and I think probably ultimately led to James' advice. And I can confirm he said that prior to this engagement here on this on what we see on the channel just now. So he's telling the truth, folks.
Whereas Frere, don't get me started.
No excuse.
I don't know about that.
Frere with top pair now, Jack 9 of hearts.
Yeah, every single stream they talked about it, or took the piss out of him, or he mentioned it and whinged about it.
Do you want to start texting Andy?
I feel like I was actually in the hand almost. I've heard so much about it. Yeah.
He's having their PokerStars
I was
accounts
even
closed.
thinking of getting a tattoo with the fucking hand. Yeah.
Can we change the feature table?
Right on
Screw
the
you
forehead.
guys.
Right on the forehead, right?
Well, that's your own sick thoughts. I can feel that.
What are you going to do, mon frere?
He is no brother of mine.
Man, McGuire's got to be hating this. Will have the best hand of Ver frequently. Given the flop action, I feel like you are supposed to peel again. Let's go to the turn. Makes the call, 9.5. Ace. Oh, Jack of clubs, now 2 pair. In fact, 3 pair for Monfrere.
I really feel in a 3 pair or in a. Anyway, it goes check.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit concerned about the clubs there. Ace King, obviously too strong to turn into a bluff. Will just be the best hand a lot of the time.
So just to be clear, I'm now anti-railing 2 players who eliminated me from this tournament, and Andy Black, who's been needling me for the last 5 minutes.
Then I would follow the golf. He said, "Oh, I don't know whether the Masters, I don't see how they're going to finish the Masters." And I went, "Yeah, well, they'll play 3 people, or they'll start early." And he went, "Oh, okay." And then he revealed that he was actually talking about the JP Masters. And he'd just been agreeing with me. He let me do it.
That's good.
It was pretty funny,
See the tree that fell down yesterday? Pretty dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're only fucking mostly old white people, so who cares? We could do with losing a few of them.
Wait a minute, I'm white.
I'm talking about my own demographic.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to.
Feels okay.
Sexton v. Joyce. Domination situation.
I have no dog in this fight.
It's a Buddhist, it's very common
Yeah.
in the East. Or it can double as a sex toy.
Oh boy.
I feel there was a knowing look there. You can always feel it, you say it, right? And everyone has different looks, right? And there's always someone who's kind of, a little bit more enthusiastic, a little bit more connected. And you're thinking, oh, right, okay.
Never use one.
I know, but it's obviously we're tuning into some maybe unconscious aspiration,
Do we start talking over this at any
sure I
point,
never
or
watched
just
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
let it rip?
So I'm scared
Make no
of
fun,
Maybe
right?
No, I'm scared
rip's
of
the wrong word to
people
use in this
getting coronavirus
context.
on it.
I mean, that thing has got sharp edges.
Yeah, poor word choice by me. Shocker. Kareem asks, what is the age limit for gambling in Ireland? I assume as old as you want. I assume there is no upper limit.
I don't believe there's a ceiling.
Yeah.
Once you hit 60, they're like, sorry, buddy. your decision making has been impeded. Afraid not.
Seamus Devlin. Ace-7 suited in the cutoff.
Seamus got big arms, man. Working out. Muscular gentleman. Raises it up. Ace-7 of hearts. Johnson. Wakes up with ace-queen of clubs directly to his left, unfortunately. At this stage in the tournament, 369, about 40-ish big blinds. A little bit less effective stack with Devlin. I think it's pretty standard to have a 3-bet here. Yep, seems good. Isolate that initial open.
Can you imagine if casinos had upper age limits? You would have like your 64th last day of being 64, like in the casino, the same way you have your 21st birthday in the casino. Just go absolutely crazy.
Three bet gets through.
Yeah, I feel like you could defend the ace-7 of hearts there if you wanted to, but definitely not feeling this one.
I mean, Toby Joyce didn't even defend the ace-deuce suited to the 4x raise a moment ago.
Wandering away now. You just find out soon.
Yeah. You'll see it on TV.
You just tell me.
Ace-queen of clubs.
Ah, yeah.
Keeping it honest.
What would Griffin say about that?
Don't show.
We'll just all show our hands at Showdown.
Yeah. It's funny though, you know, when like you get raised. Like
1,500, 3,000 blinds right now.
I think it's personal or something, you know, and it's generally it's not like.
Yeah. Then you can start leveling yourself.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Monfrere.
Like 7-4 off.
Pocket kings.
Oh, we're setting up an Alien versus Predator contest here.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Whoever wins, Hartigan loses.
Johnson. What are you going to do, buddy? Queen Jack spades. I think flatting is fine. I think 3-betting is also acceptable. Makes the call.
And now, pocket nines for Toby Joyce.
Wowee. It was supposed to be just these two hands.
I honestly think he could just shove here, you guys. Sub 30 big blinds, a lot of dead money. I just don't see any reason why you wouldn't want to take this spot.
All in?
Yep. Unfortunately going to run into kings, but I think he's making the right play here, and he will win tons of chips with this move.
There's a king, folded.
There's a queen, folded.
Yeah, I don't think Johnson's coming off the ride.
All in.
Reshove from Frere, fold from Johnson. Come on the stars nuts.
Stars nuts indeed.
Didn't work out for me early on.
James with the anti-rail.
Even flopping a set wasn't enough.
Nope.
Going to a flop.
Okay, that's pretty decisive.
Okay.
Case king.
They always make it exciting on the third.
Yeah.
I've never seen it not be exciting on the third.
8 of diamonds, question mark?
Never. Not even once.
Yeah.
Well, except this
Thick
time.
needle. I prefer that.
I was saying it so much it was never going to happen.
Nice hand, sir.
I have 83.
And just checking, and it looks like Toby Joyce was covered, and Toby Joyce has been eliminated. Just going to get that verified.
You remember what you said when you get mic'd up?
Yeah,
What did you say?
He said, I want to be on this. I want to be on the future table. I just have no chance. Doesn't matter.
All right, good game.
He's just like, doesn't matter.
Nice, gentlemen. Wishes everyone a good game.
Back.
It was a good game indeed, sir. Nice run.
That 7 call started to go down.
But I didn't even get a chance to know him.
Yeah, not a lot you can do there. I think you're always going to bang those 9s in, and it's probably exactly what you should be doing every time.
There's worse things in the world than banging 9s.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
The Neeners.
By the way, a number of people have pointed out that Pew Pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert, Dibble Grub were the firefighters from Trumpton. I thought it was a coin flip between Camberwick Green and Chigley. Apparently, it was Trumpton.
All of this is being made up on the spot, right? It's just like someone put the alphabet in a blender.
What's the other one, James? Bunsen, Bean. One fat, one short, one lean.
Isn't that from the fantastic Mr. Fox?
Yeah, but wasn't it based on like a traditional sort of nursery rhyme or something?
No, I thought it was a Roald Dahl book.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we don't really talk about him anymore.
Hello.
Nope.
Bogus, Bunsen, Bean, something like that.
I like it. Cool.
Whoa, cameraception.
Cool shot.
Nice work, guys. That was
So,
cute.
We've kind of like potentially elevated Statrick a little bit above his station, right?
Oh, no.
We put him in charge of feature table selection.
Yeah.
Did he do this to needle me? Has this been like kind of like, oh, we got Andy Black. Yeah, you want Andy Black at the table, just don't mention the fact those 2 other guys are there.
The thing is, Patrick is so sweet and unassuming.
That's
no,
true.
but my point is, those are the ones you have to worry about. Like, what if he's just like secretly psychotic and has just been like seething behind the scenes, waiting to get revenge? Maybe you've been like drinking some of his spit in your tea every day too.
I am willing to concede that I make many people's lives a misery, but I'm actually very nice to Statrick. Jam jars, ladles, hooks for Andy Black. Still ahead post-flop. Benger has paired his 9. Nothing for Maguire to be excited about. There's Statrick. I thought he was going to take a seat at the feature table. It's like he's bought in.
Ooh, hello.
Oh boy, that is
boat over boat.
Yeah.
This is a really nice spot for Andy to wait. What's the size here? This is really important. He bets 5K, which is clearly, there you go. I was going to say clearly a blocker bet. Yep, you got him. Nice work, Andy. Very nice raise on the river there.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
I was going to say it's such a nice run out to get value. Once Benger does not go for a larger sizing there, he's basically screaming he has a 9 or a 6 or a pocket 7s or something like that, and you know your jacks are going to be smashing that. Andy goes in for the quick raise in the river. Instantly paid.
Nah, nice.
Now, I know there is a common misconception, especially amongst North American viewers, that I sound like John Oliver. But here's a new one. Here's a new one from Kong. James, are you the fake taxi guy?
Now, I will admit,
wow.
First of all, I don't know what this guy's talking about. No, I've never heard of this. Second of all, I will admit that your normal voice doesn't sound like the fake taxi guy, but you can do the voice.
I could also fold for that.
All right, love, Gunnar Mitchum.
If I have Queen Jack,
Model, are you? Been working out?
Hot day, I can't do it. We all.
Just going to drive us somewhere private, love.
Oh, you have a hand.
What do you mean you haven't got the fare?
I told you.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. 20 quid.
If you click back, it looks
not enough.
Strong.
Boy, taxis sure are expensive these days.
I mean, I imagine that's the kind of content.
I mean, it seems like something a fake taxi driver would say.
Yeah. Top pair for Andy Black. Pair of 8s for Mitch Johnson. Occasion says, I thought this was a family-friendly stream. That 18 plus is there for a reason.
This would be hilarious if I knew the reference, but I certainly don't.
Johnson's got Showdown. Takes the check. Jack o' hearts.
Johnson.
Bet on the river from Andy Black of 4,000.
Feels like a blocker bet, but can get paid by Queen X, Jack X, 8X.
At which point?
I think I fucked it up.
So I've told Joe this story before, Nick. Apologies if I've told you as well.
Yep.
But in the summer of 2019, we were doing some tests with new streaming equipment at Pinewood Studios.
Yep.
We basically rigged the set, we were checking lighting, new equipment. On the soundstage next door,
Give you any more information while
No Time to Die.
I recall.
On the soundstage across the way, they were doing pickups on The Rise of Skywalker.
Right.
Shooting in an alleyway behind the sound stages.
Fake taxi.
Fake taxi.
Yeah.
It kind of ruins fake taxi for me a little bit.
It
Yeah.
does, yeah.
It turns out that fake taxi is really fake.
Yeah, I mean, the scenarios were so realistic, though. They really had me going there for a minute.
Every once in a while, I'm like, that's a real one. But turns out, no. I mean, who knew it was a union shoot?
I wonder if there was some crossover between, like, extras. Were you in Game of Thrones?
Benger flopping aces and 7s here. Nothing for Dorman.
Did we meet at Pinewood Studios before? It was Game of Thrones. I'm sure it was. That's very funny. Is Pinewood where they have the Harry Potter experience, that whole thing?
No, that was Leavesden. That's up in... just
That'd be an interesting thing to see on your way into Harry Potter. A dad with his kids is like, hey, look, kids, it's... Oh, never mind.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid the frivolity has to come to an end because Josef Spolber, a.k.a. the Black Elf, has been eliminated.
No. No, not Josef. My man. Grinding all the time, putting in so much work behind the scenes.
I win.
Yeah. Josef was also one of our Platinum Pass winners. Enjoyed his company immensely at
She was
the
like turning my hand away.
PSPC this year in the
good.
Bahamas, January of this year.
Moist women who are watching that play there. Yeah.
Down to 475 players now.
They already all know it. They're
already there. Oh wow!
But they're not watching now. It's day 2.
Oh right.
Yeah. They say
don't bother.
Day 2, no money. Who gives a fuck? Just my friends from the Shisha Lounge are watching. They smoke and they watch.
Ah, that's good. from the shisha lounge. You know, they take a break in the shisha lounge after going to the brothel next door.
Nah,
Yeah?
the shisha lounge is in the casino, in the King's Casino.
But there's a brothel next door, isn't there?
Yeah, also.
Yeah.
Don't lower the tone of the stream, Andy Black.
How do you know that?
Very immature.
You never know.
How do I
Very
know that?
immature.
Yeah, maybe I've seen you there. Possible.
Really?
Possible.
Yeah, you exposed me now for everybody.
What?
Come on. Really? You do me dirty?
Your followers are very loyal. I don't think they care.
Ah, that's maybe true.
Yeah.
Benger raising to 6,000 with ace deuce.
Big Deal O'Neill says pot calling the Andy Black.
Nice.
Let's go.
Clever. You're banned.
Not enough for a battle. I already see it in your eyes. Like, should I not? Come on.
The two groups of society who seem to like me more than anyone else are Germans and lesbians.
Really?
Yeah. Lifetime. Yeah. As a group.
It's a good one.
I mean, it's funny, you know. I don't know why that is. I'm just saying. That's my experience.
Seems like you can work with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with
Views
that. I like if
being
anyone sort of
espoused by
is
Andy
okay
Black
with
do
being
not necessarily
promoted,
correlate with the views of the Irish Poker Open, PokerStars, or Paddy Power Poker.
Round to Andy Black, King 10 in the cutoff.
Yes.
See, I know.
Raise 6. You raise all in.
And we have an all-in here from Michael Dorman, shoving with ace-queen. Dorman all-in for 65,000.
Is that a white chip at the bottom?
Yep, it is.
Yeah, just leave it separate, you know. 'Cause, if you're fucking old and blind, you can't see the fucking thing. No. For the future.
There was,
to
to be fair to Andy, there was actually an announcement earlier on that the white chips have to be kept on the
at the
top.
feature table.
Oh,
I
God,
thought
Andy, come
we
on.
stopped that.
Only the final table we know.
Oh, okay. You know, 'cause I've never seen a South African at the table. I thought it was just positive discrimination.
Your telephone was found in the toilet. Come find us. We'll give it.
I didn't catch exactly what you
I mean,
just being
this is-
racist.
Yeah, and I was.
Is that okay?
I was like, nah, it's
Random xenophobe at the feature table, a
just
toilet being,
randomly
a phone being found in the toilet being announced on the PA system. What is happening in this event?
Also, did he say Poria Nazari, your phone was found in the toilet? I'm just more impressed someone found Poria Nazari. Your phone was found in the toilet right next to Andy Black's mouth.
This is the weirdest level yet, and that's saying something.
I am loving the IPO, you guys. Can we do this twice a year? This is fantastic.
Well, we're trying to get to the final table at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Just remember you said that.
We might have to return for a second spell in a couple weeks' time to finish this up. So many runners. The appetite exists.
Yeah, that's also.
Where are you from? South Africa?
Wheatley.
Joburg, yeah.
Is that a South African
And I was
flag?
always like,
My sister's married.
Yes, he just talked about the fact that there's a South African at the table.
And our second name is Black. So they always go, we're the Blicks.
Oh, please.
Oh, boy.
Please make the stop.
We might have to.
Whereabouts in South Africa are you from?
Joburg.
Ah, okay. I used to live in Port Elizabeth for a while. Yeah.
I need to know more about the phone, by the way. Was it actually found in a toilet? Or just in the toilet?
He did apologize. He didn't just say, like, public, he said, I'm really sorry, but it was found in the toilet.
Oh, my God.
No.
So we can't confirm that yet, but we'll keep you guys posted on that.
That's why it's better to, it's the bathroom, and then you're specific. We found your phone in the bathroom, in the toilet. It's a more specific location.
The fact it came with an apology is somewhat suspicious.
Hope you have a good one.
I thought the apology was more like, sorry for putting you on blast right now.
Yeah.
No, they don't mind that here.
Raise all in.
All in.
Again with ace queen.
I mean, that does seem like a big shove, though, you guys. Mines are just
I had that meant to open.
15-3.
And I didn't.
So this is a lot of big blinds from the hijack. I mean, you want to be raising off this stack that, unless, you know, the chips are wrong again, but I think they're pretty solid at this stage. I think you want to have a raise all in here, especially with the suited variety of this combo.
You didn't want to play.
Possibly sweating that min cash potentially.
You can't do two. Huh? Already done one bluff on the table. You can't do two.
We don't know. We don't know.
It got deleted, but something made me laugh on YouTube. Nice one, Pico Pete. Maybe not acceptable to read on air, but it did make me laugh.
I think we're getting very close to learning the payouts, by the way. I think we're going to find out very soon how many are going to make the money and what a min cash is going to be, and also what's up top in this year's record-breaking Irish Open.
They better hurry up, because they might be just announcing we're in the money.
I think we're still like 150 off.
I'm going to add that to my list of ideas. You just don't tell people when the bubble is. You just let them know when it happened.
You just announce it when it happens?
Yeah, every elimination, people are like,
You just, but you'd have to randomize the percentage of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But what would the spread be?
It'd be between. It'd be like between 10 to 18%.
Yeah, that would be fun. Just play poker. Stop waiting for the bubble.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
right.
Yeah, we're not.
There's no need for hand for hand.
Yeah, we're not doing this hand for hand stuff. We're not going to let you guys tank anymore.
Where are you
Just
gonna
play
look
the
at?
game. See what happens.
Told you too much.
You got one guy. He knows 18% is coming up, knitting it up. Turns out, nope, buddy, we're going to 10. You wasted all that time.
Absolutely.
Should have been getting it in earlier.
You don't know when the pay jumps are coming?
That's amazing.
Tell you what, could be something in
there is really something in that. I like this. Just play poker. Try and win the game.
You like a mystery bounty. How about just a mystery prize pool?
I would go so far as to say you could have 5 to 25% of the field.
Wow. You would expand it? I was originally going to go 10 to 20, but you're saying 5 to 25?
Yeah, to really screw with people.
That would be cool.
I would go 8.
Write that down. There's something to that.
Oh, I like Kirian's suggestion. Definitely need a 0.1% chance of it being winner takes all.
Ooh.
Okay, sure. I would do that.
You get to 8% of the field and you go,
You get down to the final 3, they're like, nope. Not yet.
Yes. Yes.
I guess then you 100% make a deal, right? Like,
which is fine.
Yeah, no, of course.
I love this idea. I think this is the new meta.
Somebody gets Strag on the line. We can do this online easy.
Easy. He loves it when you say
no
stuff.
problem.
No problem at all.
Just press some buttons. How hard could it be? That's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward to get it up.
Dear PokerStars,
how hard would it be to do a separate stream for every table of the tournament? It's just one camera.
If we continue this journey, we don't want to be meeting.
Raise and take it for Russell Wheatley.
We'll see her at the final table together. We'll do that.
I'll take that.
Yeah,
I think we're close to getting the prize pool information.
You keep saying that.
This time you had the position.
I guess getting close fits in with the rest of the chat at the table.
I think we've got the information, guys.
Oh, there it is.
All right, main event players, we have calculated your prize pool. We had a total of 2,491 players for a new record for the Irish Open. We generated a prize pool of €2,428,725. We're going to be paying the final 311 players. 311th is going to take home €1,975. All the way up to our main event winner is going to take home €365,000. Good luck, all remaining players.
Was that a 2-clapper?
Fantastic. It reminded me of like being at one of my stand-up
No,
shows.
no, just do it.
That was Summer trying to get a round of applause going, and no one went for it.
Was it actually you, Sam? Amazing. Well done. That is a huge prize pool. Congratulations to the team here for putting on a fantastic show. Thank you very much for the support, gang.
So, biggest poker tournament ever in Ireland.
That is huge.
Huge prize pool and a huge prize up top, 365K. Min cash just shy of 2K. 311 make the money. 311 get paid.
311? Amber is the color of my poker stream. 311 reference for the 4 of you out there.
All jokes aside, that was definitely worth more than 2 claps. Seriously, that is a huge undertaking. Well done, everyone. Seriously, very cool to see the appetite exist here in Ireland. Of course it does. You guys love it.
So yeah, roughly 150 players away from making the money. The bubble probably on the other side of the dinner break. We've got the rest of this level to play, then level 16, then we have the 90-minute dinner break. Coming back, level 17. I think we're gonna burst that bubble. I think we're gonna make the money then.
Let's do it.
This last year,
all those numbers, you know.
Play home games or something?
In homes.
Play home games?
Yeah, just play cash games with a few friends and stuff.
Everybody's got a little. Sorry, James, I was going to say, everyone's got a little piece here. Top pair, middle pair, flush draw.
Only a bit of crack.
Purple stuff.
What do you do for a living?
Huh?
What do you do for a
Green
living?
felt.
I've got a couple of
Sunny D.
arcade, casino.
Water bottle.
Gaming machines. Roulette wheel.
Deadly, deadly.
Obviously, the live games or anything's there legal. In the north.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Conrad Higgs, watching on YouTube, says, I got a poker kitchen comp from that guy at the Rio, playing World Series of Poker cash games. Lol. And now he's announcing the prize pool in the Irish Open.
Whereabouts do you live up there?
Mackerfeld.
Where's that?
I mean, that's a pretty sick brag that you ate at the poker kitchen and lived to tell the
40
tale.
minutes from Derry City itself and about 30 from Belfast or something between.
Yeah, I was going to play it slow here. Johnson just wants to get to showdown. Ace-5, got kicker problems, plus king-queens there, plus some king-7, queen-7, queen-3 kind of stuff there. Although from those positions, kind of unlikely they're going to have those combinations. In any case, plays it safe, takes it down. Nice hand, sir.
So I see a few people, Joe, asking for the password for the free roll. I'm assuming the free roll is live in the client, but surely people can see that registration doesn't open until quarter to the hour, not for another 22 minutes. So you don't need the password yet. When registration opens for that free roll, which starts at 7 p.m. British summertime, we will make sure that you get the password when you can register for that game.
If you ask me for it now, the password's going to be you banned.
Welcome to the Passworld, people.
Passworld.
So the bad news is that Strag is out.
No.
The good news is that Strag is available to discuss your idea, Joe.
Oh. Should I go track him down?
I kind of I'd give it a bet. I'd kind of like, guys just gone busto from the Irish
No, he's
Open.
going to be very susceptible to new ideas, I think.
Hasn't made the money, and you basically want to kind of come up to him and go, just flick a couple of switches and make this happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one thing that Strag really appreciates. It's when you tell him that development is easy. Game development, just flip the switch.
It'll take like 15, 20 minutes.
All you need is like a couple extra cards in the deck and you're good to go. It's that easy. Yeah, let him grab a Guinness, let him cool down. And then we can pitch this exceptional new concept live on stream.
Can you put the white chip out? It's just, if I forget it's there, I might be able to fucking see it,
Is this a loop?
Unfortunately, I don't think Michael Dorman understood that he needs to keep that white chip clear.
Oh, yeah, on top or on its own.
It is something that they keep highlighting to players, that those white 25K chips either have to be on top or separate and visible at all times.
I'd like it in my stack. I'll show it off nicely.
All right. Yeah.
Took a lot of hard work to get that.
Raise 3. Oh, call, sorry. Pass. Just 4. What? Pass. Pass. Call.
Irish Viva, watching on the PokerStars YouTube channel, asks what poker client is the free roll on?
3 players.
I mean,
check.
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 I like to be helpful.
Yeah.
But I also have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to idiocy.
You don't have to, yeah. Don't make an exception
Easy.
now.
Easy game.
Easy game.
It's kind of cool that so many of the old sites have, well, it's not cool, but they've gone under, so we can mention them at will without fear of invoking a competitor. One of the seats at the pokerroom.com table was like an overweight man, and I always used to say it looked like my friend's mom, and he would get so mad at me.
The big bald guy with the cigar?
Yeah.
You had the Bond character in the tuxedo. You had the Malkovich guy in the tracksuit. The lady in the dress.
Yeah.
I think anywhere else in the world, the feature table, when you come on, they say, no swearing, please. Yeah, that's not going to work. The guys are going to swear.
That's not part of the speech, is it? On any of our streams.
A joke.
I think that says more about him.
I mean, that's how he thinks of himself.
Yeah.
It's kind of a lifestyle choice.
Yeah.
Right. But as far as I know, like I might be. I mean, that's just what I thought was the story.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, okay. Well, let's
just pretend like.
Yeah.
Raise 6. Pass.
Benger, king 10. Gets folds around to Frere. Ace 7 of clubs.
Might be tempted to come along here.
Call.
Hello, Monfrere.
You've been on a lot of feature tables, though.
Nah, a couple, not too many.
Pass.
I don't play a lot of poker. This is the first tournament I've played in a year and a half.
Heads up.
Are you going to hang around and play the other stuff as well? Or?
Oh, top pair for Frere. Nut flush draw for Benger.
Quick check. If you have the ace 7 here, you got to be betting this turn. You got to be betting it big.
I've played everything.
He is betting the turn.
I basically
But not particularly big. 1/3 par.
What?
Benger getting a great price. Benger obviously with the straight draw as well, the gut shot. So a strawberry or a queen. It's a 9.
Okay, well, if you bet small on the turn, I think you might be tempted to bet small on the river now as well. Or at least some value. Oh. Does he catch the bluff, though? Looks like he's going to try 30K in the middle. Benger's going to make it.
11.5.
How much?
11,500.
Thank you. He's going to call. Seems good. Check on the river, inducing that bluff. Feels nice. Makes the call. You're good to go, buddy.
Good call.
Shows the two pair. Sorry, top pair rather. And Frere up to nearly 200K. With fewer than 450 players remaining, and a reminder, 311 are going to make the money. It won't be too long until we get close to the bubble. It will happen tonight.
Tigers are playing tonight.
Got to commend Frere there. Nice little trappy checky on the river. I missed it. He didn't. Nice work. He is rocking a, I believe that's an EPT London hoodie, if I'm not mistaken, Joe.
Seems reasonable.
Seems reasonable. Frere obviously been on the circuit. He's got the merch to prove it.
Ooh, let's hear the answer to this question.
Yeah.
In training.
And here it's like, what's all that about?
What's the euro now? Is it about 20 rand?
Close.
In a close, yeah.
With the rate they give, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
It's good if you're visiting South
Very nice. Very
If you
nice.
signed up for the Pop Limit Omaha and you have manual seating, please make your way up here to myself or Jonathan so we can get you guys to seat us.
J2, I love you, says, list of players left in anyone? As far as I know, it has not been left in anyone.
Pop Limit Omaha players, if you've already received your seat, make your way down here so we can
That would be weird
Thank you for your
to
question.
start in anyone, let alone be left in anyone. But yes, thank you for your question.
J2, I love you. I would also recommend you check out the official PokerStars Live app. Fantastic little piece of kit. Free to download on the App Store of your choice. Keeps you right up to date with the clocks and the blinds and the antes and, of course, players in, chip counts, payouts. It is pretty cool.
I got to get that, but I'm all out of data.
They've done a great job.
Blind up in the stops bounty, more blind 600, big blind 1200, 600, 1200, 1200 bounty.
Pocket Kings for Devlin.
20. Can we now?
You will see the payout in the monitor.
20,000 to go.
In the morning.
Together with announcement.
And the main cash is 300, and for the place,
Benger had a slightly wider open here with the ace-5 off. Don't think he's going to want to continue here. I think it's fine to open up a little bit wider there, but calling with ace-5 off there seems a little bit wide. King's going to take it down pre-flop.
Better than an ace on the desk.
It is indeed.
Yeah, but let's see the legs, huh? Oh, okay, they're huge too. Sexton, King 9. Alan Sexton. Alan. No, and Benger. Daniel Benger. Makes it 6,000 with Queen Jack. 3K big blind, right meow. Frere makes the call of ace-2 suited. Wheatley also in with ace-tray suited. There's some black cards out there. 9, 6, 8, all clubs, not particularly helpful to the ace tray. Queen Jack, maybe a little bit more interested with the Queen of Clubs.
And that gutter ball.
And the gutter ball, good enough, doesn't have to get there.
Why get there when you can bloof?
Wish I had a jacket with my name on it. I just have my name written in my underwear.
If you began the shuffle, complete the hanger on. Next hand blinds are up 2,000,
Monogrammed.
4,000, 4,000.
Oh, I use a Sharpie. Someone keeps stealing them.
Sexton with pocket jacks under the gun. He is all in. So 34, yeah, okay, so sub 20 big blinds. Again, I would kind of argue that just an open with the jacks here is fine. I don't think you need to be shipping, but not going to be a mistake. There is additional dead money with the big blind ante in there, so he will win a lot at non-showdown if he gets it through.
Sorry, how many big blinds was that for?
It's about
Just putting the back in really, aren't they?
18.
Where's the guy from earlier? Where's the other earlier
I see
guy?
a bit more.
You said you could only open shove with 13 big blinds or less.
Who said that?
Some chap. Oh, wait. Never mind. He was right.
What day is it?
I suppose if you include the small blind, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have any moves from that position at that stack depth, you're going to have some non-all-in stuff as well. Otherwise, you're basically just going to be forced to shove your strongest hands and fold the rest. Lacked a better name, says PokerStars. Nick, when are you going to enter into one of these? When they let me out of the commentary cage. No, I really enjoy doing the comms, but of course, this is my priority. So I got to leave it to the others. My time will come. But for the meantime, hanging out with the best in the biz, James and Joe and Griffin Maria, official commentary squad.
I have a feeling that you're going to see Nick at the live poker table. Maybe not on, an EPT stream necessarily, but you're going to see Nick playing more live poker.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I will be making more appearances
you
on
need to
the
be
live
more
circuit.
careful than you are, yeah.
Put them back far enough though, yeah.
Just put your hands on the ground. That's the way to do it. Put your hands on the felt.
3 ways to this flop, which comes.
Yeah. Ground your hands, then no one can see them.
G-hey, Kai. Everyone with a heart draw now. Uh-oh. Yeah, no heart.
Yeah.
It's almost as if there were fewer hearts in the deck.
Tournament last act here does have showdown with ace high. Is going to show it. Deuces get to showdown. Deuces win this pot. That feels good for McGuire. Not expecting a whole lot.
If I just drag them back and just look at them, it's fine.
I know, but if your hands are like this, he can see them.
You can take
Just
them
hold.
back and then put back.
I just didn't do it.
No, yeah, but as long as you put this bit of your hands down, no one will see them.
Oh, sorry.
Otherwise, if you're just lifting them like that, then it's...
That was good.
Oh, mansplaining happening here.
They're a bit harder to peel, these cards, aren't they, as well, because they're harder.
They are quite stiff cards.
They're stiff.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you would know stiff, wouldn't you?
Dorman folds, Frere folds. 7-4 off for Devlin. Folds. Johnson folds, Wheatley. Folds, and McGuire on the button. Very reasonable hand, ace-10 off. Going to go ahead and open. Going for the absolute main guys. Blinds are, of course, now 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante, excuse me.
There we go.
Benger defends his big blind, as he should. I think you can 3-bet or call this hand. I think either is fine.
Now's when the real poker starts. 9-8-5, pair of fives for Benger. Check, check, and McGuire retakes the domination, rotation, restoration.
Benger sticking around. Ooh. 9 doesn't change anything, but obviously a lot of what the 2 barrels are going to represent will be a 9. Obviously harder for McGuire in position to have that 9 now. Does Benger find a blocker bet here?
Blockers aren't real.
So 38K in the middle, 13K. That sounds and feels like one to me. Makes the call with ace-10, of course. Shows him the bad news. Yeah, no good. I think Benger just kind of wants to slow the action down there a little bit. Even if McGuire has aces, he's going to be forced to just flat that river because he's got to be concerned about trip 9s once in a while. So I do kind of like the line, and obviously sometimes you do get heroed by worse.
Would you start with today?
Especially from that wider open from the button.
32 big, 33 big, something.
A couple people asking what the blinds are. Blinds are bottom right at all times, guys. The graphics here in Ireland provide you that information throughout. Here it is. There it is. Bottom right. See it there.
Yesterday it was just like a yo-yo, up and down, up and down. Early, I doubled early with aces against kings, and like 3 or 4 hands later, like I lose most of my stack with the same hand. It's like
Wheatley.
King
Jack of diamonds putting in a 3-bet from the hijack. Wants to get Johnson.
Johnson
on his own. Mr. Black. Ooh.
A very yummy defending hand.
Yeah, but it has been 3-bet.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you've had $4,000 in buy-ins, is that right? Let's see where you need to finish. What?
It's a difficult number to work out. That's a lot.
It's 4. Did you only have 1 bullet in this?
No, it's yeah, 1 bullet in this.
Oh, well then.
All the previous other
things.
Yeah.
So the password for the free roll is supposed to go live in about 1 minute.
$4,000 about.
And if y'all can refrain
might need to finish
from asking for it.
By the looks of it, yeah.
For 1 minute.
I've got 3 kids sitting at home.
I know, yeah.
More than that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you're
it will
looking
go
to
live.
feed them
But if
as well.
even one person asks for it
Oh, right. Okay. So that
in
would
the
be
next
another
60 seconds, I'm not putting it on
bit
screen.
of air tickets.
South African man.
That's about 8 million rand though. So. What's that, about 8 million rand? Round if you win.
So let's say you need just for the. No, we're only talking for the few weeks for the holiday.
I think it's about 150. It's about, I need for the entire holiday, I'm in for about 150. So I'm in for about 7,500.
So far, so good. No one's asked.
Including your buy-ins.
Yeah. Maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit
let's
more.
call it 10.
Yeah.
Oh no, the bendy straw.
Let's see where you need to finish, okay?
What's the apps word,
This is
please?
a big moment.
Okay.
There we go. Like, you need to finish, well, top 25, yeah.
Someone ruined it.
Got
Nick.
a free holiday.
I saw that.
Yep.
I saw
With
that.
5 seconds to go.
I saw
Someone
that.
ruined it.
I saw
so
that. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
We
And
all
if you
know
do,
who to blame.
your children will love you.
They love me anyway.
All right, okay. Wait a second, because some guys might go, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, the password should be on your
For
screen right now.
teenagers, they might love you.
Huh?
But you had to test me.
It's 18 years old, 16 years old, and
I got a good mind to call it off entirely.
3 years old one loves you. The 16-year-old still loves you.
Yeah, they all still love me.
They all love you.
Yeah. None of them are working yet. They all still
Oh,
love me.
okay, yeah.
And
I went and begged
18-year-old turned 19.
for another buy-in for
working
Hartigan to get you guys this free roll today. And all I said is for 1 minute.
Just for 1 minute.
Don't ask for the password.
Just for 1 minute, you guys. I really trusted you. You know, behind the scenes, I got your back at all costs. Joe said it before. I love you guys, and I'm out here defending you, and this is how you treat him.
You are
poker.
Yeah.
my babies, and I want the best for you, but it requires
Ready
tough
play,
love sometimes.
UK.
I used to play a lot at Dust Till Dawn.
Yeah, like it there.
It's been a bit quiet
Hasn't
since COVID, really.
Yeah,
But they just started getting some stuff back on.
This guy.
Yeah.
What the hell is a free roll, lol? You're my kind of people.
Be done with the million stuff.
First time chat of the Bunners. The immaturity is unmatched in here. What are you all kids? You're banned.
By yourself, where's yours?
I just play local. I don't play a lot anymore. I'm too busy, but yeah, but I was going away. I like going over to Nottingham for that.
Yeah, it's when they've got a big festival.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. First time we went to was £1 million guarantee, £200 buy-in. That was amazing. Yeah. Didn't cash around, but it was a great weekend. It's so cheap to get there as well, you know.
Yeah.
8-6 going to be the best hand on this river.
Yeah.
15.
It's a great city, actually.
Yeah, I live in Derby, so like 20 minutes away.
Yeah,
so it's really convenient.
Yeah.
They've just got they've built a big new TV.
This is a pure bluff for Wheatley.
Yeah.
Half times as big as that.
Dorman,
That's not.
15,000 out of 50,000 left. Not a lot of chips. Tough spot for Dorman.
I might restart the cash games again.
Play out cash.
Don't you dare fold. Don't you dare.
I think the idea of it, let's talk of
Wow.
Maybe or something.
Yeah,
Wants to muck it. Gonna show the 6 and fold. Fair play. It's it's easy for us to sit here and see it was a call, but Wheatley's obviously put a pretty big dent in his stack there if he's got it wrong. So I appreciate Dorman making the fold, but unfortunately he's down the best of it.
It looked like there was so many black cards there.
It'll be a very unique.
Well, like it had to be.
It's like so many unique cards.
Just a bad player.
Be easy to do.
Even if just like once or twice a week to start with, build a game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry.
It's just all the KYC stuff.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You want to play a big game, everyone's got to get checked. It's not as easy as it was maybe 5 years.
Yeah. Once it works, it works. Have people out the door to play.
I'm going to call you next time. Okay?
You do that.
Yeah, no, just want to let you know.
Okay.
All right, my babies. Tom the mod, who I adore, is suggesting we try again.
You think that will keep me
No,
honest?
I'm just predicting the future.
And we give people another chance
Nah, I knew he was
to go 1 minute.
Not too big.
1 minute.
So you're just bullying the poor guy.
Without asking about the password.
What would you like to call it?
Playing the game.
Oh, playing the game. You're bullying him. Fucking just taking advantage of him.
Maybe a big hand will happen, so I can't even monitor the chat.
He's hiding the white chip again.
That's how hungry he is.
Fucking well done.
No more on
Oh, Tom just did you guys a solid.
Yeah.
A solid. We got 20 seconds. And Tom slapped on emote only mode.
How many emotes does it take to spell password?
All right, just a few seconds left to go. I'm going to count that as a win. Good Lord, I hope it was worth it, Paperboy Poker.
Yeah, wow.
I think just to be safe, Tom, you should keep it emote only until the password actually appears.
So Frere gets away with it here. Devlin lays it down. The actual king high on the low paired board was the best hand. Doesn't have the best equity. Was still slightly in front, of course. 428 players remain in this Irish Open 2023. Brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
What's your thoughts on this place compared to City West?
Sorry?
What's your thoughts on this place compared to City West?
More sophisticated. Less drunks.
Fewer drunks.
Yeah. Well, it's
accommodation's double the
there's
price.
not so much of an atmosphere, obviously, because people are living there. Pros and cons. They got a great field, you know.
There you go. That's how you peel them.
Does have a great feel. I agree with Andy. It's a fantastic venue. I'm very pleased with how well the team has done to set it all up here for us.
It feels like a train station in there, and I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, in the best way possible. Hoping to actually get a chance to play some cash tonight, Joe. Think I'll be able to get on that list? 800 deep.
I mean, you can.
They were very good drunks, the Norwegians.
You can put your name on it now. But also, we're not going to be done till like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of cash, Joe. You can come and go. It's just
true.
It's just whether or not I can get on there before the next session starts. Devlin going for a bit of a trap here, potentially. A little blind v blind spot. So Johnson is going to raise versus limp, and I really, really like this line from Johnson because I do think that, generally speaking, we've seen Devlin be a little bit on the tighter side. So having absolute position might be more advantageous in this particular setup. However, Devlin has a trap here, and I believe his intention is to raise the raise, I should say. A re-raise, if you will. There we go, my guy.
Yeah. All right. Now, while we wait for the password, which I'm told is imminent, it's funny. Once I put the brakes on the password, it takes a long time to get the train moving again.
Speaking of trains,
why don't we throw the tournament ID mods out in the various chats? If you want to look for the tournament, turn off your filters and just search James.
Ace Queen.
Keyword James.
Pulled the trigger the one time I had a baggage.
Yeah.
Get all loaded up. Get prepared.
Last time I raised one, he was a small line, made it 22. He went all in. I had pocket sixes. I made a. It was 5K or something.
Yeah.
Or 9, sorry, I'm fucking 9.
Yep, Devlin trap activated there in that previous hand quite successfully. Devlin now on the button, probably a fold from the queen deuce soft. Blind v blind action. Johnson, queen 8 suited. Wheatley wakes up with it in the big blind. Both players about 30 big blinds effective here, so I'm expecting a raise, not all in from ace queen, which we see. Johnson should probably limp call this every single time. He has dominated on this occasion, but I do like the line regardless. 9-7 deuce, or 9 deuce 7 in order. Johnson doesn't really have a piece. 2 quick checks though. Wheatley snap checking that flop. I really feel like perhaps he's giving away the strength of his hand by doing so. Does Johnson realize that he needs to get a king high or an ace high to fold? I think he does. So 26K in the middle. That's 8K. Snap call from Wheatley. Does Wheatley have the ace high call if he doesn't improve on the river, though, is a question. Ace on the river. Barry. Absolute Barry.
Does not need the ace high call.
I think Johnson's aware of the fact that that is just an awful river for him.
All right, does everyone have the tournament loaded up, ready to go, ready to fire off that password?
You guys got it?
I really wish you hadn't blown it earlier. The password would be out by now. The password is called the James Hartigan IPO Challenge Free Roll. Thank you, Nick. Frosty Nug Farm says, I just typed James in search bar, found the tourney easy.
So get it up, get it ready. It will not work yet because you need a password, of course.
And there are some places it just won't work at all. And I'm sorry about that. Certain places it is restricted.
You guys need to realize we'd prefer if everybody could play.
And release.
1, 2, 3, go.
Release the dogs of hell.
Release the hounds of war.
That's what I meant to say. Pocket queens for Benger. Devlin with the queen jack. About as bad a shape as you can be against pocket queens. Doesn't get involved. Jesse Cool asks, does Joe know the password? You all know the password.
Dealers on the pillow, please. The button has been drawn, seat 5. Seat 5 for the button on the pillow tournament.
And McGarry did get involved, or McGuire, depending on where you're from. South side, east side. Top pair for McGuire, but ain't no good. Big trouble against the queens of Benger, who fires. Benger. 4,000 the bet.
King ball. It is also a hearts. Wonder if Benger slows it down for that reason. Does. 7 of clubs on the river. Still relatively decent flop for the queens. McGuire actually has showdown, so I think it's going to go probably a check on the river for McGuire. But does Bengers find the value bet regardless? Obviously getting check raised here with so much showdown feels sad, but would McGuire really check back a heart flush on this river? Would he really check back King 10 on this river? Would he really check back 10-7 of spades on this river? So it does find the value bet. Very nice. 15K. So about half pot on the river. Yeah, tough spot for McGuire here, though. Really going to have the best hand here quite frequently.
David 111 asks, where do we go to get the free roll? You would go on the internet. Thank you for your question. Laptop, tablet, mobile device, any of those places. That's where you go for the free roll. Good old Big Bird James Hartigan. This really should be the Joe Stapleton free roll.
This is so close. I really feel for McGuire here.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it does make the call. Totally reasonable. Benger's just got one of those really, really nice disguised hands. And the way the turn played kind of confusing. So understandably he makes the call. McGuire loses a few. Benger is going to win a few bucks there. On to the next one. 413 remain IPO. Dublin. 311 places will pay. If you guys can't find the password, I think you shouldn't be playing poker. Are you watching the broadcast? Fan. Password is on the screen. If you can't find it, do not take part. Let's take a look at those chip counts. Frere, 49 big blinds. Sexton down at the bottom with 12 bigs. Obviously, Joe, we've seen those blinds increasing rapidly at this stage now. The fact that the biggest stack is 50 big blinds is encouraging, given the fact we have to get through so many players to get to a final in not too many days.
Encouraging for us, maybe not so encouraging for people like, you know, bottom of the leaderboard there.
Sure, absolutely. However, you can see there, we're getting on now, guys. Players have got to start making moves as the average big blinds decreases.
Dealers on the 6 max, if you have 3 players, you can prepare the deck.
Darren R., who says, it doesn't come up on my search bar. Where are you from, and are your filters turned off? Dan O'Crisp already out of the free roll. It's been running for a minute.
What's it at? 49, 41.
So the freestyle Omaha tournament is starting now.
So it is 12 or 11 big blinds.
If you have 2 players, you can start.
12.5 big blinds.
12.5 bigs, shoving from UTG +2. Wait. What's happened here? Is this right?
Okay, this might have been an open, and then a shove, and then a call.
Showtime.
What did I miss here? This is very, very strange. I'm not sure if those positions are right, you guys. Unless Dorman just decided that this was the moment. It looks like they are, actually. Yeah, Andy's early position. Dorman just decides to bang it in here with 8-7. Does have 2 live cards, though, 33%. In fact, I think it's probably a little bit more. Not sure if those percentages are correct. Ace-10 currently the best hand on the flop. Ooh.
All right.
Hello.
A lot more outs now for Dorman, or else he'll be heading for the exit.
No. Like a man.
Can't face it.
River card. Brick City.
Oh, look at it. Look at the 2 nasty guys. 2 nasty guys going,
Okay.
no.
Maybe not such a joyous moment for Dorman.
All right, lads, good luck.
Good luck, man. Take care of yourself.
Look at you smoking, I tell you. In the book, both of you are. Yeah.
You did say there's always sweat in the turn earlier, though, so it's your own fault.
I could feel it like I couldn't, you know.
Right, I have a target in my head now, so.
Can't understand a word.
I have a target in my head now.
Not a word.
Yeah, Joe, I think I'm assuming it was an open. I don't think Andy would be doing a Gibbons there.
It's behind no.
There was already chips in, so I mean.
Yeah, so yeah, he put in a raise.
I saw a green chip.
UTG +2 just was like, yeah, let's do it. 8-7. This is my moment. Anyway, on to the next.
These 2 times I was sure it was bullshit. This time and the last time, I'll tell you, these 2 was bullshit.
Ooh, pocket aces for Devlin. Seamus Devlin.
Okay. So I'd asked to put the white chip out. That gave me another 10%.
Yeah, maybe. That's good for you.
There's a lot of outs on the last card.
No, I know. I couldn't look. And then you 2 fucking bastards. Yeah.
Come
You're
on,
not coming to my fucking. You're not coming to my children's bar mitzvah. I'm telling you that.
Ah, shit, goddamn. I was waiting for the free food.
What? I don't invite Germans.
All right, so Johnson is sub 30 bigs.
It's like negative, you know, just this, yeah.
Just about 25-ish bigs, 26-ish bigs. Might be tempted to just get this in.
He's like second to speak. You know.
That's the 3rd time he shoved in 15 hands.
Yeah.
Where's Hartigan? He's going to want to see this. Mitch Johnson, of course, the player that busted Hartigan on his first bullet yesterday.
Yep, he is all in indeed. I don't blame him. Nine's in this position. You don't really want to invite too many customers behind.
In the book. Yeah.
And Devlin is going to love this action.
Yeah. Your fucking children will be eating they'll be eating local grass and turf. I tell you that, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, you'll be going back in fucking camels.
Still blinds to get through here. Despite all this table talk, we do have a hand in progress. The blinds are going to fold. Devlin snap calls.
African family tries to make it back.
And Johnson's in big, big trouble.
Yeah, what are you going to do? I really feel for Johnson. Tough spot. This close to the money. He's going to need one of the Nieners to...
How much are you feeling for Johnson?
I'm really feeling that Johnson.
Ace, high, flop, more or less, slams the door on Johnson. Runner, runner, chop.
Take a straight.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Available.
Chop opportunities now.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. Nah.
River. No way.
No way. GG. Unlucky Johnson. Devlin does take this one down.
Sorry, you want to count to make
Every
sure?
time we think there's a chance, they're going to get spiked. Top set for the premium.
Silver 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Game.
Seamus Devlin knocking out James's arch nemesis.
I don't mind as long as I knock him out.
Realize.
7 players on our feature now. Sexton, 9 big blinds. Devlin coming fresh off that 80-20 aces versus nines, 59 big blinds, 239, excuse me, 1,000 chips here in Dublin.
That you are playing a freestyle tournament with 30K starting a stack and 30 minutes.
A freestyle tournament? Is that what I heard?
Freestyle, yeah. You can kind of make it up as you go along.
We want your
Freeform.
I'm for it.
Freeform.
It's okay. No one's going to sleep.
Wheatley folds the ace 4.
Exactly.
Just under 9 minutes, just under 8 minutes left to get in the free roll. Search James, or you can go to the free roll tab and take a look at the one that's starting in 9 minutes. Password on screen. Chef Coding says in the freestyle tournament, every 10 hands you wrap for the antes.
All right, I'm in.
All right, that's more like a cringe tournament than a freestyle tournament. Sexton all in over the top of the loose open from McGuire, so that's helpful.
Yeah. Can you get down to what, 10K or something?
Mender's out. Black.
From 185.
Nay.
Yeah. I remember when you first.
And the original opener full. Sexton gets through.
Where are you from?
Do you want this? Do you want this? Because I've only got one. I hate having one.
Do you want me to take it?
Yeah. If I've got 2, then
they can as far as I can go.
Yeah. Then I go the other way. If
No.
one, it sort of feels a bit lonely. Thank you. If you want,
like a gangster
if I
now.
win tips and you're losing,
Yeah.
I'm happy to go the other way.
Yeah, cool.
Hey, quick shout out to the people I sold my Muse tickets to for tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
At below face value. Aces again for Devlin.
My God. When will it end?
Fuck off. At least I get it right. Well, no, actually, I had nothing in. We both had the same. You had 2 too many, and I had 2 too few.
Yeah, we're thinking maybe we can split it.
Thank you, All In Skians. You got it, buddy.
Cheers, buddy.
Happy to fight for Hartigan to play. Happy to fight for the free rolls to take place today.
I mean, Benger, how can you miss this golden opportunity?
What do you mean, bro? He's up against aces.
I know, but listen, he's got the Grafton. It's a golden opportunity.
That white fucking chip out. I won't dare tell you what happened.
Yeah,
I'm not going to tell you.
200K pod
Show you.
Oh, okay, I'll tell you.
Shows the bullets.
I don't know. Benger had such a golden opportunity there to smash those aces.
We don't want bad beat stories here.
Only got the clubs left.
All positive thinking.
What?
You're not going to be able to do it next time. Have you been on the table before?
No.
So whenever you got your cards, as soon as you got your cards, if you can put your cards in the little box in front of you, that'll be perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Box.
Wheatley
Yeah.
picking up pocket tens under the gun.
Right in front.
Raise.
Action folds around to Sexton. Queen 6 suited. Probably not going to play. Nope. Menger.
You can't say that in the middle of the hand.
Menger.
No, cheers, can't with 4 other people.
Out. Black. No thanks.
Anything which
Frere.
indicates you trying to assess the strength or weakness of his hand.
I can ask him though.
Ooh, queen suited for Devlin. That is certainly no fold.
You can do whatever you want. You can love him, you can insult him.
Before we was also
Many we got whites there, yeah.
This time we all.
Hey.
What?
Before we was also just joking.
How many times have you seen Muse, Joe?
There's a million jokes you can tell, but there's nothing.
Between 10 and 12 times, I'd say.
Must be some kind of a record.
I doubt it. They're going to have way. For me, it's a record, but for them, they're going to have way more fanatic fans than that. Top pair for Devlin.
Clip of me going, don't do fucking that.
Pretty pukey board for 2 tens.
So check, bet, call, I think. Yep. Jack on the turn. Check. Ace of diamonds on the river. I think both players going to be happy to get to showdown from here. Devlin finds the bet.
Nobody discovered these.
But tens not interested.
It's great.
Yeah, but carry for me.
Yeah. You want to stay alive. Probably not good for me either.
Feature table chip counts as they currently stand. Devlin, after picking up aces 2 hands in a row,
Give me those eyes. You want to tell us what happened?
nearly 2 hands in a row. 281,000.
Sure then.
Eddie Black second in chips. You can see the sort of average is starting to even out. Those
You'd put that white thing out as
100, 200, 300 big blind stacks are a thing of the past, more or less.
It's not your fault. It's the colours of the chips, you know, and the blindness of old people. If you don't give a fuck about old people, I understand.
You're not blind, you're just old.
Hey, who does give a fuck about old people?
Your mom and dad, of course.
Red Misty in the chat says, I have a question. How come you said you felt sorry for the last person who bust so close to the money when there is over 100 people to go out before the bubble? Because he busted before the bubble burst.
You're not going to do something stupid now, are you?
That's why.
Thanks for your question.
Because I think it's important that people try and win money, and he didn't, even though
just in case you
he
do,
tried.
I'll let you have it, so.
That's why. Thank you for your question. Also, you, Ben.
How much better? Thanks for that.
No problem.
Fallon says, Nick Walsh TV, did you purchase tickets to Devlin's gun show? I did not. This is a freebie. And he is out in force.
No, I'm not telling you.
I traded my Muse tickets for those.
For the gun show.
It's going to hang around.
Unbelievable.
I won't be hanging around too long. Don't worry.
Guy works out, looking
Everyone
good.
says that. It doesn't work out like that often.
Hi, Stylus says, hey, attorney ID, please. Who is attorney ID?
I think it's pronounced Tournay.
Oh, Tournay.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. Guys, Joe's always getting the pronunciations wrong. You know that.
I'm terrible at this.
Tournay ID.
Action has folded around to
What's
Chatty
the worst
Black.
party you've ever had? There has to be one. There's
I can
definitely
tell you.
one. Yeah.
It happened over 30 years ago, right?
Oh, yeah.
Devin, ace-6 suited. And has run into ace-queen from Frere.
I was playing in the early 90s, yeah.
I think at this stage in the tournament, Joe, I'd like to see a 3-bet here.
So
McDevitt only got about 15-ish bigs.
Every
This is
week
James
you're fighting to pay your
McDevitt.
rent.
New to the
Every
table.
week you're just
I would 3-bet
fighting.
small,
You know,
but
if you
just
win,
an
you
amount
have to
that's
win
really
2
annoying from the
tournaments a
flat,
week
so
to
he
get
has to
events.
commit or fold.
It was just so tough, you know. And there was only
Like
5 or
25.
8 tournaments. And anyway,
Oh yeah, 27 feels real good.
€2 and
Not
I
the
put a euro on
3x. Doesn't have to be the 3x. Just a little bit shy.
And I
Just
got the
enough
euro
to
up
tease
to
him
23 quid.
and to isolate that individual. See what happens behind.
And that was the buy-in into the game. £23.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're
There
listening.
was 2 clubs at the time, and I rolled the 23 up to 500 or 600, which was a lot, right? 30 years ago, yeah? And then I went to the other club, and I rolled it up to 1700, right? Which was more money than I'd ever fucking seen, right? Yeah? And I got all the money in, right? Yeah?
Tournament free roll registration
against a guy
officially
called Jimmy
closed.
Taxi. Now, Jimmy Taxi was famous because he had hands named after him, yeah? So there is.
Ethan asks, what was the starting stack for this tournament? That's the number of chips
Yeah.
you're given at the beginning. That's your starting stack. Thank you for your question.
And if you want to hear the end of the story, after the commercial. Thanks for the commercial break. We are
right from the commercial break. So anyway, any hand, he drove a taxi, but he was such a loose player that any hand that was runner was known as a taxi, like a taxi flush or a taxi straight.
Yeah.
Because he'd always play if he had a possibility of runner. If he had 3 clubs, he'd play to get the other 2 clubs, right? So anyway, I had 3 queens. And fucking, I got it in against Jimmy Taxi, yeah? And he had a pair of 3s. And it went 3-3.
Ugh.
For all the money in the world, I went out, not a fucking penny.
Fuck.
Yeah. So it wasn't just that it was the 800 of one shot, yeah?
Yeah.
It was the fact that it was everything.
Yeah.
You know? And I'd rolled it up from £1 that day to 1700. So there was 3.5 grand in the pot.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget it, you know? that's the worst beat.
That's the worst, yeah.
Although, there's a guy here, and I played him all my money, and we were playing Naked Bacon.
What's that?
He's a good friend of mine. He's here. His name's Chris. But we played Making Bacon, and there's 2 little pigs, and you throw them, yeah, and depending on which way they land, you win or lose, yeah. So the nuts, right? The nuts is the second nuts is called a double snouter, or sort of a double leaning jowler, and the nuts is a double snouter, yeah. So that means, imagine a tiny little model pig, right? Like dice.
Yeah.
It's like a pig. And a double snouter means it lands on its snout with its 2 front legs.
Wow.
Both pigs. And a leaning jowler is a snout plus 1 leg. Now, fucking, that's actually much more difficult to get. But in the game, right?
That's a drinking game.
Yeah, in the game, right? But we were playing for everything, and I was down to a jar of change and some of my clothes. Yeah? Right? He got all my money, right? Yeah? So anyway, we were down to the end, and I threw a double leaning jowler, and he threw a double snouter. And he took everything. And then he gave me back the jar of change. And he took the clothes, he took my shoes.
But you kept the sex toy.
What?
You kept the sex toy on the table.
This is long before the sex toy came in. I haven't seen my cards yet.
I think that's what knocked Hartigan out on his 3rd
There you
bullet,
go.
a
So
double
those are my
leaning
2
jowler.
And in both I lost everything.
Is there one in that game where if it lands up on top of the other one, like they're about to... No?
He turns to him and goes,
Let's
is this a drinking game?
this, right?
Every game in Ireland is a
Fucking
drinking
scary.
game.
There's a theme there. No, that's just nothing.
Yeah, that's nothing.
I'll throw.
It's wrong, but it's nothing, like...
A double leaning jowler.
Yeah, so definitely those are the... You lose
Yeah,
everything.
never forget that, yeah. Yeah.
All right, 997. Time to get a word in here.
Have you won this before? Have you won the main? No.
I finished. I've nearly won it maybe 8 times.
Oh, really? Yeah.
They won it once unofficially.
Unofficially.
In one of the years that you look at the things that it wasn't there, but it wasn't called the Irish Open.
Ah, okay.
So we had a tournament, and I won it, but it's not official.
Yeah.
But no, I finished nearly every single place you can finish on the second last table.
Ah, yeah.
And I've made the final a few times.
Yeah.
I like Wheatley's style. He seems to know what he's doing. Acts pretty quickly, maybe a little bit too quickly at times,
is
but
it better now, or was it better back then?
does seem to have a good
There's
feel
more
for it.
people now.
Yeah.
Well, the first year I played it was 1990, you know?
1990.
Me mates, me backers got thrown out for nicking ashtrays.
That's random.
The green.
All in.
Wow, Maguire finds the bloof. 77,000, just shy of 20 big blinds all in. He's put Wheatley in an awful spot here with the best hand.
That feels like a draw.
What a play.
With a jack 10 of spades.
Very, very nice from Maguire.
Interesting. It didn't feel very fucking strong, unless you had the Montana banana, which you didn't, so. It didn't make any fucking sense to me. I didn't know what to really run with that. A deuce. Okay. Very good, sir. Very good.
On to the next hand, guys. 387 remaining. Don't forget, 311 get paid here. 311 is the min cash. Frere with the Cowboys UTG. One's, of course, still 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante, so he's going to make it 9K to go. Slightly above a min raise from out of position. Sexton has the opportunity to set mime here, but he is extremely shallow, and in my opinion, it's actually, yeah, I think this is a solid fold. Too few chips to try and call and try and find the set. You're just not going to do it often enough, and when you do, you're not going to get paid enough in return for the times you miss.
Hey, anybody out there in chat, if you're just like incapable of not set mining, let me know. I can't resist. It just feels too good. Of course, you hit your set sometimes and still lose.
True.
Which is another drawback to it. But if you're like me and you're just like addicted to trying to hit a set, no matter what the pre-flop price is, no matter what your chip stack is.
Yeah. I know. I got a few really nice phones.
So I wouldn't mind a larger size on this texture. 2, 3, 8, obviously somewhat coordinated, will hit the big blind pretty hard. Goes for 10K.
What do you want with a phone? You always forgot your 4 digits on the card.
McDevitt with the
So
gutter ball.
So much to call out of a 60K stack right now.
Yeah, it's very, very chunky. McDevitt, obviously the effective stack here, as Joe pointed out.
Fucking all in with the issy-doozy. Well, you can have it.
McDevitt shoves, snapped by the Kings.
Wow.
McDevitt at risk.
Whoops.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't hate the play from McDevitt here. I'm not sure it's the move I would have made, but you can see what he was trying to do. Get some ace-king to fold, some ace-queen to fold, some queen-10 to fold, some king-queen to fold. Lots of hands that can't call. 6 on the turn. No. Not quite it, but additional outs now.
I can't look.
For McDevitt. Can the Kings hold? Go into the river. Jack of spades is clean. Kings hold. McDevitt exits. 384th place.
Complain you don't have chips, then you wait. Kings
Every time he's all in, he has kings.
Just like double.
Devitt was a recent addition to the table.
Can we check him also?
Yeah.
These are the players that remain. Frere now tied for chip lead with Devlin, just at this table.
I'm working with the S-10 myself.
Feature table chip counts. Andy Black still hovering around the same spot as before. Sexton now the shortest stack. 11 big blinds.
Who's got the chip leader? You're the chip leader?
Of course he is.
1, 2, yeah. You're the 500 man. Well, we don't need to. It's easy. The 500s are easy. It only takes a minute.
Yeah, just.
So it's no rush. So I've still a chance to be the 500 man.
Yeah, you.
In the tournament, I played one other tournament here, right? And in the big last colour up, yeah. The guy had all the chips, and I doubled up against him, and he had to give me all the racks.
Iman asks, what is the chip lead overall? That would be the person with the most number of chips for the entire tournament would be the overall chip leader. Thank you for your question.
Both the racks, it was great, you know.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. And you doing my work for me.
Cool.
Now, if you were meant to ask who is the chip leader overall, we think it's Seamus Cahill. Top pair for Devlin.
Yeah, interesting flop, Joe. Straight draw for Frere. One overcard that was also clean. The queen is clean, potentially. Trips now. Did it go check on the flop, guys?
And that's the only way you get to the turn that quickly.
I'm not sure what's going on here. That was a very quick check. I think ace-jack needs some protection here. Obviously, plenty of hands you get value from on this flop. Frere leads semi-bluff with queen 9.
He was already gone anyway, that guy. Cool. It's just like, fuck.
And we have gotten to the river, Devlin's last chance for value. 40,000 in the middle. Green chips loading up. Those are worth 5K each.
Fucking hell.
21.
But I can't see how many of them.
Only lasts maybe 3 minutes.
Yeah, just.
Devlin's loving life here.
Minutes. What the fuck am I gonna do?
I'm just 1 minute.
It must be tough, man. Those extra 2 minutes are like the difference between me and insanity.
21,000.
That's all I have in my life.
And
50,000.
Devlin does go for the value raise and an instant fold from Frere. Nice try. What's this guy's problem?
He just doesn't get the joke, and he doesn't realize that Nick Walsh TV is actually the individual speaking right now. Yeah, I know. Unfortunate. Yeah, as though we'd be silenced by our own inside joke.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, that's fine.
So my bit, he didn't get it.
No.
And then you told him he didn't get it, and then he thought that the time you took to tell him he didn't get it, where you kind of got quiet because you were typing, was you being shamed.
I know, it's so ashamed.
Because he pointed out my mistake.
So ashamed from
Very
this.
good.
So ashamed.
Most excellent.
Yeah. McGuire going to open it up here. Loving it. Ace-7 of hearts from UTG +1.
What? Mr. Super Tash says, I'm out of the free roll. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go on, Nick. Honestly.
Hey.
I know we're supposed to, be chill and and just separate the emotion from the game. But if Mr. Super Tash is out of the free roll, I might not be any good to you for the next few minutes until dinner.
That's
I
all
might
right.
have to go to dinner early, Nick.
Mr. Super Tash.
I'll be right there. No, hold on a second. I might have to go. I might have to go to dinner early. I'm just too upset about Mr. Super Tash. No, hold on. Don't go anywhere. No. Okay, just order for me.
Mr. Super Tash. I feel for you, buddy. I feel for you. Extra cheese.
It's a board where you're pretty confident about 9-6, which you can't say very often.
Yeah, that hand with the ace-10, I mean, the only fucking hand I would have beaten was the
Does
7-8.
fold to the out of
Came up
position
with
bet on the
queen,
turn.
came up with no fucking
Fair.
There's no hand I would have
McGuire
beaten.
got
at
moves,
all,
it seems.
Yeah.
Does make the right fold there.
Did the 7-8. He was going to be on the blind then if he didn't do that, was he?
In 2 hands. So I went first to speak. Or maybe three hands.
Not sure.
Really? Or second to speak or first to speak. Go.
Closing in on the dinner break.
Inferior holdings.
Slipping in a lot.
Not long now.
Every man hits a breaking point.
Oh, that will come soon. You're going to get a worse bad beat today.
What?
You might get a worse bad beat later.
There is no worse beat. The 800 to 1 shot is the worst bad beat.
Yeah.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. 2 cards remaining. That's it.
Look, if you're not
Can't
getting
get
beat
worse
by an
than that.
800 to 1 shot every once in a while, you're not
And it's not everything.
all in enough.
It's the fact that it's everything.
Yeah.
Ace to 8.
Okay. That's the difference.
Pay the rent that week?
I don't even remember. I know it's a fucking struggle.
Benger opening here. Devlin, small blind. It does have a nice
I think I was
sort of
playing
suited hand.
Rent monthly at that
Makes
point.
the fold, though.
You know? I remember the nice place.
Quarterly.
And I had a girlfriend.
Space shower television. That's not a stupid. That's not a dumb question. I can answer that for you. You see the little boxes on the table there? They're little RFID readers, and they read the chips in the cards, which are uniquely coded to each specific card in the deck. That is then transmitted backstage to us and stored for 30 minutes privately and securely, and is delivered on a 30-minute delay so that nobody has that information until you see it as we see it. As we take a look at the chip counts here on our feature table, Devlin 82 big blinds, cruising, had a few really nice hands there. Sexton just the 11 big blinds, as we are still in 2K 4K with a 4K ante.
Now, normally I wouldn't undermine my co-commentator when they get something wrong, and in many other events, the boxes on the table is how the cards are read. In this particular event, there are actually 2 leprechauns lying on their backs, head to foot, and they're writing down the information and entering them into very small computers. There's computers that'll fit in your pocket these days. Exactly. Yes.
They're little telegraph machines with 4-leaf clovers for the little.
Correct.
Okay.
And these are smaller than average leprechauns too. When I say little leprechauns, I mean even leprechauns would make fun of them for being small.
Fucking addicts, you know. You're going to be bluffing again. Probably the same guy, you know. That's how sick you are.
GBR breakdown. Theoretically, could I get 2 ace RFID chips implanted in my hand and just put that in the box every hand for the bands?
It wouldn't help you at Showdown, brother.
Yes, it wouldn't help you at Showdown, but also as well as that, you'd have to know exactly what the number was, and they're all encrypted. So you could get it done, but then it wouldn't work on our table. It would just show up as gobbledygook.
Reinforcing it just by talking about it. In which case
our tables are custom built.
I understand.
Therefore, very, very secure.
Pocket Jays.
I don't think I'm doing it again.
For Devlin, who's at a real hot level. Aces twice.
Dude, I'm not that stupid.
Now
And
the
he looks at me
jacks.
and he goes, you are that stupid.
Bloody hell, yes.
And gets it done pre-flop with the JJ.
Jacks.
Okay, now we need him pat him down.
Pat him
the
down,
wall, we
pat
pat
him
you
down.
down.
Yeah, he definitely
He's
has
already
the
up for it.
Yeah.
And he has a
I'll
surprise
end
for
up in
you.
a hand with you later on. That makes no sense otherwise.
First time chatter, Taylor 8-6. Yes, the 2 boxes top left. The left number is the number of players remaining, and the right is the total number of entrants in this tournament, including re-entries, which is now closed. 2491 is our confirmed total. 311 places pay here at the Irish Poker Open.
Hello? Hello?
Uh-oh.
Ground control to Major Tom.
The person running this event is Nick O'Hara. That's who Andy's beckoning right now. He's probably well used to Andy's antics.
This isn't the one where I tell you I'm lonely. I know sometimes I do that.
Nick, that's been there like
It's been gone
20
quite a
minutes,
long,
half an hour.
quite a long time. I don't know whether it was ever taken. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's been
Is
2
it
men
mandatory to
knocked out
make a
since he was
taken
knocked out,
reference when in this country? Is Liam Neeson Irish?
Moving up the
I'm
ladder.
sure.
Still not paid though.
If it goes down, he didn't
Wow, now you got me guessing.
Here, are we going after the break? Oh, good.
Do we have to wait around, or can I just duck?
Oh, he take him out. He take him out. It was.
Oh no, he's from the UK. I'm so sorry.
During the break, we're going to move you back down to your original table number.
Do we have to be?
We won't move your coats and things.
Oh,
we'll
Northern
just move
Irish,
your chips.
which is the UK.
If somebody's
I was half
African,
right.
you still move their chips.
So we'll move all your chips.
Oh, fucking let's know.
Just leave the ticket with the chips so we know who owns the table.
It was.
I can get up and go.
68.
Yeah, you can get up and go.
It was 368.
What table
now
are we
it's 300.
I'll move your chips
29.
for you.
29.
Yeah.
But the white ones are missing. I don't know why.
I don't know.
Northern Ireland is Ireland, not the UK. Yeah, let's not get into that. Sorry. Yeah. Could be a pretty heated discussion. Didn't mean to go down that road. Just reading off of Google.
Here we go. Chip later.
In the main event, at your table to buy up all the 500 value chips.
4,000.
Dealers, you can assist with this process, but do not slow
Who's getting the reds?
I'll take them if you want them.
4,000.
Yeah, cool.
That's 4 green.
4.
8,000.
Mike Sexton. Just kidding.
Jesus, who's in with the deuces?
Current Sexton.
Who's got the deuces? Good luck, mate.
Alan Sexton. Alan.
Good luck to you, too.
All in for 49.5. Flipping against Ace Queen. Like Taken versus Taken 2. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Ace Queen pairing the ace.
Sorry, they always give you a sweat in the turn. 4 or 5. 2, 4 or 5, 100%.
Sexton drawing very thin.
Still a sweat.
All in Sexton, aka Alan Sexton. All out. Don't turn an ankle, buddy.
Yeah, GG Sexton. Unfortunate final hand there, eliminated.
And everyone at the table standing right now. Is that it?
I think we're going on a break.
Not just any break, the dinner break. Now, if you're watching in the UK, we're not going back to that. If you're watching on YouTube, you got to restart the stream. We're heading to dinner, back in 90 minutes.
This is the EPT Grand Final.
The conclusion.
This is the greatest EPT final table in history.
This is the greatest final table that poker has ever seen.
I follow a lot of poker around the world, and I haven't seen a final table this stacked in anything.
To be crowned the EPT champion at the grand final, this is once in a lifetime.
I like playing against the best at this stage in the tournament.
I'm gonna have to not let anything rattle me.
It might be in your face, and if you can't handle it, then get to the sidelines.
You might take third place, second place, but the victory, that's mine.
I'm ready to come right at you.
I hope I cooler all of you.
I will be the first two-time EPT champion.
I am gonna win.
Monaco may be renowned for opulence and desire, but today it will see poker history made. In 9 seasons, there has never been a final of this magnitude. With a combined total of $39 million in live career earnings, the player's pedigree speaks for itself. And with 2 EPT champions in the lineup, we stand a great chance of seeing a 2-time winner.
There's just so many records and things that could be broken.
There's so many great players that have won EPTs over the years, and me and Jake are both at the final table, both going for our 2-time win. You know, if I was able to do it before anybody else, it would be amazing for me.
This would be, without doubt, the greatest achievement in my career.
Also looking to rewrite the record books is Kid Poker.
Well, obviously the Triple Crown is something that I thought of for many years, needing an EPT win, and this would be a great opportunity to do that. If I win this, it would be something that I'd always be proud of.
Standing in Negreanu's way are 2 EPT regulars, hungry to prove themselves.
Being so close 3 times previously, really would like to win this one, so I can stop thinking about the ones that I missed out on.
I have been trying to win this for 9 years. It's always embarrassed to say, but I only made 1 final table. Everybody's rooting for me. I have a big support out there, so I have to make it.
The stage is set for 8 elite contenders to compete for one of the most prestigious titles in poker. It's a final table the grand final deserves. It's a final table that proves poker is a skill game. This year's PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final has been a showcase of the world's finest poker talent. 531 players set their sights on a €1.2 million first prize. Amongst those banished to the shadows were EPT legends, online beasts, and the usual cast of colourful characters.
That's uncalled for.
The experience of the old school shone through.
Yeah, I bet on the dog, thank you. Interesting.
Loddon's luck was in.
Oh, good.
You guys are witnessing the sickest hand in EPT history.
On the final table bubble, Andrew Pantling did the dirty work.
I'm all in.
I get it.
Setting up a scintillating showdown for the title.
Good luck, boys.
Here we go.
I'm buckled in.
Over to EPT event host Neil Johnson.
Let's meet the final table. In seat number 1, vying for the ever-elusive second EPT title, Jake Cody.
Flying the flag for the UK.
2 series bracelets, 2 W Coupe bracelets, 2 NAPT shootout titles. He's trying to add another double to his resume today, Jason Mercier. And it's the second final table of the festival. Finished 26th here in the EPT 8 main event. Second in chips, Andrew Pantling. Seat number 4, he's slowly circling the globe from final table to final table, Grant Levy. And he is the short stack. In seat number 5 is our chip leader. He's from Ireland and looking to ride his chip lead to the end of the rainbow, Steve O'Dwyer. Is that what my jokes sound like? Seat number 6 walked away from his most recent final table wearing the 5th bracelet of his amazing poker career, Canadian Daniel Negreanu.
And now he's going for the Triple Crown.
Seat number 7 has pushed his career earnings over the $3 million mark with his run here in the main event, Noah Schwartz. In seat number 8, he has 13 career EPT main event cashes. The man who has everyone wondering what he's thinking about, Johnny Lawden.
The 4th member of Team Pro at the table seems to have the biggest rail.
Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
And here is what they are playing for. First man out, €103,000. The winner, more than 1.2 million. Blinds 2040 with a 5K ante.
If I can see it, then I can do it.
All right.
You ever seen the Steve O'Dwyer before? That's it too.
There's nothing to it. I believe I can win.
Really?
I believe I can bust them all. I think about it every night and day.
Seems like more of a trapped in the closet kind of guy.
Do you think you rehearsed that last night?
Definitely.
Schwartz and Lodden have both folded. Jake Cody's out. Jason Mercier passes. Andrew Pantling, second biggest stack at the start of the day. Ace-8 in the cutoff. And he's raising. Makes it 88,000. Grant Levy has junk on the button.
Ew.
He'll fold. Steve O'Dwyer gives up the small blind. Daniel Negreanu.
He's had plenty of time to think about it. Defending this is fine.
He calls with Jack-4 of diamonds.
Especially since I think Daniel thinks he's got a post-flop edge over Andrew Pantling.
Heads up to the first flop of the day. Queen-6 Jack.
Second pair for Daniel.
He checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Andrew Pantling continues for 114,000.
Most players are always check calling here against a huge stack. Lots of good implied odds. If you can improve, you can maybe get the full double up.
Negreanu calls. We go to the turn. Six of spades, pairing the board. Negreanu now a 93% favourite. He checks a second time.
See if Pantling keeps firing away at this.
He bets again, 290,000.
Now this barrel's a much closer call. I still think the move's a call with a plan to possibly fold to another huge barrel on the river.
Well, that is a raise to 620,000.
This makes Daniel's hand look polarized.
How much more? How much find?
I got about, what's that, 8, a little over $1 million.
I'm not sure why Daniel would do this. He's made it look like he's got a 6 or better or absolutely nothing. And this is going to work against hands he's already beating, like ace-8, but with the price he's giving, Daniel would have a hard time getting hands like ace-queen or an overpair to fold.
Pantling gives it up.
Yeah, good. No, he doesn't have it.
Doesn't have it?
Doesn't have.
I have enough to beat you.
That might be true, but he would have.
Doesn't have the 6, huh?
I think Daniel might have been raising for value.
He double barrels like I know the better play is to just check call river.
Do you think he's bluffing, but you're not
I know
positive enough to call
I
first
have
thing?
I can just tell, but there's also bad cards that could come and I could lose. The question is, would I have pulled the trigger on calling? Yeah. Am I that confident in my read?
Wow, he was raising for value and might have even called a shove.
That I don't know. That would have been ballsy.
Poker pro Dan O'Brien on the rail. All the Dans are here.
Action on Andrew Pantling. Jack 10 suited. And this is an under the gun raise to 83,000. Ace king for Grant Levy.
Looks like it's 3-bet, get it in time for Grant.
And there is the 3-bet, a raise to 205,000.
It's a third of his stack.
Folded around to the blinds. Cody and Mercier both pass. Action back on Pantling.
Pantling stacked Freddie Deeb on the final table bubble yesterday with Jack 10 suited.
He calls.
Grant Levy teaches math 3 days a week in Australia. And the rest of the week, I guess, he teaches a clinic on how to get out-flopped by Jack 10.
Grant Levy shoves. Pantling calls as an 82% favorite.
Showdown, please.
It doesn't take a math teacher to tell you Levy's in really bad shape. It just takes those little graphics over there.
Levy needs a non-club ace or king or he will bust in 8th place. There's the flush for Pantling.
Made it on the turn.
Levy has a redraw. Now he needs a club. Doesn't get it.
Thanks.
Brutal to go out in 8th place, but the good news for Grant Levy is that the only teacher that made more money than him this year is Walter White.
Andrew Pantling now has close to 4 million chips. Grant Levy walks away with 103,000 euros. He's had some results in Australia. This is his first score on European soil.
Andrew Pantling draws first blood at this final table, picking off the shorty.
Majestic French Riviera is the perfect backdrop to the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. It's no wonder these stunning vistas have inspired Hollywood blockbusters. And at this grandest of finals, we have 2 EPT A-listers. Is it time for Jason Mercier or Jake Cody to make the sequel and close the curtain on the 2-time champ curse?
I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it
Every night and day.
La da 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 da.
Are you wearing sunglasses?
Why not? It's too bright, man. It is really bright, though.
You used to wear them, didn't you? I was scared of pros like Daniel Negreanu, but then I realized that you guys don't know anything. So.
Good one, Jason. Daniel, welcome to Burnsville.
7-handed action. Daniel Negreanu with ace-king suited in early position.
84.
Raising to 84,000. Actions on Johnny Lodden, he folds. Jake Cody gives up the button. 9-10 suited for Jason Mercier in the small blind.
Jason does not have the stack to call.
On.
He shoves.
But he thinks it's too strong to fold, I guess.
Like 5, right?
6.
Yeah, I call.
Easy call.
Good luck, bro.
It's 4 million.
Could be. Double up here.
Mercier not that far behind. Only a 6-4 underdog.
Elke's here with 2 people from post-war Holland.
A couple nines up there, huh, Daniel?
I don't know. I think ace 4-4 would be a good flop. Ace 4-4, 4-4.
2 spades, that's fine. Ace 4-4, 2 spades.
You just want something. Ace 4-4.
7-8 jack, 1 diamond.
I'll take the old 6-7-8.
the old.
Dan O'Brien is Jason's roommate.
Hey, there's a couple of 9s.
No
for Mercier.
I'm not,
Pretty
wait,
good
hold
flop.
on. Let me wait. I don't know how much it is. I'm just going to wait till the turn.
Well, that was lucky.
Okay, now we'll count them.
Daniel drawing dead.
So 6-15.
Mercier gets that double up.
615, correct?
Yeah.
615.
I should have saw a flop first.
Yeah, then you at least would have got it in good. Right?
Pretty lucky, dude.
Of course, Elke would like to be the first 2-time champ.
Oh, man.
He's back. When will it end? Never.
Hopefully never.
That was good for the game. That was good for the game.
Broadcast.
It's good for the game, I think, too.
Jason might have over 1 million in chips, but he forgot the hashtag. Come on, brah. Chips dig him.
I'm still waiting for Jason to win, but I would love to be the first one to have the EPT double, so we'll see how it goes. My pick to win will be Johnny Lodden because he's like not a favorite chip-wise, but he's a favorite in my heart. Yeah.
Oh, so Elke's actually anti-railing Jason Mercier so he doesn't get the double.
Well, Elke's 2 picks are involved in a hand here. Johnny Lodden opened with ace-queen. He's been 3-bet by Jason Mercier, who's got pocket 8s.
This is some thin pre-flop value Jason's going for, but I like it. It'll be interesting to see what Jason does if Johnny shoves.
Johnny just calls. He'll have to play the flop out of position.
8's a favorite for now.
The flop is ace, ace, 9, trips for Lodden.
8's not the favorite for now.
Lodden checks to the razor.
Johnny's setting the trap.
Mercier does not fall into it. He checks behind. Deuce on the turn. Lodden checks again.
It's been checked to Jason twice now. If the light is green, the trap is clean.
Mercier bets 135,000 with just 5% equity.
Taking a very small stab at this.
Johnny raises to 300K.
Unfortunately, Jason may be convincing himself that he got raised because his bet was so small.
Mercier calls the raise. We go to the river. A queen, a full house for Lodden.
Boat.
All in.
He shoves, putting Mercier all in.
He's hoping maybe Jason was doing some trapping of his own. Think Jason's regretting that turn call? Well, this move does look super bluffy, which I actually think makes it look even stronger. There is a lot out there that beats 2 8s, and a lot of it hits Johnny's range.
Jason folds to leave himself pretty much where he was before he doubled up through Daniel Negreanu. There's the laydown. And Johnny Lodden wins a huge pot. And the crowd goes wild.
Norway, there's that many Norwegians here. Did they just say Husker do?
I think it was shoot the goose.
Biggest support group.
Jason Mercier looks like he needs a support group.
Johnny Lodden off to a great start at this final table. He's now 3rd in chips. Still O'Dwyer and Pantling leading the way. Mercier the short stack with 16 big blinds. Steve O'Dwyer has been pretty quiet early doors. He folds. Negreanu and Schwartz are out.
The only thing I regret is not betting the flop.
Johnny Lodden raising from the cutoff with ace-7 suited. Mercier with queen 10 in the small blind.